Okay, we are streaming now. Just make sure the chat's good. Alright, we're good. So we're gonna do that. Oh yeah, let's get some Mario Golf going. Some Goose vibes. Classic Goose vibes. The thing I noticed, at least for myself too, is that as far as like starting every day with a little bit of like gesture shit, is that there is like an amount of like upkeep involved.
Yeah.
Like you can like sometimes like me at least forget like some basic things sometimes, or let your common sense slip a little bit.
Yeah, because it's really good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Most physical face. Exactly.
Someone mentioned that you can announce to the server.
You can what?
You can announce to the server.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. I should start doing that. I should have a thing like Liam does where yeah, he's got the thing dedicated to if he's streaming that day or not, and he comes up with an excuse if he's not. Alright, let's just start doing that. What Elton has been composing. I would click it right now, but it would play on the stream, and I don't know if he wants me to do that, so I'll save it for after the stream. Actually, all right. I'm just gonna mute the audio so that they can, so I can just hear it because I want to hear what it sounds like. Yeah, it sounds very good. Yeah, definitely mogs me. Alright, let's make a channel. Strings. No one can. Okay, should be good. Okay. What's Liam's format? Oh, I just tried some message. Normally you would do like a bot roll thing to alert people with the roll, but I don't feel like setting that up or even remember exactly how, so I'll just put I'll just do it manually. Okay, alright, let's do this. Togi got pinged. Nice. Oh, that's Cam, isn't it? Yeah, pretty sure that's Cam. Comfy morning stream. Yeah, I'm on the like normal schedule right now, where I like wake up. I wake up at like morning-ish hours, but we'll probably be looping back to the Nocturnal pretty quickly. I find that we usually move like slower through the Nocturnal schedule than we move through like the like normal schedule. I honestly just I straight up just like being Nocturnal more, because no one is like, there's no one to like interrupt you with anything during night. Very comfy. Yeah, Fuzzy, we're on we're on like normal-ish hours right now. Won't last long though. I am gonna try to start streaming like every day though, for like longer streams and stuff. I'm really in my like groove now with everything. I took last couple weeks was basically me like making sure I visit like every thing that needs to be done for the project for at least like a couple days or so. So like getting back into music, designing shit, also just working on some basic like normal unrelated illustration shit. What else? Yeah, a little bit of animating shit, which I showed. Just all that shit. So now I'm like, I feel like shockingly good groove. Like, it's funny because like designing like a character was such an undertaking for me when I first was like doing this. It's like shockingly quick now. Like I can whip out ideas like so quickly now, and they like actually work, and it's good. It's just good time. I need all. Does he not have the free animator role? Oh, good point. I literally forgot we even. I literally forgot we even had that. All right, now you can see some extra channels that pretty much no one uses, but it's at least it's a extra space if you want to put something that you don't like want most people to see. It just lets you see. Okay, I'm suddenly on his other account. It just lets you see some extra channels that were originally going to be like... I was originally going to like have it so that if you stick to art and shit, you get like a more like serious role, but it's just extra channels is the point. It just means you're epic. I completely forgot it was even a thing. I jump harder to compliments than I do to traditional. I feel you. So Saito actually had a really good video on this topic. I don't know if it's. I think it's gone. Or I don't think he re-uploaded it yet. Sadly. Saito was like sort of like, it's funny because I don't think I haven't been keeping up with him that closely. These days, I still like check in and stuff, but his mindset videos are always so good. He's kind of like for me he was kind of like the sequel to Cats. I didn't know I needed type thing. Like, he has so much good like esoteric like mindset perspective shit that I guess similar to Cats. Some of it's not for everyone, but really like good shit in general. The way he thinks. He has a very, especially when it comes to like business and stuff, he has a very like refined way of thinking about like himself as a professional versus himself as a you know, just like creative mind and all that shit. And he like traditionally struggled with a lot of things, like he's like a bit of a narcissist in his early days and shit, and he's a bit of a simp and stuff, and he has all these like funny life experiences because of it. That like forced him to you know, become wise. What the fuck happened here? Is this supposed to be more like... I'm gonna have to practice this pose more carefully later, because I'm not like totally getting it. Let's do another one of it. I was arguing with a dude just last night in a server because I said anatomy bros for jobbing to me and he called me egotistic. Yeah, that's how it is. I don't know. You'll always get that. I mean, you'll always get people who get very defensive about whatever. Part of it too is that it's like certain people get mad defensive with people get very, very defensive when it comes to what do you call it? Just like general either methodology or training ideas and stuff, because obviously because everyone is always like really, really scared that like, well, two factors. One is because it's linked to the style they want to do very tightly, which everyone is, you know, tends to be sensitive about until they're very good. Some cases even after they're very good. But yeah, they tend to be very defensive about that until they're good and very good. And also, just everyone until they're very good is usually very scared that what they're doing is just not working. So that's why it's like, you know, it's easy. It's easy for the mud flinging to start. Unironically, I am just not competitive with anyone. Like, it's impossible. Unless, no, though, that's always for the best. Because, like, when it comes to art shit, it's like, I think that, I think what's good with art is feeling competitive in terms of, like, if you're worried about, like, your career, I think it's good to be competitive with your actual, this is kind of like Saito core. Like, I think it's good to be competitive in terms of, like, oh, I want to get my shit around. I want to make my shit, like, I want to secure an audience and all that shit. Like, I think it's, like, fine to have a basic, like, sort of survival level competitiveness with that. But when it comes to actual, like, what you're drawing, like, yeah, it's like, as much as it might, like, look like it at times, like, art is not, like, a sport, obviously. It's, you know, you're doing shit because you have shit you want to make, and you want to make that shit for the sake of making that shit. So it tends to be, there are some people who, like, kind of swear by almost like a competitive mentality, and sometimes they're even really good experienced people, but a lot of the time that's just not for most people. That's just not gonna like suit most people well, because it usually means that I cannot get the shape quite right. I'm zooming in on this shit. Yeah, Shiro pill face. Yeah, because, like, a lot of the time people who have, like, overly competitive periods too will burn out. That happens a lot too, because it's, like, emotionally taxing, and it can often indicate they didn't have a very strong vision that they wanted to accomplish in the first place. They just wanted to, you know, get compliments or, you know, self-esteem or I don't know, something. But point is, I wasn't going to worry about the face, but now I'm a little bit worried about it. I want to just make sure I'm getting the basic idea right. Yeah, it's... Anyway. Never really bothered me that people were better than me. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Art, if there's one thing to really not be insecure about, it's probably art, because... It just never benefits you. I think, like, there was a, I think during, like, I want to say, like, that kind of 2013 era that I talk about a lot, when I first, like, started kind of doing shit a little bit more seriously and stuff, where there was that really strong, like, kind of toxic sense of superiority and shit, especially, like, towards, because there was, like, the big topic at the time was, like, because anime was starting to get like very popular in the West and stuff, like not just like DBZs on Toonami, like actual any type of anime, any type of Japanese thing was really starting to like grow in people's general consciousness, and and there became a discussion like, is it okay to draw? It's funny that it's like 10 years ago now. You'd think like the fact that people were already talking about it back then would mean that like everyone's just drawing anime and shit now, but that's obviously not what happened.
But at any rate, one of the ways the sort of art communities kind of coped was by getting like extremely toxic with this concept of like competition. And obviously that went like really hand in hand with like saying that they're like their Western styles are totally superior and all this shit, and it led to it led to like a very defensive a very, very defensive and kind of toxic like thing, like way of being that I think is really rare to find now, because things totally ended up shifting the other way. But I think in more niche communities and stuff, and I think like in parts of like IC, for example, or any community that's IC derived, I think you're going to see a lot more of that type of thing. And because they're still kind of like inherited that kind of older way of thinking. And one of the things too is I think people are going to be specifically defensive because there's now this, I observed this myself because I talked to a few people who were very like protective of like the Western art meta, even though they know it's like, kind of a dying thing now. And they were, rather than being like kind of toxically aggressive and offensive now, they've become kind of toxically defensive, is typically the thing I see now. So it's like, that's kind of where we're at. And that's why I just like, I try not to argue with anyone if possible, because it's just like, I mean, like if I see the only time I'll typically chime in is if I see someone being like mad toxic to someone else who's trying to learn the right way and shit, and like then I'll usually like, sometimes I've chimed in a few times on like ASG in that way, and usually I'm like, one guy like literally just immediately became really friendly about it, so it's like, it's usually not that big of a deal, but it depends on a lot of factors. But typically, like if someone really, really wants to, like let's say you got a guy and he just fucking loves Cynic's, like he loves Cynic's art style and all that shit, that really cursed way of drawing and paint. Well, it's not even really drawing, it's more just painting, because he doesn't really give a shit about drawing in that sense. If someone really, really wants to draw like Cynic's for God knows why reason, they're going to be violently defensive of all the things that go into drawing like Cynic's. And one of those is going to be the very specific way that, Cynic's does like bodies or something, or faces or whatever. And that's going to go hand in hand with like the more kind of old school like concept of like anatomy first mindset. The concept that like you should be deriving your drawings from anatomy first, before there's a concept of style. Because that's how you draw like cynics. That's where his style came from in the first place. It's kind of strange, like yeah, kind of, I don't know what to call it, but that, whatever that is. So yeah, that's why I just don't bother, because it's like, okay, if this person wants to draw like fucking cynics, I'm not gonna get this person to stop wanting to draw like cynics, nor would I, like, you know, nor would anything probably happen if they didn't want to stop drawing like cynics. Like, it's not like, because if you think about it in like really big picture, okay, if there's someone who wants to draw like cynics really badly, that person is probably never going to do anything I find interesting with art. So thus I don't really like necessarily care how they think. And even if they go around like being toxic or something, even if it's just toxically defensive, I'm also usually not going to be too concerned about that, because it's like, you know, things have gotten really, really like community bound at this point and shit, that it's not like 2013 where like everything was like mixed. So like if someone was being like, oh, Japanese artists are like wrong, like they're doing shit wrong, like that would actually proactively affect thought. That could actually proactively cause someone to waste their time. I think that still does happen sometimes, but I think I think it's way less common now. I think like because shit's much more like partitioned and shit. So it's way less likely for someone who's like, yeah, like say like a Western style supremacist to actually cause someone else to waste a like meaningful amount of time. And by meaningful amount of time, I mean like a year or more. It's just very unlikely now. Or not unlikely, rather. It's just less common. And I think that the trend has been for that to just kind of, you know, fade away. Early stream hype, yeah, Flatface. We are early schedule right now. It probably won't last too long, but as in the stream itself will go on for a while. But as far as the schedule's probably going to go back to Nocturnal-ish for a little bit. I'm going to try to start. I'm pretty much in my groove now. Like, I got back to, like, every task I need to do. I, like, retouched base with, like, all the shit I'm doing, and it's going really, really well. So I think I can stream, like, almost every day now. At least, like, 4 or 5 days a week. Because I want to keep as much of a record of the development of this game as possible, so like okay, all right, well, that's enough warm-up. Let's we're gonna clean up a little bit of animation now. Question about writing: is the concept of world building cope? Seen people overhype it lately. Yeah, world building is an interesting one because I was traditionally highly against the concept because it goes against it goes against sort of like the I guess, for lack of a better word, like fundies of writing, in a sense, where it's like, there's this concept of world building as like a quality unto itself, but like what does that actually mean? Like, is a story better because the setting in it has a lot of details about it that like make sense or something? Like, no, obviously not. That doesn't make you can write details about your world till you're, you know, till you're you've like recreated like, you know, a utterly hypothetical you know, fully hypothetical existence. That doesn't like make your shit better for free, obviously. So I wrote the concept off like a lot. I thought it was just a bad concept that shouldn't even exist in the first place. But my thoughts on it have changed in recent years, where now I think the concept is fine as a shorthand for like the concept of characterizing the setting. Because I don't know how popular this concept. I don't know if anyone else has ever stated this concept, but at a very technical level, setting and characters, they don't work differently. Like, the setting in a story is just effectively, from a technical perspective, just another character. The setting is another character in the story. It has all the properties that a character has. It gets characterized the same way. It can undergo character development, you know, change. It can have details about it withheld and then revealed. It works exactly like a character. It contributes a default mood. It has an archetype. All those things function in the story. So world building as a concept of a type or approach toward characterization, I think that's a fine or even good concept in certain types of stories, like especially obviously like more conventional fantasy approaches and stuff. I think it's a fine concept in that, but I do think that most people don't understand that world building is not a technical. Okay, what I'm trying to say is I think a lot of people use the term without like a technical goal in mind. It's almost like when people talk about like battle manga or something, and they'll throw concepts around like overpowered or like balance or something, but it's like, okay, it's a story. It's not a fighting game. If it makes sense for a character to be OP, if that's the function in the story, then like that's the function in the story. And it's funny because most people aren't too irrational about it. Like, I find that like most people, they'll be like, yeah, oh, that makes sense. Like, they'll agree that like, you know, it's, but at the same time they'll speak very not systematically about it and stuff. And yeah, at the same time too, when someone doesn't like something, or the reverse, someone likes something like too much in the sense that they're toxic about how much they like something, and they want to say it's superior to other shit, then they'll often start whipping out like non-qualitative arguments, like, yeah, this thing's world building like doesn't make sense, or this character shouldn't be like OP because that's just a bad thing and shit like that. It's usually when people want to be ignorant about shit that they start whipping out these like very, very non-technical arguments that just don't hold any weight. They're just built entirely on a biased, non-technical perspective. So that's sort of my thoughts. What really, really changed my thoughts on the concept of like world building as like a term that's kind of fine, that's like a decent it's like a fine shorthand for the concept of characterizing setting. Two things. One was realizing how much like otaku storytelling has its roots in tabletop RPGs and all that crap. Like even like Hisaya from Key, way back, who wrote like Canon and One and Moon and stuff. He helped with those. Canon was basically his brainchild. He came from like even a tabletop RPG background and stuff, and the concept of world building in a tabletop RPG is a little bit different from a normal conventional storytelling, because when you introduce the game factor, like the possibility factor, now suddenly details that could be like excess or non-functional or etc. in like a normal story are now possibilities, in like a tabletop thing or a role-playing type setting. And that essentially, that was an interesting concept, because I was like, it was shocking. It was surprising to me because the thing I associate so strongly with like really good like storytelling in the Ota sphere is these like highly purposed settings in the good shit, like really highly purposed settings that are a couple things. They're not afraid to be illogical if that fits the mood and the function, especially if they want to get like a little meta or throw a little kind of as Ota Media likes to do a lot. It often likes to be referential to the concept of stories in the first place or genres or whatever, even if it's sometimes just in a more subtle way. Stuff like that, like it's very willing. These stories are they're certainly not like Tolkienian. They're certainly not like when Tolkien wrote like The Hobbit and shit, for example. I didn't read or even watch Lord of the Rings, so I don't know what that's like. But I can speak for The Hobbit. Like The Hobbit is very much like a story for the sake of its setting. Like the setting is the priority, the story is second, and that I think of as a very, very kind of Western philosophy, and it creates like stories that can easily feel like unfocused and purposeless and stuff. I don't think Tolkien's like a bad writer or anything, but at any rate, the point is that it's like it's not like when you get like Index. In like Index, every single piece of minutia about the world, every single piece of minutia about the characters, there is nothing without purpose. Nothing is there to just be cool. Nothing is there to just like be exciting or fun. Like everything has some kind of thematic, moodal, whatever, plot significance, character significance, whatever it may be, because like that's what I associate with like really strong storytelling and stuff, because that's necessary to make like a really high level story and stuff. And yeah, Index is like one of the best examples. Because there's so much info in Index, but it literally is always something. The other thing about Index is that a lot of it is sarcastic. A lot of info and like world building choices are specifically there to proactively like either like parody or mock a concept. Like a lot of them are parodies of ways things work, like IRL, or references to something that maybe is like a battle manga cliche or something like that, but it's designed to generate some sort of sarcastic or ironic quality that makes you think about things in a certain way, and usually connects to the way the plot and characters work and all that shit. So anyway, that's sort of the other extreme. That's like sort of the reverse of the sort of Tolkienian mindset. It's a setting that is utterly willing to do away with any and all sense of like immersion for the sake of immersion. It's just for the sake of the it's just for the sake, everything is for the sake of some kind of overarching theme. So tabletop RPGs made me realize, okay, yes, it is the case that really good Ota storytelling develops its settings in this like highly purposed way. However, I realized that things can go both ways. You can derive setting details from the need for a purpose, but you can also derive purpose from something that already exists. Like you can imbue purpose into a detail that's just interesting in the first place for its own sake. And I started seeing more stories and stuff that like alerted me of that. How you can do that. Mushoku Tensei was the one that really made me go, oh yeah, I see. Like, I see what this is doing. Like, this can essentially load as much sort of like fun or sort of interesting for its own sake details into this world as it wants, because the very theme and concept and focus of the story in the first place is about, like figuring out how the world works and how it's like semi-arbitrary qualities come together and stuff. So anyway, stuff like that made me go, oh, okay. This kind of like world building first-ish again. You can't truly be world building first. Honestly, it's very parallel to the anatomy discussion, because it's like, it's very similar, because it's like in the same way good art, someone who's already a good artist can get design ideas and design inspiration and like refine sort of like the logic to their style with anatomy knowledge, but you can't like make a good style just out of the concept of anatomy alone. You need actual artistic skill and a style and all that shit. It's pretty similar to that, I think. It's just it's very, very parallel. So anyway, that's like my really long-winded thoughts on world building. In the mood for a coldie. All right, let's. Well, I can't reveal the secrets of the coldies on a public stream, but I'll do one real quick. Do a coldie. I haven't pulled up my coldie sheet in a while, because I don't want to get any big gains in art before I draw all the Tachier, so I've actually been like not coldieing too much, but we'll do a quick one. Do a quick coldie sesh. But yeah, it's funny because I think very because the thing is that the reason I forgot how to fucking flip shit in Pura. No. Nice. It's the reason like anatomy fell into the situation it did in Western art, where there's this concept of like anatomy before art. This concept that like like art is beholden to anatomy, not the other way around. There is something similar in the storytelling with like the concept that like, oh, the storytelling is beholden to this concept of world building, which doesn't make sense. Normally be the other way around. What that really comes from is a like a humanistic thing, like because it's really like kind of humanistic brainworm that sort of plagues Western thought. I'm not kidding. It just goes back to like worship of pussy. It's literally just like, this is gonna get me fucking laid. I'm not even kidding. It just always goes back to that. It always goes back to some kind of deep-seated desire to simp women, and that's really like the bottom line. Because I mean, it's not a mystery at this point that like, otaku ideals run counter to being desperate for like conventional symbols of societal clout and shit. My feeling when I want to do the just been relegated to the warm. Yeah. That's pretty much the situation. We're in the warm place right now. But yeah, the world building thing kind of falls into a similar category to that. Part of it too, it's very parallel, because it's just like Western storytelling took a huge hit in the over the course of the 20th century and stuff, and a lot of ideas are just lost. A lot of like common sense is just like shit people used to know just became suddenly like esoteric knowledge and shit. So that's definitely not helping. I used to be so fast at this, I would have been like already done by now, but it's been a while, so. But yeah, the bottom line, the most important thing I think to realize is that like people know better instinctually when it comes to these topics. It's just like when they want to be aggressive towards something, they'll start contriving these ideas and essentially test the other person to see if they can like argue through it. And if they can't, then they get their way, Opening up Ellis Island is basically like burning the light. Yeah, no, that is probably true. That is probably true, chicken. That is probably true. Unfortunately. Because it's funny, because like I did a lot of thinking, because some of them are privated now, but like I had videos, obviously, where I was trying to think about how, you know, shit works and stuff. Like, put some fundamental pieces together, like culturally, technically, whatever. And I did to help, like, instigate thought and test ideas and stuff. I was doing a decent bit of discussing with people and stuff, and sometimes arguing and shit. And it was funny because at this point, so many of, like, arguments other people would have, like, you know, like Flat Expression was saying, like with the world building shit. A lot of arguments, you realize you're fighting like a shadow, or you're fighting like a reflection. So many arguments that I spent time thinking really hard about and stuff, and really stopping and testing other people's ideas, totally just ended up amounting to, like, oh, I came up with a really thin idea to, yeah, I came up with a really thin excuse to, you know, just, like, attack a thing I don't like and stuff. And you realize there's, like, no development to their idea at all, even if they act like there was. The thing is that if someone is not trying to do something absolutely, like, superbly, if someone is not trying to be absolutely excellent at something, there's no stakes for them. Like, they can just make shit up. They don't have any pride. They don't have anything on the line. They can and will just make shit up toward people who do have those things. So it's just like one of those things to get used to, because you're gonna see it, like, a lot. All right, let's do another round. All right, this round we're gonna go fast as fuck. Nothing long on the line to be Dark Triad max spaced. No, I mean I think that line serves a purpose sometimes. I don't lie, though. I have literally never lied ever. Just doesn't happen for me. We gotta work on our Machiavellianism. If I was more Machiavellian, I'd be a proper Dark Triad. Success maxing Dark Triad. Hold on, I gotta interrupt the Coley to drink some water. Alright, that's this. This one's gonna be a real quick one. And then we'll just do one other one after this. I changed the order on this one slightly. I heard get my ass beat by traditional and you're busy doing coldies. Just quick coldies. Howard stream at the daytime. Let's fucking go. Yeah, welcome Neko. Don't get too used to daytime streams, but they will periodically be around. Just about looping. I want to go full Liam 2019, Liam 2020 mode back when he was a true grind setter. And yeah, he would just loop his schedule back then.
I've been missing that like so much lately, so I'm just gonna have to become it myself. Have we bought new? Yeah, courtesy of Kara. Let's see. Flatface says, "What's with the hate against fan service, etc.? When anime uses sexual stuff, they hint and work. Oh, they hit and work, but when the West tries to do something, because this is weird and degenerate stuff. Yeah, well, it's funny because like well, what the fuck happened here? This Coldie got it's probably because I like kept interrupting it to do other shit. This one got mutilated. It's funny because like in the first place for the reason in like Ota shit the fan service shit even like makes sense to even have a thing in the first place, which is also simultaneously the reason it's gonna get like fucking attacked culturally, is because it's built on it's built on the core goal of the art styles in the first place, and like the fact that they're built around some kind of core like actual targeted appeal, and that they're also like with that targeted appeal comes some kind of target like aesthetic and mood, which kind of like what I was talking about as far as like with the Western styles, where they're essentially like forced. Every Western style is essentially like forced to be humanistic, like de facto humanistic, or toony in a way that is like effectively parody like more subversive types of tuning. I actually just made an Ota clinic on this topic. That causes it so that like you basically there's no meaning in doing sexual shit with your shit, because it's not targeting anything. There's no goal. It's like the sexual shit has to be like imbued with some kind of like aesthetic and mood and goal and like actual design behind it. Or it literally just is it just is degeneracy otherwise. And so that's kind of like, that's where that comes from. It's just like, no, you have to be, I mean, as far as people attacking it, it is legit just they don't want us to have our thing. They'll come up with any excuse after the fact. It doesn't matter. It could be anything. It could be the stupidest excuse. It could be whatever. But that's really all there is to it. It's just like art styles, writing styles. These things imbue that shit with purpose, and you get rid of that. There's nothing left except the degeneracy as is. I've been thinking that seems to be. That to be seen as cringe is to be being seen as cringe generally means you're following your own desires. To be cringe, see something as cringe means you're just upset. Yeah, honestly, I honestly agree. Just like the only issue is that like okay. All right, like let's use like this example. Okay, because you know how like, all
All right, you take someone mad cringe like Connor Murphy. Okay, let's take Connor Murphy circa like 2016 or 17 or something. Dude's really cringe, but I had that perspective you had. It's like, okay, yeah, he's cringe, but he's living in such a way where he's sticking to this crap. He's sticking to some shit that like other people wouldn't have the nerve to do. That's kind of cool. That's respectable. I was camp Connor during his like feud with Ethan. Ethan whatever the fuck. Ethan Owacone. Ethan the scoundrel. The only problem is that like sometimes people are cringe and then they just then they like reveal that it wasn't actually coming from some deeper interesting principle, but rather just the result of them being weak. And then before you know it, they're putting videos of themselves having sex with, like, explaining why we should all be having sex with transvestites and like drinking cum from homeless people. Two things he literally did, by the way. So that's the only issue, is that sometimes people look like they're sticking to their principles, but they're actually not. They're just temporarily on some kind of trip that's making them appear as if they don't give a fuck. But otherwise, yeah, I agree. Yeah. Also, the non-East doesn't like BUT. YouTube mad at me. BUT. I'm trying to figure out what that even stands for. I knew that I would somehow have a deep take. BUT. Only thing I can think is that butt. Oh, beauty. Yeah. Yeah, no, utterly true. Yeah, and that goes back to that humanistic thing I'm talking about, because it's like there has become this concept that that's like oppressive and bad, and like you get good boy points if you stand against it and stuff. And like it's funny because they've gotten so extreme with that they've gotten so ridiculously extreme with that I feel like at this point the average person sees that it's a huge problem. Like you don't even need particularly strong thoughts about the issue to realize that that's like a huge fucking problem. These stuff like attacks on beauty and shit, and this concept that beauty can be like oppressive and shit, as like a bad thing. The fact that like standards being potentially oppressive is a bad thing. Like even the average person, I feel like at this point, if they're not like rabid and insane, gets why that's like such a problem, because you just can't have anything. Howard, should D'ing instead of playing cards so I can bring them to poker? Howard. Oh yeah. No, that would be epic. I should design. Yeah, no, that would be sick. I want to get into card illustration shit. I keep like slowly like kind of working my way towards like learning how to do that, and I really want to get into that at some point because like I love card game illustration shit so much. And yeah, to create a set of like traditional playing cards would be so fucking cool. Also, even what the fuck did I do here? So they're very slow coldies because I haven't done them in a while. Normally they're supposed to be like 3 times faster than this, but whatever. Also got Fawn Kill on the side. That's what I keep tapping because I'm trying to collect the last footage of it before it goes kaput. Poker mini game in Castle. Yeah, that would actually be pretty sweet. If I can think of an interesting way to innovate that, it's food for thought. And it's not like too much work to integrate. I like shit like that a lot. Triple Triad, yeah, that would be based as fuck. Honestly, like Fanservice Strip Poker, yeah. That's like soulful Arrowgate tradition. Honestly, like I really do like card game shit. Well, I don't play like a ton of them, but I've played Yu-Gi-Oh on and off since it existed, and I have like touched a couple other ones here and there, and I love like card game shit, and I unironically want to integrate such. I really like. I have been the otaku way is strip mahjong. Yeah. Soulful shit. Soulful strip mahjong. I'm gonna have to do some genre reps, some more genre reps at some point. I mean I think that I do like the game a lot, and it's very fun to play. The learning curve is definitely steep. Chicken has strayed away from Japanese learning lately because listen to Japanese audio while you play. That's the secret trick to always be learning Japanese. Like right now, you can't hear it, but I have VN heroin lines looping in my head right now. That's the secret. That way you're always learning. Most brutal mindset. But yeah, I unironically want to make my own fucking card game at some point and make like put like a digital version of it in a game made in the future. I think that would be based as fuck. The way you word it sounds like you're just repeating them in your head. I literally sometimes after a real full day of repeating a character's lines, sometimes when I sleep, they will just like play back like an MP3 player. But sometimes I get stuck on one and like I don't remember what it was and I can't like easily visualize the next line, and it will get like stuck, almost like a record skipping or something. But yeah, we're trying to absolutely like embed certain characters' lines in our heads because it's helping so much with writing. It just literally is so much. I cannot stress how much that shit makes you better at writing. Sometimes after a full day of watching Hiroyuki videos, I will dream about sleeping with him. Base. That reminds me, Hiroyuki was saying how he said what I said, where like he thinks that there's huge like untapped potential in eroge still and stuff and VNs and stuff, but they need to switch to a more creative like platform. I think he just said like, oh, they should use Steam more, but my idea is VN streaming service, and it's not like slow. It doesn't have lag. It's fast as fuck. You can click into any game. I'm not sure. Just type in like Hiroyuki. It was just a clip. Just type in like Hiroyuki like eroge or something. Yeah, that's we need that. We need to get a huge ton of investors. We need like tons of money, tons of startup capital. We need to get like a ton of servers. Yeah, Oparts. Yeah, I did try Oparts. And how is that doing? The only issue with it is it has lag and shit. It doesn't have like all the features that I would want to see on such a service. But it was really cool to see. And I was wondering if it still even exists. Because I feel like that's got to be the future. Can I hook Oparts? Well, that's actually one of the features I think it should be. I think like one of my ideas is it's not running on your computer. So yeah, exactly. One of the features I'd want to see is like per line user submitted translation, which could like effectively destroy, like if that got taken to its like best form, that could potentially like destroy the localization process as it exists. Shit like Nico style commenting, shit like even just like a built-in. Yes, exactly, yes. Like shit that even makes like EOPs like want to learn Japanese and like easily do so. I consider paying for Oparts honestly because it just removes the whole barrel of troubles. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they got fan. Oh, no shit. Yeah, I'll try it. I mean, at some point I'll pay for it and try it. Because I tried it for like 2 seconds and it wasn't like a bad experience. If they're still around, that must mean that they're getting enough money to upkeep. So maybe like that's the future. Like maybe making Oparts like fucking epic as shit. Maybe that's the future. I feel like people just haven't found like the right opportunity yet, and there's just like not enough money behind the pursuit yet. But like, okay, let's put it this way: if just call out my Vegeta nerve simulation, watch the stream. To be honest. Never mind. Did YouTube kill your comment again? Okay, like let's say like someone like with infinite money, like fucking Elon or something, was like, I'm gonna make this streaming thing popular. Like I'm gonna put money into this thing. We're gonna buy enough servers where it just fucking it just goes. Is that Morse? Is that Morse code? I'm gonna buy enough servers to where it's like, it's fucking, it's going fast, it's processing fast, and I'm gonna try to get it around so like everyone is like excited about this idea and has all these good features and shit. Like with enough money, that could definitely be a thing. I mean, that could definitely be a thing. Oh yeah, yeah. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense, Frag. I figured out. It's like the main appeal is probably just for like old shit that's like hard to get, hard to install, hard to run. Exactly, because that's the shit. Obviously, it's gonna probably be easier to run anyway. Yeah, so it's more of like a niche appeal at the moment. Oh, Bamboo from Overdrive made the site. I didn't realize that. I did not know that. He's shaking cheese balls into his mouth. Some are hitting keys. That's why I was. That makes sense. Base. Speaking of which, I usually would be drinking a second thing of coffee right now. I have good energy today, so I don't really immediately need it. But after we finish cleaning this thing up, we'll start doing it. Alright, this looks a fuck ton better. I'm still not super happy with this. I think this should be more like... No. Let's just leave a gap there altogether. Yeah, it's looking a lot better. It had a very scraggly look I didn't like. Mono Beno in it. Oh yeah. Yeah, they had that mad weird way of just like giving their shit away for free, and they're going like bankrupt, aren't they? That sucks. If so. I guess bankruptcy isn't always the end, but you should develop an amphetamine addiction. Yeah, Frostian. I actually took Adderall one time just to see what would happen, and it just made me not be able to think straight, and it didn't give me any energy. So it wasn't even like, it wasn't useful in any way. They closed shop but are still operating somewhat. Stop making the games themselves. Oh, okay. So they closed their development portion, I guess. Yeah. Oh, all ages My Tets. I still gotta play My Tets soon. I really want to because Hachiroku is such a base design. Huge fan, excited to play for the first time. Helps me focus, but I end up focusing on poker. You should convert the poker skills into mahjong skills, and then own everyone on Ford. How deep is poker? Because obviously it's like a sport. It has this whole sport thing to it. So obviously it must be pretty deep. I wonder what the best win ratio you can secure in it is. Obviously my sort of like luck game vice has obviously been Gen 1, Pokemon Gen 1, because I'm using it to inform the gameplay for Castle. This looks like a sport. I'm using it to inform the... you know what? I don't know why I don't have reference up. I should pull up some reference. I'm using it to inform the gameplay with Castle because Gen 1 is fucking Kino. When I finish the first draft of the Battle Sim, which should be pretty soon, I'm gonna make a whole video simultaneously introducing like the work I did. So it's gonna be sort of like a mini devlog, and it's gonna double with me talking about why Gen 1 is so fucking epic and base, and why I'm taking design shit from it. So we're stepping into Poketube. Oh shit, I gotta put my chargers on. What the fuck? Okay, alright, finally got working. Yes, so fucking true. Shit's half about bluffing and facial signs, bro. Holy shit, that's fucking hilarious. Wow, in Mahjong you can't do that. Yeah, I guess Mahjong's the deeper game. That's funny as shit. It's pretty deep. I usually play 3 times my money every time I play for cash. Damn. That's actually kind of epic. If you're at a surplus from playing, if you're at like a winning surplus, that's actually pretty fucking sick. Castle have permanent weather. I was considering like field states, and I guess I still am, but it wasn't Pokemon that made me consider it. It was Hebon, and weather in Hebon actually ignore the emotes. My phone glitched. I thought you were making like a funny joke with those emotes. I didn't know exactly what you were going for. But yeah, what did make me consider field shit was actually Hebon. Hebon has field effects, and they're pretty cool. And they are permanent. They do not go away. And I do like what they add. I think it's interesting. What I really like about them in Hebon, and what I like them a lot more than... yeah, he must have sat on his phone. What I like about them a lot more than the way Pokemon did them is that, okay, in Pokemon there's 2 things that set weather, right? It's either putting in a Pokemon that has a weather setting ability, or using like Sunny Day, Rain Dance, whatever. Most people obviously don't use the actual moves because they're usually too slow. Sorry about the M spam. I thought you were sending like Morse or something, or making a joke I didn't get. Yeah, so you either use the move or you either use the move or you put the corresponding mon in. Usually you put the corresponding mon in. What I don't like about either is that neither of those feels particularly good, in my opinion. For such an impactful thing. Haven't played Gen 1, but Fire Red was enjoyable. Yeah, I really, really liked... Fire Red came out at a time in my childhood when, like, I was, like, starved for, like, nostalgia of the original games. So I really, really enjoyed those remakes when I played them. They are quite different, though. They very different appeal, but similar. Some of it is similar, but it's hard to say how similar they are. I don't remember exactly, but at any rate, yeah, I don't think either of those feels particularly good because for such an influential, you can talk shit in poker. That's sick. For such an influential effect, Well, first of all, there's that silly thing where like, well, whatever. That's a tangent. I don't want to be like going on and on and on about PokeTube shit. Point is, I like what Hebon does, where the weather shit, the field effects, they are the result. They are always the byproduct of using a super move. And super moves you have to charge into to use. They're big commitments to use these super moves. You can only use so many of them, etc. I think that's really cool. I think that's dramatic. My goal is for things to be dramatic. Like, I want every gameplay, and this is why I like Gen 1 so much, because it's so dramatic. There's always something crazy happening in it. You can get these like upset turnarounds, and like everything is just so like high commitment, and shit. So it's really, really like intense. And I really like that concept that a field effect gets set as the byproduct of like a big, heavy commitment move. I think that's just like more interesting and elegant and shit. And of course, that wouldn't make sense in Pokemon because Pokemon doesn't have. I mean, there was Z moves at one point, but otherwise, Pokemon doesn't have that any equivalent. So yeah, at any rate, that's all I'm considering. I'm considering doing field effects, and they'd be similar to Hebon, but I'm probably not going to do field effects. I do think it would be interesting because I have the particles in the background. They could like change color and shit, but pray for the 120 out of 20. Yeah, I actually played a game of Gen 1 the other day where I fucking self-destructed and I got the 1 out of 256 miss. And then I did another move that I needed to win, and I don't remember what it was. And that also then 256 miss. It was insane because the thing is so uncommon that you don't see it often. And when it does happen, it usually shows up on turns that just didn't really matter that much anyway, weren't going to be super influential. But I played a game where literally not like in a row, they were like 5 turns apart. On like things that I needed to win. It happened to me like 2 fucking times. It was insane. Curse of the Big Yellow Watcher. Fuzzy, would you recommend playing Riviera? Yeah, I love Riviera. The thing with it is that don't expect some interesting overarching plot. It's very stereotypical JRPG plot. If even that, it's utterly bare bones of a plot. But the characters and the way the dungeons feels is just so good. It's so good. Like, there's definitely better things to spend your time on. But I highly recommend it. I do not recommend playing the version with the English dub at all. The English dub is really, really bad. And when I bought the game as a kid, I originally bought the Game Boy version. Because that was the one that got localized first. And it was sick, and I loved it. And then later I bought the PSP one, and I played originally with the English dub. And it almost made me hate the game because the dub was so bad. But then I switched to the Japanese voices, and I was like, oh, this is so much better. I couldn't understand it at the time, but it's better to hear it and not understand it than to hear a really, really bad dub. Alright, some of these are too similar, and they look awkward just being shifted. Moon and 1 are on O parts. Oh, sick. But it doesn't have a lot of 90s shit. Yeah, next time I play Moon, I might... Because I did want to go back to Moon, because there's some, like, a decent bit of shit I didn't do in it. Maybe I'll play it on that next time. Moon was I mentioned this recently, but Moon was actually a big... I didn't bring up Moon at all in the devlog, because I kind of forgot about it. And it's not so much for its, like, actual... immediate writing because it is pretty like amateur. Because it's like a debut work and shit. But Moon is really cool, and it was a big thing that made me want to make what I'm making now. So I like Moon a lot. Oi, Bado, welcome. We are back. We're back to streaming. Hopefully, very frequently now. Oh, this looks odd. Yeah, you can't have, when you're doing electricity, you can't have something stay in the same spot from one frame to the next. Typically, it looks really fucking awkward, so I gotta make sure. Stuff like this, too, where the shape is too similar to the shape in the next frame, that's usually gonna look awkward, too. I'll just pirate on my hack 3DS, so yeah. Are you gonna play the GBA one? The GBA one is probably the best version, in my opinion. I like the GBA version the best. Even though the GBA sound chip isn't great too, I think the arrangements were really, really good. Actually, oh fuck, this song is so loud. Let's put on the Riviera OST because it's such a bop. Let's put on all. It has 3 versions: the WonderSwan version, which is basically just a Famicom sound chip. It has the GBA version. And then it has the PSP version. PSP version is, like, solid, but, like, I feel like a lot of the arrangements could have been better. I don't think they had, like... A lot of the time when you get rearrangers on ports, it's not always, like, a super skilled musician doing it. Sometimes it's someone who's just moderately skilled. They're usually less skilled than the original composer. But the PSP arrangements are good. Which I think we're going to be hearing first. As a retroon, as a proud retroon, I like the WonderSwan version the best. The music, the best in that. Yes. I gotta play the other ones. Yes, we'll do Yggdra Union soon. If I start playing games on stream at some point when I get more time. When I'm not, like, desperate to get a bunch of shit done quickly. That's going to be one of the first on my list. We're definitely going to play Needy Girl Overdose. And we should play some Depart in Heaven. That would be fucking cool. If you hear me say like that would be fucking cool in British accent or whatever, it's a Big Yellow reference. That's from the non-binary monarch clip. So it's a long story for those who don't know, but it's actually not that long of a story. It's just Big Yellow once said a thing about a non-binary monarch, and it was like the funniest thing I've ever heard, like ever. And so anyway, it's retarded. Don't worry too much about it. Tentacruel is a non-binary monarch. It was cool, yeah. So true. You can't play Needy Girl on stream. Be self-mogging, yeah, it's so true. Maybe we can, maybe there's a way to close the gap between successful e-thoughts and me. Maybe if I become as cute as one, we can unmock. Favorite part about Yggdra Union, you can turn around a bad matchup with the right card. Yeah, I love shit like that. That's what I'm talking about, like drama. I love drama in RPGs and role-playing games, and strategy games and whatever. I love when something is like normally a certain way, but there's a very feasible way to make it not the way it's normally supposed to be and stuff like that. I love that shit. Because this is one of the things I love about Gen 1 so much, because it's like type matchups are just not that influential. They're not this like end all. They're not like even one of the most extreme type matchups, like Jolteon versus Rhyhorn or Rhydon. He can still double kick Rhydon, and that happened. Like that matters. Like that, there are many situations where that matters. That it actually matters that Jolteon can double kick Rhyhorn for like 20% or something. And yeah, the other games have whatever, plenty of stuff like that. But it's just like it really does not matter that much in Gen 1, the type stuff, nearly as much compared to the other games. And in a recent like interview, I listened to all the fucking Jimothy Cool podcasts. He was talking about that with someone. I think it was Reverend, or maybe it was Reverend. I don't remember. Maybe it was BKC or someone. And he was saying how he thinks that's kind of like stupid. Like he doesn't like he likes that types are so influential and stuff. But no, I like that better. I think it's more dramatic. I think it's. I'll talk about this. I'll talk extensively about, not extensively because it's a video that's going to be edited, and it's edited for the sake of entertainment, not info. But I will talk about this and why I think this way. Let's make this go like. That should be pretty cool. Did I play Robopone when I was a kid? No. I actually don't even know what that is. Oh, is that the Robot Pwncoats game on the N64? I actually own it, but I never like played it. I also have an EverDrive now, so I just own it every N64 game. But I don't know. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe you're talking about something completely different. Oh, the soundtrack is so fucking good, man. I love the soundtrack so much. Alright, let's get rid of this. Yeah, because it's fun. The reason I didn't play the other Department Heavens was because by the time I even realized that they were like a thing, like, oh, this is a series and stuff, I was really getting out of kind of gaming regularly because I was getting really into writing and reading and shit. And I very, very rarely would set aside time to actually complete a game at that point. And I would specifically avoid stuff also. I think a lot of people during their teenage years get into this mindset. They get kind of neurotic. Like they'll specifically avoid shit they know that they would like normally enjoy. Because like you become very like prideful and shit. And especially like if you're trying to start learning like skills and shit. Like I was getting into writing and coding and shit. You become like mad, like prideful and shit. And like you'll sometimes just put shit off you're interested in indefinitely. And Department Heaven was one of those things. And then I just forgot about it. I just forgot about it altogether. Even though I will periodically listen to the soundtrack, I often forget that there's like other games that Sting made that are technically the same series. Robopone was a GB game. It was an... Oh, interesting. I'll have to take a look. I was looking at some early Pokemon knockoffs recently. Some of them are pretty interesting and impressive. There's that one that was... I remember seeing copies as a kid. That's right, Robopone. Yes. I remember seeing copies of... I think it was... Yeah. Robot Pwncoats for the N64. There was the N64 version, and I never really properly played it, but I do own it. I own the whole box and everything. Maybe I'll show it to you. And I don't know where I put it, but I'm not lying, I do own it. It's not like it's that expensive or anything. It's literally like $25 on eBay or something. Maybe 30, I don't know. Yeah, it seems like a really cool game. I would like to maybe set it some. Maybe that'd be a good stream game. Maybe not. I don't know. I think it was like Pokemon Jade or something, and it was this really. Yes, here it is. Yeah, this was a really, really popular pirated thing back in like the early 2000s, and I remember seeing some kid who had this, and it was just like a pirated version of that one monster game. Oh yeah, Metabots, yeah. That I didn't play either, but I heard some shit about it. We'll have to check that out too. I didn't play that many. Yes, Telefang. That's what it was Telefang. Telefang was really impressive. Like, it was really interesting and impressive. Like, I think there's like, you know, it obviously didn't have like the X factor that made shit like, you know, Digimon and Pokemon, really stick. But it was a really impressive game. It had a lot over Pokemon. Okay, alright. I think this should be good now. Let's export this real quick. I'm just going to hide my screen while I export. Digimon was always like the main... Pokemon competitor that I played, like the Digimon Worlds, like on the PS1 and shit. Digimon World, the first Digimon World for PS1. Obviously, that's such a classic. I think that was always like the main one. I don't know if I played that many others in retrospect. I can't remember. Of course, what's funny is that in recent years, with the rise of like Soshige and shit, like every Soshige is kind of like, not like everyone, but like so many Soshige are like de facto Pokemon competitors. You know, because they all have like the collecting component and shit. Collecting, raising, all that. Yeah, Digimon is a very confusing series, chicken. It's kind of the opposite of Pokemon, in that Pokemon is built on being the same constantly. Pokemon is built on like not changing. Digimon is the opposite. Digimon is built around the concept of like being constantly different. So every Digimon game is very, very... Some of them are similar, but like a lot of them are just very, very different. And even if you're really familiar with some aspects of some Digimon games and some parts of it, you don't know the full story at all, because like every piece of media made for it tends to be quite unique from the other bits. So it's an interesting series for that, but it never obviously got like huge it never had like a huge mainstream stick to it or pull to it because of I think because of shit like how much variety they wanted to pump out of it. It was always less kid friendly too. Like Digimon World is like no joke. Like that game is fucking hard. Like even if I was to play it now as an adult, like I would probably run into at least a few moments where I like want to slam my desk, because it's like it's not an easy game. And yeah, it would always get like a little bit. It was a little bit more story driven, I think. Always, I think some of them are even heavily story. Some pieces of media made for it are even kind of heavily story driven. I don't know. I'm not familiar with like I'm not nearly versed in everything that it has to offer. So, all right. So this is our thing. Okay. The next, I want to clean up the part where the ball starts growing because that's a mess. But I'm happy with the end now. The end looks a lot better. It had a really nasty look before. Oh, yeah. Digimon Survive, yeah, it has VN elements. Yeah, I was very interested in that. If I'm going to get back into the series again, I would probably check that out first. This animation looks majorly swag, to be honest. Thank you, Chicken. I appreciate it. I want the attacks to be like fun to use. You know, like I want them to. I want it so that when you use an attack, it has like a fun thing. Because a lot of RPGs will sometimes kind of like hold back on the animations a little bit, so that you start and you use these kind of lamer, like modest attacks. And then only once you get the really powerful attacks, they start looking like super sick. I wanted to not do that and just have every attack look like it's really strong. As much as possible, as much as my ability allows me to. Yeah, so this... The part that's bugging me is... Yeah, these parts. The circle is too wobbly. I had like a vision for it, but it didn't really like come through, so. I imagined it would have like this kind of unstable look, like it's sort of losing stability as it's growing, but it ends up looking just kind of mushy. I think what we want is for it to... I think what we want is... Hold on. Yeah, you want the wiggle of it to be like more subtle. More of a subtle wiggle. Not a violent wiggle, because if it's a violent wiggle, it just looks messy. Thoughts on NTR? Yeah, it's funny because my thoughts on NTR are like that I don't have strong thoughts on it because, which in and of itself is kind of a strong thought. So I feel like everyone has a strong thought on NTR. But from what I understand, in Japan, it's the most like normie friendly, you know, aerotrope. So I don't know. Make of that what you will. But yeah, personally, I don't have like strong, like I don't. Okay. I get. I'm not like a shoujo-chu. Like I'm not like obsessed. Like I don't like. I'm not like literally obsessed with virginity and heroines. But I can have a little bit of that sometimes. So that's like kind of my thing. Sometimes I think it can be interesting or even make a certain character likable if they are like he shoujo. You know, like if like it depends on the circumstances and why they're not a virgin. But as far as NTR goes, I just like if something is throwing tense like NTR flags at me, like it will bother me as much as anyone. But I don't honestly care that much. Like if it's interesting for the story. Like Like, it all depends. I would never seek it in arrow dojins, though. Like, I would never seek it. Usually when I'm seeking arrow... I don't read arrow dojins that much, or arrow manga just in general, not just dojins, but just... I don't read arrow manga that often. I usually always go for loli shit, which I don't think I've ever seen like a loli plus NTR story that I've read. I have not read one. I'm sure they exist, but so yeah, I would never read like a I would never go for NTR in a like arrow manga. There are games with like optional NTR, or that like bad end ish NTR stuff that I really really like Dark Blue and shit. But I don't like it because of the NTR. I just think that the threat of the NTR adds a lot to the story and shit. Stuff like that. And I think that when the NTR things happen, it's kind of like funny in a, I don't know, sadistic way, I guess. So that's pretty much my thoughts. I just don't have like huge strong thoughts on it. Do you normally start drawing with your straights on with circles for the head, or do you just start with the eyes? I usually... Oops. Why the... I usually... I will sometimes start just immediately go into the eye. I'm finding I do that less and less now, though. I'm finding that I often do the circle plus crosshair. And I think it's because I've become very systemized with it at this point. Like, I know exactly how much I want to cut away to get the cheek. I know exactly where I like to kind of put the eyes at first and shit. Not exact. I'm making it sound like I have more of a scientific grasp of it than I do. It's still ultimately kind of whimsical and feel-based. But yeah, this is what I'm doing a lot now. Because I really like the crosshair on the ball thing. Yeah, because it's just easy to visualize like what the character's going to be. Like, even in an odder angle like this, it's easy to just visualize like, okay, here's the character's eye. And they're like looking at you, and like you can't see their other eye because it's too tilted, and maybe their mouth would be here or here-ish or something. You know, and okay, then their chin is going to come down, and their ear would be like, nah, probably a little higher. I like the chin's a little too high, stuff like that. I like the circle plus crosshair a lot. So I'm finding I'm sticking to it very, very closely these days. Hate NTR stories, but some NTR artists go hard. Yeah, that is very true. I have seen some NTR artists that go really, really hard because I think one of the reasons there's a lot of fucking money in it. Like I was saying, because it's like kind of the most accessible genre in like Japan. You can make a fuck ton of money drawing like original NTR shit and stuff. So a lot of like really, really good artists are drawn to that. Also lose stability as they grow on borderline obese. Based, like, you should Nico Kato Max, just do some mukbangs. Also more wiggly. More wiggly. Banjo-Kazooie, the player got a game over. Banjo sister, yes. Yes, that was definitely NTR coded. Yeah, I would get game overs to watch that happen sometimes. That shit was cursed as fuck. That shit was powerful. That was such a clever... It was such a clever, oh fuck. That was such a clever game over. That's just such a good game. Back when Rare was epic. One time I had an operation and I couldn't use my arm for like a while, like literally a couple weeks, and I should have just used that time to like fucking read Japanese and shit. I didn't know about cats yet at the time though, so this is pre-cats. So I was just like rot maxing, and one of the things I did is I played all of Banjo-Kazooie through with one hand. Like I just held the N64 controller with one hand, and it made the game as difficult as it was for me as a child, which made it super fucking fun. Mitsumete Knight. No. I don't think I've ever even heard it. Let's take a look. So it was a Conan. Oh, interesting. How have I not heard of this? I'm surprised I've never heard of this. I'm familiar with like a decent number of the 90s like console like sim games and stuff. Which reminds me, oh, that would actually be a good stream game is Eberoj. Eberoj is really cool. No, this is interesting. How have I never seen this? I'm going to make a note of it though. Yeah. This could potentially be a good good comfy stream game. Meet for old sim games, I played a little bit of Eberoj and a little bit. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that properly. And a little bit of Yukyu Genso Kyoku. Both of which I liked a lot. I just didn't feel like I wasn't good at Japanese at the time of playing them, and I didn't feel like investing like a ton of time into like a sim game rather than. They're not that fun unless you can read them very fluently. So. It's something I would only find like fun like now, but I did like them a lot. I thought they were really cool. Played it back while learning Japanese. Didn't do all the roots. Oh, interesting. Tokimeki plus Solo Fire Emblem. Yeah, that sounds mad interesting. I really like some of the. Interesting, like back when stuff was more gamey. I really like some of the things that they would do. I really dislike some of the things they would do, but some stuff was just really, really interesting. Or even if it was like annoying, the gameplay system was annoying, sometimes it'd still be a good game. Just finished Konken. Which Konken are we going for? Oh, wait. The General Quizmaster Konken deck, yes. That's a good achievement, man. I still can't write worth shit kanji. I can write some kanji like oh fuck, do I even remember how to write like ki? No, see that's not right. I don't fucking remember. I can write like iku. But I really got to do my reps at some point. I respect those who have done it. Helps you read faster, I think. So maybe I should do it. Nah, I don't know about adding the white shit. I'm gonna hold off on the white shit. You can't write Kana, you just China pilled. Eat some Panda Express and Rax Poker, but it sounds comfy. Sounds like a comfy time. Okay, well I did put the white shit on this one. Some spots, yeah. I don't know what I was thinking. I love this track. This is like the Before the Battle track. It's so repetitive, but I love it. Well, it's repetitive in the sense that like it's not like a repetitive composition. It's just the track is like 10 seconds long. But it always gets you so pumped. Oh fuck! What am I doing? I should have the onion shit up. Yes, I did hear about the Ass Creed controversy. I found it very funny. I don't really have strong thoughts on the series because I was never into it, but I did find the controversy extremely funny for obvious reasons. It's crazy, man. It's crazy what shit's turning into. We was samurai and shit. That's so true. I mean, it's definitely what would I call it? Like, it's sad that it's obviously. I mean, like, I didn't look closely at it. I don't know the series or anything. But it has all the marks of like bait. Like, you know, the company knows what they're doing, and they wanted this reaction. They wanted to bait controversy. And it's sad that that's what we've come to, but that's what we've come to. Glad Japan is pushing back against the Oscar propaganda since around 2016. There's a shit ton of. There's been a shit ton of Yasuke inspired works since rather. Yeah, it's funny because it's like it's so ridiculous to see where it's like the whole thing is so unfortunate because it's like there's this artificial push and idea and concept around like, oh, we should... Okay, just here's a really good example. There was, you know, Henry Thurlow? Henry Thurlow formed like an anime studio. It was like called like, I don't know if he formed it, but he was one of the founding members at least. It was called like D Stagio or something, and something like that. And like, I don't know what the fuck they worked on, but everything they worked on looked like some weird, obscure like ONA type thing that always looked like the Boondocks or something. Like, it's probably them just working with Koreans to make these really low budget like things. I don't even know what they are. I don't even know where you find them, how you see them. And their big thing was like forced diversity, and this idea that like representation of diversity in anime is like so important. And there was a like Crunchyroll or someone did a little like interview piece with their studio, and one of their head artist guys is like a black dude, and they entirely focused on making him talk about like just being black rather than being an artist. And they cut up the interview so that the whole like 2-minute interview or whatever is nothing but him just talking about being black. And it's like, okay, yeah, he's at fault for taking the bait and, you know, doing this interview. But at the same time, it's like, okay, isn't this dude an artist? Like, why are you reducing his sole trait to the fact that he's black? Like, is there anything significant here other than dude is black and these people are drawing diversity in so-called anime? It's like, it makes no sense, and it's like it's as if it's a move entirely made just to make people just to bait like frustration and annoyance out of people, because it's like, what do you mean? Like, the whole people love Japanese anime partially because it comes with the specific like quality aside, good and bad aside, one of the reasons people love anime is just because it comes from the specific culture and all the shit it comes from. Like, no one doesn't like how do I put this? Everyone knows that they're just trying to fucking fuck with people by being like, yeah, man, diversity in anime and shit. It's like, no one wants that. No one who likes anime like wants anime to be anything other than what it already is. Just more of what it already is, just better of what it already is. It was one of the most like ridiculous things I've ever seen. Like that like little interview and shit. I was like, what the fuck, man? Like, didn't know which Western artist is worse, the Blackwasher, the Body Positively Shill, or the Ugly of Fire. Yeah, they should have like a death match. I'm confused on why they always self-identify as black artists in that bio. Like, is that a rare kind of artist? So yeah, no, exactly, DeVirus. It's like, it's not like I'm gonna put like white artist in my bio or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's like, if you're into Japanese shit, like, your goal should just be to culturally integrate. Your goal should be to put behind whatever background you come from and just integrate into the culture that inspired you. Like, there's no... Like, it's essentially aggressing the existing culture, because it's saying, like, accept me for not wanting to participate in things the way they are. Respect me for not respecting you. It's effectively what it's saying. And it's like ridiculous, and like, yeah, I feel bad. It makes me feel bad for people. Like, imagine being black and like just wanting to do things normally, and like, and you know, and now it's like it always comes with that baggage. Like, that would just be shit. I mean, like, we already experienced that, like, as Westerners, like having to like, I'm trying to make a game in Japanese and all that shit, and like, that's gonna come with so much cultural baggage because of like how fucking clowny the West has become. It's like, you have to now like work off of like people like Henry Thurlow is a Japanese artist concept of like a white dude that's supposedly into anime. So you're like working against that now. Like, now you have to work against the fact that these people like fucking have just made cringe the fucking norm. It's so fucked up. Yes, Howard, that's literally me. Yeah, exactly. Sick of this baggage, exactly. I mean, that's why I'm so into this fucking this Oda, this like serious Western Oda movement thing. Like, I just want to like clean up the distinction of being a Westerner at all. Like, I want to get rid of like the association with, like, I don't want Japanese people to see me and be like, oh, is he gonna be another Henry Thurlow? Like, that's just such it's just such an awful baggage to have. Like, it's just terrible. But there's no one to step in and be like, yo, let's set a good example. I mean, there's some people doing some good things. Like again, like KU, you know, I respect him, but I mean, come on, he talks like an irony weave and shit, and like he'll say. Sometimes he'll just like accidentally say very disrespectful things that would be kind of faux pas in Japanese culture, just because he just doesn't get it enough and stuff, and like I really wish that would just stop, because it's just so fucking bad. Like I don't want Westerners to have to be irony weebs. I don't want them to have to be like artificial diversity pushers and stuff. Like it's just it's all so tiresome, and I can't wait till we're done of that. The West wasn't ready for a strong Japanese character, so they did Yasuke. Absolutely, yeah. So it's just funny. It's very unfortunate, but yeah. I think we're moving in a good direction. I think we're gonna see the end of it. We're gonna go make some coffee.
Save 10 billion images. Now I don't know what to draw. Draw all of them. Well, you could do. You could just go through and do like quick like gesture studies of each one until you find out what you're in the mood for. You can also do like design style. Like if you save them for design inspiration. Something I've been doing is like sort of like design studies. I don't have a super systemized version of it yet. But if there's like a design I really like, I will. Okay, so like let's like look like. Okay, so this is like a really cool design. Oh shit. I hate how Windows does that. What I'll do is I'll sort of just grab. I'll sort of do like almost a cross between a gesture drawing and like a more detailed one, but I'll just sort of go after. I'll prioritize all the symbols, the sort of simplistic form that constitutes the design traits that I'm trying to learn here. So be like, oh, okay, so this shirt has like a very unique shape to it, and it has like a feature here. And you're not even, what's nice about doing this, you don't even have to be so concerned with like the quality of the drawing, because you're just trying to take in like design features. So you're just kind of like, it doesn't even have to be that good of a copy. You're just kind of like recording the overall details. Anyway, this is a fun way to practice. Definitely a fun way to practice. This was really, I was doing this for like days and days and days at a time when I had to design characters, back when designing characters was like super fucking hard for me. Now it's like I'm getting like fucking fast at it now, which is absolutely sick, because I did not want designing the characters for the game to be like the rest of the characters I have to design to be grueling. And I'm getting them out. Like they have not been hard to work on. I can show one real quick. Here's like I'm still working out details and shit. But yeah, this was quick. I gotta figure. One thing I do now when I'm designing is I'll just throw like some lines around that aren't. I don't know what they'll actually be yet. Like this is just a line thrown. I'm just like looking for like shape ideas before I actually like decide exactly what it is and stuff. So yeah, everything's going like mad fast now, which is sick, because I was genuinely scared that designing the rest of the characters could eat possibly 2 more months. But no, it turns out that like I'm now just designing them quickly and you know, just a few hours a character, really. It's really nice. I have like a trope pool that I really like now too. So anyway, yeah. Anyway, this is a fun form of practice because you're just concerned with getting like the features. It can be a relaxing form of practice. Compared to some more intense forms of practice, but it still gets you better. And then afterwards, I might like roughly put in some colors to match the colors. Oh shit, my mom's calling.
think we're back. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize how much. Yeah, because I let some parts of this animation be really messy because I didn't know if the motion was going to work or not, so I kind of prioritized just getting the motion out. It doesn't have to be like super clean anyway. I mean, there's no point in like over polishing this thing. But I just certain frames of it just look too muddy for how much I'd like it to be. So I think we're just about done. I think we can move on. Also, I'm not sure if I want to add, like, what exactly I want to do with, like, the white shit around it. If I want to do anything interesting with that or not. It's probably just fine as is. And then what I want to do right after is I want to make another animation that's going to be really, really quick. Just right now, real quick. It's going to be just like a basic magic beam, and it's basically just going to be very similar to the last couple frames of this animation, but with slightly different timing, and it's not going to have an electric quality to it. That I should be able to do quite quickly. I don't have like an exact reference in mind. It's funny because there's so many beam animations and shit, but I don't have like, I can't think of like exactly what I want. Yeah, there are references. Like I'll pull up like one thing I was looking at for electricity to learn electricity was just this one Magi Reko clip. Yeah. Yeah, like this is where I like based most of what I learned about electricity on. Otherwise, I'll sometimes just go, because like I'm new to this animating shit, so like it's not like illustration where I have like an endless pool of organized reference for exactly what I need. I'm kind of just fishing in the dark here a little bit, so it's kind of just like one thing at a time. Sort of just figuring it out. Okay, this is a really good beam reference. Yeah, Hiroto Nagata. Yeah, he's fucking absolutely badass. He's like my age, by the way. He's like shockingly young. Not to say that I'm like, some people might consider me not young for like Japanese children might call me an Oji-san, but Saito thinks 30 is Oji-san, but at any rate, he's like not old for how fucking good he is. It happens. The anime industry gets like psychos like that. Like what's his name? Matsushima. What's his first name again? Akira. Yeah, Akira Matsushima. He was insane at like his early 20s. He was like a fucking top dog in his early 20s. Just happens. Yeah, I don't think I need to. I don't think I really care about polishing the rest of it. If this works, I'm happy. Let's export it real quick. Yeah, yeah. Fuzzy is the youngest. Yeah, it's surreal. 30 is the new 20. A little bit unironically though, because it is harder in the current society to get ahead sooner and stuff, and there's so many things to waste your time and shit too. So. Okay. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, it's still a little weird, but I'm happy with it. There's one part I don't like, which is just I don't like the fact that it looks like it's like dented on the right side as it grows. That just needs some wiggle. But otherwise, I'm happy with it. It should be pretty fun to hit people with this. Thank you, Devirus. Be Gen Z, be in 20s and look like you're in your mid 30s. Oh god, yeah, no, it's so fucking true, man. Especially, obviously, the women. The women aging like cheese in the sun now. Oh, fuck. I need some water. Hold on. '20s but looking in your 30s. Yeah, a full-grown beard at 16. Do you beard mock Howard or not? Yeah. I was one of the earlier beard adopters in high school. I noticed only recently my beard started getting like a nicer, like a pretty like decent texture to it now. Like it always kind of had like a, it would feel too thin a lot. Not thin, scraggly, like undirected. I feel like the gesture of the hairs is better now. I don't, but in a few years I might, yeah. Went to a Catholic school, so if you didn't shave, you got detention, yeah. I would always get in-school detention anyway for being late. Which was fun, because you could just do whatever you want instead of going to class. It was more like a reward than a punishment, if you think of that. So I was just like reading shit.
Okay, this should. And then this should be smoothed out. Alright, that should do it. That should do it. That should do it. We are gonna hide this. Export, and then yeah, we'll do the next animation real quick. I'm not gonna like polish it or anything like I'm doing to. I just want to make sure that the motion is working and stuff. And then we'll get back to the hair animation finally. I didn't want to do any of the hair animation off stream, so I just worked on other shit. It's nice though because I got in a decent bit of practice and shit, so the hair animation should not take as much trial and error as it might have. Yeah, I'm happy with the way it looks now. We'll just show it off one last time. This is good enough for me. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so let's do the next one now. I gotta open a new... Oh, wait. You didn't see that, I just realized. I mean, it's not that important. Not much changed, but might as well. There it is. We watching any May? Nah, not right now. But, oh wait, no, I did. I just recently, there's a bunch of shit I want to finish and a bunch of shit I want to get back to, but we did watch, Epic, thank you. we did watch JJK, actually. we were, very pleasantly surprised with the first like 13 eps or something. Genuinely decent. Then it got to like the equivalent of like Naruto's Chunin exam shit, and it just blew absolute chunks. So I had to stop watching. I just skipped forward to the flashback arc, which was fire. It was actually straight up fire. And I'll probably get back to the series at some point. But I want to watch some other shit first. I was watching Guntari. But I was watching the whole Bakemonogatari series from the start again. I got through Bake. I'm on whatever the fuck the second one is. Nisei, right? I gotta get back on that. I did start rewatching Code Geass for the first time in forever. Yeah, Nisei. I did start watching rewatching Geass for the first time in like forever. I want to get back on that. What else? There's some new release stuff I want to get up on. Like obviously I still haven't watched Free Ren. I have to watch that. What else? Not sure yet, but we'll see. I'm trying to slip in more May viewing because I have to do like animating shit now, so it's like I gotta, Fuzzy, not a JJK dude, MHA dude. I don't usually talk about it because yeah, no, I don't blame you. I do not talk to the shonen heads. I just don't. They're their own world. They're their own. They are very much in their own world. They have their own culture, and I am not compatible with it. So I hear you completely. Nishimiya-san, good evening. New here. Yes, it is Tuesday night. My time is 10:48. Nice. Does that? No, that doesn't mean you're in Japan time, but you are in Asia time. MHA fanbase is paused, yeah.
That's fucked up. I hear bad things about them constantly. You probably asked this before, but thoughts on VTubers? Why are English VTubers irony repeat pause most? Well, I would just say because, well, in the first place, my thoughts on VTubers are that I think that they are good. They went from power scaling to bitching about female character designs. Oh, I see. You're watching from. Is that Philippines? I don't know. But yeah, welcome, man. We're just working on some art and shit. Working on some animation. Yeah, they VTubers are a good platform for like it's good that they're taking up space because they're like a platform for illustrators and shit. And there are some like very, very cool ones, but like they have to be steeped in like actual like Oda culture and have like usually some kind of like skill or thing to them, or just being really talented as like a personality or something, to really be like respect worthy and shit. And a lot of them are, a lot of them can be very cringe as people and stuff, even in Japan, of course. And the English ones are obviously going to be, they're going to be just a product of English speaking culture, which is obviously just like not good. So I think that the whole VTuber thing as a whole, it comes with good, bad, and neutral things. All in all, I'm happier it's a thing than it's not. I am definitely happier it's a thing than it not being a thing, because I think it's a net positive. When all is said and done, I think it's absolutely a net positive. That space, that YouTube space, would be going to something much worse, much worse. That is not a platform for illustrators or anything of the sorts, or have any connection to Oda culture whatsoever. So, and yeah, the good ones are genuinely good, like Maureen, Miko. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts in a nutshell. Check. Okay. Neutral on the VTuber thing, but I think some of the there are definitely, I'm not aware, but from what I understand, I have seen that there are some that are definitely funnier and cooler. I'm a general of Love Anime Police Department. Yes, I'm a police in anime. I don't know if that's a reference to something, but nice. There's one English VTuber way back that had Lolly. Oh, well, yeah, Lolly artist make her a model, and she was very. What the fuck? That's bizarre. That's absolutely bizarre. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of the duality. Maybe that's the duality of VTubers in a nutshell right there. Like, gave a platform to an artist, but also criticized that artist. That's, Yeah, Niji English definitely seems pretty cooked. I think VTubers are the ones that started to normalize lowly designs. Yeah, no. I think you're definitely onto something, because like that's what I mean when I say like, yeah, there's a lot of bad, but like sometimes, even if there's a lot of bad, sometimes the good that's coming with it, sometimes the good that's there is much more important, what it's doing, than the bad. And again, like I said, if it was something else, it would just be something that's entirely bad. So it's just if there was no VTuber, the space would be occupied by people who are just, degenerates, who have nothing to do with Oda culture and all that stuff. So yeah, no, I think no matter how you slice it, it's a net positive. So hold on, I gotta pull up my document. I gotta remember exactly what the concept of the thing I'm about to animate is. So I have like a sheet that has like all the attacks on it, and like what they're supposed to be and shit. Alright, so this one is Magic Beam Makosen. It does strong Ma damage, which is like evil type. Oh, so this is just supposed to be like the equivalent of like Psychic. Like using like Psychic in Pokemon. Like Psychic in Gen 1. Because it's like a strong attack that can lower the enemy's magic power. Which is both magic power and which is both offense and defense. Fuck. Because I'm going with the Gen 1 thing where like special is one stat. Which I like a lot. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Alright, so it's gonna be similar to these last 8 frames. Howard will become a VTuber, and his model will be based on Kanye. Yes, yes. Maybe I can make like everything I say sound like Zundamon. We're gonna be doing some Bobby Niku, as they call it. That would be fucking cool. All right, so the first frame is gonna be like this one's gonna be quite snappy. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm looking at this clip that I'm pretty sure is from Assault Lily, which I did not watch, or play the game, but we may fix that at some point. Okay, so this is interesting. There's often like a kind of like double thing to it, so it's like it starts and you get this kind of like little flash. It flashes out, does its thing. It shrinks, but then it's like back, which has like a really cool effect to it. Yeah. It creates that like double, that like kind of like that double hit. And you can repeat that any number of times. I'm pretty sure you can, like a lot of more like when you see like sometimes like the Dragon Ball beams in a modern context, they will do that a lot. Like it flashes like multiple times and shit. Because even like I have seen like because there are like English VTubers that like I don't watch them, but I know that there are ones that are like even like really good artists and stuff that draw like Oda pilled shit. You know, that's cool. That's good. I mean, they're influencing people. Bado even, he told me that, what's her name? From Niji English, the one squid one. Ina. He was saying that, like, she was, like, one of the main reasons he wanted to start taking art really seriously, which is, cool. You know, I mean, look at where he got now, so. That's a net positive right there. Worst added Pokemon can. Yeah, that's a good question. That's an interesting one. I mean, everyone would probably say like Dynamax and shit, but if we just get rid of like the obviously ridiculous ones, Okay. Here it is. I figured it out. This is the worst addition to Pokemon ever. More than 151 Pokemon. That is what I wholeheartedly believe is the worst thing ever done to Pokemon. Was making more than 151 of them. I think the idea of variance was a good idea. that showed up way later. I don't think they did it well, but I think the idea of variations to existing ones, because if you were like a 90s kid, you would have remembered that. You might be. If you remember, in America, everyone saw Meryl when Meryl was first introduced, and everyone was calling it Peekaboo. Because this concept of a new Pokemon that's just a new Pokemon was absurd to everyone. It's like, it's all about the 150. And they would sing it in the songs. Both the English ones would sing about the 150. Oh, it's there's 150 to evolve to see. And then the Japanese, they did the same thing. It was the Hyaku Goju Ichi no, like the ending theme of the original, like no Shiawase or whatever the fuck. That shit was so good. Like, the whole dynamic of the Pokedex, like the order that they happened in, the distribution of types, there was such a design to it. There were motifs that it's almost like if you just flip through the original Pokedex, it almost like tells like a story. There's almost like a narrative to that. And it was just epic. It was so good. So the idea of variance, like, oh, if that actually was Peekaboo, I think that's interesting. I think that idea has a lot of like legs, or like very special types of, like extra legendaries, because like people were really hyped about like Ho-Oh before Ho-Oh was revealed, because they knew that, because Ho-Oh was shown in the first episode of the anime. So people were really like hyped, like, what is that thing? Like, and then there was even an episode of the anime that humored the concept of fusion, which even did become a thing eventually. There did eventually become Pokemon fusion. It's not used that much, but like it did eventually become a thing. And that concept was interesting to people too, like with the whole Venus toys thing. People wanted to see it get explored in that way. They didn't want the number to just increase. And so in that is kind of my explanation for why the worst Pokemon mechanic of all time is just new Pokemon. In that way. We should honestly start commissioning Howard to review our stuff and creations then and only then. Howard will experience true Kino from eyes. Yes. I mean, I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped to read it. There's too many overlap in roles and some outclass others. Exactly, yeah. Such as like Poliwrath was a Zoomeril, Swift Swimmers. Yes, exactly. And Flatface, something very funny about that. One of the reasons that got really, really bad was, this is a fun fact I learned recently. Exactly, yeah. Power creep, yeah, like exactly, like making something like a super interesting mechanic like Belly Drum. Like it might not have necessarily been always implemented in the best way, but the concept of Belly Drum is such a good idea. Why like power creep that out? Why make that obsolete through power? It's just such a mistake. It's not what anyone wants. Like, no one wants that. And at any rate, I just realized I'm not exactly doing this right. It's supposed to have a little bit more of like a... Well, let's see what happens. Because we want this feeling like the beam is about, like, has already started kind of shooting through. So it's like, you just can't see it yet. Oh yeah. The priority moves make it a better Belly Drum. That's fucking funny. Fuzzy's too young to be this powerful. Yeah, no, I mean I'm impressed. I mean I hope he keeps it up, man. because you can. I mean, if that's like, if you're serious at that age, you can go places. I mean, you can go places even if you're older. It's all just about how much you care. Yeah, I learned that Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, and I think this is actually one of the reasons they're called Ruby and Sapphire, because it's like red and blue, but powered up. They were originally planned at one point to be reboots. Like, they were going to replace the Pokedex entirely. And that's actually one of the reasons they have so many Mons that are just kind of like a new version of an old Mon, but with like a very, very like not in the art style that was associated with Pokemon up to that point. So it's really, really interesting. Like, so that's why like there's a lot of overlap Mons that got introduced in Ruby Sapphire, because of that, because they were straight up humoring like a full blown like reboot of the whole thing, which is crazy to think about. Power creep in Pokemon is absurd. Mew, for example, used to be a powerful, versatile Mon, but now it's weak. Exactly. It's just silly. It's you can't break your own designs like that, because it's like, it's literally like a break of the design. Like, things are literally no longer the things that they used to be, and that's the problem. Like, they don't consistently yeah, Fuzzy. get used to it. Get that Saito video. Get Saito's wisdom. How to take compliments. I don't remember where the video is, to be honest, so unfortunately I can't show it to you. But yeah, it's like you can't just like change the concept of your design framework. Like, so many things are contradicted game to game that were set in place before and were like a good designed concept, and then the next game it just undoes it. It's like it's not a thing anymore. And yeah, it's sad. It's unfortunate. I still think that, like, you know, I still think that there's a like, I mean, obviously everyone like despises the series now, but for the most part, but I do think that the series had interesting things about it. And maybe I have an easier time saying that because I literally just stopped putting time into it past a certain point. I think it's harder to even see the good when you like continued putting time into it. But past Gen 4, I was not putting time into it anymore. Like, it was like a blue moon thing for me. But yeah. But yeah, Lucky I've started drawing at 14. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. 14, it was the age I got into some of the things I do now. And I'm happy I did them. So, absolutely. I don't like Mimikyu because it's the start when you start self-reference, you self-cannibalize designs, could be a similar soap. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, because it's like, I like Mimikyu on the basis of, like, just its design in general. Like, I think Mimikyu is, like, charming and pleasant to look at. But at the same time, yeah, it's like you said, like, it screams this concept of, like, okay, we're not taking this thing seriously anymore. Like, we're not. Mimikyu is like a product of, yeah, like someone observing Pokemon rather than like Pokemon being Pokemon. So yeah, on that grounds, I agree entirely. I do think Mimikyu is like one of the few later designs that like I actually like as a design. I think it's a good I think it's a good design and a good concept. Standalone, like just in a vacuum, I think it's a good concept and a good design. But yeah, I totally know what you mean. I started writing a bit earlier, which was around August 2020. Built up a lot of practical and reps. I did it because I liked writing. But yeah, no, that's epic because I wouldn't publish it, but like fanfic shit was like a big part for me getting into writing partially. I just wanted to write like novels just in general as well, but I would I think that writing your own version of shit or your own, edition to shit is such a good like learning. It's very similar to copying in art because it gets you paying attention to shit and stuff. Has other perks too. It helps you analyze shit and stuff. None of my shit is surviving though. Like I don't have any fanfic shit that actually still like exists anywhere. I don't think. But I haven't attempted to do that in a long time. But as far as fanfic goes, I would like to. One thing I really want to start doing is making like Yonkomas and shit. I would like to make like Neptune Yonkomas. Because that would be fun. I even had this good idea too. Like some people do this. I can't remember an artist who does this. But I had this good idea, like arrow Yonkomas. I think that would be funny and good. Yeah, flat face. That's how I feel. Yeah, it's a meme, but he is likable. Mimikyu is likable, but yeah, he definitely reflects like something insincere. Absolutely, Fuzzy. Yeah. A lot of people who get into writing. I had a friend who tried to get in writing. Several years after I did. I'm not really friends with him anymore, but definitely not friends with him anymore. But it's easy for people to get into writing and really, really get their head up their ass and not be objective about their shit. And fanfic shit can be a really good way to like just develop more objectivity towards your stuff. If Castle turns out to be Kino, I might write some fics about it. Sick. That would be epic. That would be epic. I have been I did it's funny because like when I work on this game and like plan it and shit, I kind of like half of me kind of thinks like I try to switch back and forth between thinking like a businessman and thinking like just a fully creative person. So I did some things I don't even like normally necessarily do. Like I wouldn't necessarily always be like my first choice, but I think are really interesting upon thinking about it and stuff. Such as like threads of like setting threads and stuff that read as like, world buildy things, like fun things to expand upon and stuff. Because I was really looking at, I look at like stuff like Toho and stuff, and I'm like, try to really stop and think like what made Toho fun to expand on, like what made it so fanfic friendly. And there's a lot of things that you can't replicate there, absolutely. But there are things you can. There are things you can note. It's nice to sometimes stop and like think, like just ask yourself like, could I can I add things that might make people have more fun with this thing without encroaching on anything and just making it more interesting. I try to frequently switch to that way of thinking. I'm simultaneously I have had like no time to really I just wrote like a little bit. I've just finally did like my first like writing session in a bit on it. I am working on also like a novel that I want. I want to post the first chapter like pretty soon. And I was actually going to start making some Japanese writer friends, because there's like a whole Japanese writer server. Yeah, this is what I did last sesh. This was my writing from last sesh. And this is post-editing. I got this checked over with like some native shit. Oh, wait. There was one change I forgot to change. Someone wanted to change a wa to a ga because they just thought it sounded better. Where is it? Yeah, nande anata, yeah, ga. They wanted this to be a ga. The nice thing about writing like a novel is that it's like, you know, let's face it, it's like, what's the probability that a lot of people are going to read, you know, a novel when I post it? Or, you know, it's not like I'm selling this novel. I'm just going to let people read it for free and shit. So it's like, when writing a novel, I don't think about any of that stuff. Like, I'm not thinking about like necessarily how like fun it is. And I am partially, but it's a nice way to kind of just have an outlet for more, like, let the purely creative part of you just kind of have whatever the hell it wants to do. But it's nice to it's actually it's actually interesting to have a businessman part of your brain when working on something like a game, because it's almost like having another person helping with ideas and shit, because it's almost like you split your head into two people. You become like schizophrenic. And yeah, I just find that enjoyable, honestly. I find that interesting. So okay, so that was just a really long way of saying I think Castle will have cool room for expansion. That's all I was trying to say. I think Castle will be basically TLDR on the next Zune. All right, should the next should be I think I fucked up. I think this should be wider, and then this should just come out a little. I think I fucked up. I don't know. Let's just say. We'll just see what happens. It's the problem when you don't have experience with this shit. You just gotta see what happens. My Japanese writing speed has now... Mistakes are very minimal at this point. Sometimes non-existent. Sometimes I try to ask for native correction, and I just get nothing, because they say it's natural, which is nice. But in general, the mistakes are very minimal, and the speed has gotten... It's much slower than if I was writing in English, but it's only like Like on a good day, on a really good day, it can be like half. It can be like half the speed of writing in English, which is pretty freaking cool. Usually it's gonna be like a fourth. It can go as low as like an eighth, but it's not too bad at any rate. I'll definitely do a little bit of, if not writing, at least maybe a little bit of editing on stream. I did write on stream a little bit one session. It was actually pretty fun. But the thing about it is it's hard to follow. It's like, it doesn't make it, because you're so, I can't really read chat well. And I chose the time to do it when chat was like pretty dead. So it was like easier to concentrate. But even then, it was a little bit weird. Okay, and then it goes. Oh yeah, what's that? Okay. I'm trying to think here. Well, first off, my first issue is that I didn't fucking center this thing enough. Center would be more like here. Let's just do this. Oh. Let's dupe this. Sorry for these eye rape colors if you're looking at the screen right now. Okay, so it's slightly over from now. That should do it. Okay.
Best worst JRPG mechanics of all time.
I think that's a good question. As far as bad ones that make me angry and frustrated, there's probably a lot. Some of them I like because I don't like sometimes. Like, especially with, like, Famicom RPGs, like, sometimes I like the fact that they're just frustrating me because that's kind of like what I go in for. Like, I play Famicom RPGs, like, with the goal of, like, sort of like my time being wasted. And like weird shit. Like, you want to see weird shit. Like, that's like kind of the appeal of a lot of them. Like, you like the fact that, like, targeting an enemy that gets killed that turn means that, like, you hit nothing. Like, you just you come in for that, you enjoy that. But yeah, as far as like my absolute favorite, like it's weird because like from a standalone perspective, I don't think that they're necessarily like good ideas in a vacuum, per se. But I love every single mechanic in Peppa 2 specifically. You know, Thousand Year Door, Peppa Mario RPG. I honestly just like love like every single thing in that game so much. And like yeah, it's more of an action game than an RPG really. But that's what's so great about it. It still feels like an RPG. The only other game that I think did action commands that well was Shadow Hearts 2, which is such a good game. Maybe the worst thing ever was the excessive number of party members in Chrono Cross. Maybe that's the worst thing ever done. It's so bad that they actually wrote a script. They wrote a little script so that they could just write one piece of dialogue and have it get converted into a character's specific way of speaking. So that they could just write one piece of dialogue to be covered by like all characters sometimes. That's when you know you got a problem. I just like Radical Dreamers like way better. Radical Dreamers was like technically the first VN I ever played, and it's so good. Holy shit, Suikoden's 108 characters. I didn't know that. I've never played any of them. I actually like own one of them. I own maybe 3. But I never got around to playing it. There's a lot of games that I own but didn't play at a point. Because I was like kind of getting out of games, but I was like still into collecting. It's like, oh, maybe I'll play this. I should play it at some point. There's a lot of super good PS2 RPGs. One of my favorites is like Eternal Ring. You know, FromSoft game. I fucking love that game so much. I have no end of complaints with modern FromSoft games like Souls-likes, because I'm always comparing it to like fucking Eternal Ring and shit. So I'm just like the angry boomer that can't enjoy what the kids are liking. I do think Souls is a really good series though. What the fuck was I about to... Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, we want... So it's gotta look like the force field kind of like stretched. That's insane though, 108 characters. I wonder how that works. So like, if it's as much of a mess as it was in Cross or not.
Because it's funny because it's like in like monster shit, obviously. Monster shit, obviously, the variety and options is like super appealing, and obviously, but like, and yeah, and like Soshige even too. Like good Soshige can, make that really interesting and fun. But sometimes you wonder what they were thinking. Atelier Iris, yeah, I've like never actually played any of the Ateliers. Trash localization, game ending bug if you don't use Japanese. Holy based. That's sick. That's some localizer knew what they were doing. Fucking ruin the EOP's experience. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. Yeah, I gotta play some. Maybe write out which ones you would recommend the most because I really would like to play them at some point. There's that anime recently based on an LN. What was it called? It was like Shinmai Renkin Jutsushi. Episode 2 of that show is one of the worst looking episodes I've ever seen of anything because it was like a Korean studio and it didn't even get cleaned up. Because I think it happened during COVID times and it was a pretty low budget show to begin with. So it's just a fun fact. But yeah, I like that show. And it was, the whole point was to be like kind of similar-ish to Atelier shit. And it got me thinking how, it was a comfy show. It got me thinking how I should, maybe check those out. I think a mistake I'm making with eyes is trying to manually draw them off of contours and saying, yeah. Keep it up with drawing them as circles or shapes. Yeah, exactly. Especially too fuzzy. I think something I've been doing a lot. You'll actually see some people sometimes when they draw a face. They'll actually sometimes when they draw in the face, they'll actually sometimes like, okay, here's like the head. Here's like the head shape. Here's like your neck, shoulders, blah, blah, blah. They'll actually sometimes just draw like a line for eyes at first. Like they'll just put like lines in because they're focused on the direction of it, or like a thing with sometimes even a circle with like a line through it or something. That might help too. But yeah, like direction is number one for sure. Like the actual direction they're going in, big time. Okay, so let's see. Oh, the animate Shinmai Renkin Jutsushi. Shinmai as in like new. Like amateur new. Renkin Jutsushi as in, alchemist. Rise of Trilogy and Sophie games. Yeah. Alright, that sounds good. Get thigh pilled. Oh, interesting. So the Irish Trilogy is more like standard JRPG. The music in those games goes hard as fuck. 40 Nicks. The chiptune dude, 40 Nicks. He'll do some remixes of them that are just so good. I'll put one on right now. Nicks. Dude is so good at chiptune. But yeah, I'll definitely check them out at some point. Because also there's as a character, there's Gust as a character in the old Neptune games and stuff. She was always really funny and shit. And she made me want to
you know, play the games. There's this funny concept with her that like, cause she's got like a hat with like a little like silly face on it. And I can't remember what it was, but something made a joke like, oh, that's actually like her real body. It's the hat. I don't know if that was a reference to something in the games or not, but it was extremely funny. Yeah, oh yeah, they have a shit ton of composers. Yeah, it's interesting because there is like a style I associate with them, so it's cool that they can kind of keep that up. There's a super funny video on Gaku Concept. Oh, I think he got rid of it. No. Fuck. Yeah, I think he got rid of it. But, Josh, Ongaku Concept Josh, he made a video that was like, emergency. The new Atelier's music is terrible, because they were like showing off like previews of the music. And yeah, he got flamed for that one, but it's really, really funny. That sucks that that's gone. Yeah, gotta be exactly. That's what I know now to do that. Like I used to not do it, but like now I'm usually like pretty good with that. I think like Soshige trained me to take archiving really seriously. Sometimes what I find myself doing is rereading prior conversations in the server room before I join because they can't. Oh yeah. There's definitely. I think we had some good conversations. Some not so good ones. But I think there's definitely should be some good ones in there. So really, one thing you'll probably see is a couple posts by a dude 730. Well, also not he goes by Namire, which is like if you were to read off 730 in kanji, like you could read it as like Namire because Japanese has a weird system of pronouncing kanji. But anyway, yeah, he was a really funny story. He was taking well to art and he was learning and shit, and then he went to Japan and had a mental breakdown, and that was that. He quit art. It was unfortunate, but happens. Japan can do that to some people. But yeah, he was fun to talk to. Well, yeah, while he was still doing it. Yeah, the X7 shit, yeah. That was funny. X7 is actually, he's actually, in fact, you might even see it in the scroll banner. He's actually, no, I don't think I think he uses a different name. But he's actually very cool now, and, he's humble. And he's sticking with it. I thought he would quit, but he's sticking with it. So we 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 stan X7 in this house. Sometimes you gotta be a little rough with people if they don't have any humility in the beginning, and then sometimes they just become chill.
Base, yeah. Neko's read the entire history. That's funny as fuck. Alright, let's get Riviera back.
But yeah, I respect it. I respect the grind. It's good to see. I mean, it's good. Like it's there are not many of us still. There are still not many of us. Trying to do this whole weeb art thing. So we gotta it's good if we can be. If we can all support each other and shit. That's what I'd rather see. This could be something, and there could be in say 6 years from now, there could be a very, very thriving presence of people like us. So, and we could all come very far. So, like I said, I like to think of it like right now, this is like the Siglemic era. This is like when things get moving. Like with Mario, like Mario 64 speedrun. I liken everything to that because that was like where I learned how community. I use that as a case study of how communities and skill-based things get moving and all that shit. Most degenerate act shit. It's super fucking interesting, especially because it's so fucking degenerate. So it's so ironic. Everything that happens in it is so ironic.
Showed an Assault Lily clip 30 minutes ago, and I remember one scene from it blew me away first time I saw it. Yeah, it might be one of the ones I'm looking at. It might have been a Hiroto Nagata stuff, because I know he did a couple things on it. That dude's so sick. I'll have to watch the show. Maybe check the game out. Some really, really good art in that. Alright, I'm gonna... Well, let's just hit play. Yeah, no, the Clip Studio doesn't properly play shit like this. I'm literally just gonna export this real quick and just see what it looks like. Even though it's there's so little of it, it's worth doing. We'll just do it for 15. Where we at? Magic Beam. The nice thing about this, the way I'm going to be designing this game is that a lot of animations will get reused and crap. Because I honestly think that's better. I don't think it even benefits the game for every single attack to have Why can I not find what I just exported? Oh, here it is. I don't think it even benefits the game for every attack to have always have a unique animation. All right, you know what?
I think we want to put some... It's so fast, I'm getting nothing from it, so I just want to move these over a little bit. Let's move it to 3s for now.
If I was better at animation, I could just flip through them and feel it out, but whatever.
Yeah, so like some attacks will use like, well, maybe like combine animations too. Just change the color of one. Maybe just use part of one, stuff like that. I think that actually, first of all, it's just, I don't have time to be making a unique animation for every attack, and I don't think anyone, I don't think that's what benefits the game the most. But I also think it's just better. I think it's just interesting. I think it creates an interesting, because it makes you ask questions. Oh, that's interesting. Why does this attack share an animation with this one? But it's a different color. That's interesting. Okay, my only fear is that this almost looks like it's slowly growing, which we don't want. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I can fix it after, if it's wrong. Oh, wait, you didn't even see it. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Let's just keep going. DeVirus. Hey, I support you in Orca, so I want to be good enough artist so I can fan art kiss. Yeah, that would be sick, DeVirus, yeah. Well, last I checked, you're doing really well, so I mean, keep it up, man. I saw some good looking shit, so. YouTube bans link, so I posted it in Horde. Let's take a look. Yep. Yep, it is the Hiroto Nagata clip. Yeah, he's epic. He's so cool. Yes, Fuzzy, we're hoping for Steam. We are definitely hoping for Steam, which is why I'm going out of my way to, like I said, with the patch being purely hypothetical and all that shit. Scroll Bunny double kick type animation. Yeah. Scroll Bunny. You're talking about when it just keeps hopping, right? Okay. We'll see what happens. Yeah, because if we don't get on Steam, all is lost. No, I don't know if all is lost, but you got to get on Steam. I mean, Steam is how you make money. I think it will be okay. I think it's safe. I don't foresee Steam giving me a hard time. Okay, so all right, so now it's supposed to get like really aggressive. Supposed to suddenly get extremely. Steam does not like lollies. Yes, that is very true. But fortunately, all characters are over the age of 22. Let's. So I don't know. I think it should be all right. Like they. Oh my god! What the fuck is that? All right, false alarm. We're good. All right, no, never mind. We're not. Alright, we're good. I forgot Steam hands. um, yes. Point is, there are games with like lollies and shit that do get on Steam fine and stuff. I mean, as everyone knows, like Steam is like literally like utterly unpredictable. Like it's pure whim. You either get lucky or unlucky. My hope is that through YouTube and all that shit, I can get enough support for the game that they could get pressured and have to overturn a rejection. The same way it happened with Chaos Head when they rejected that. Hopefully I can generate enough interest in the game before even it happening that they basically, you know, have to allow it. So that is my hope. I think actually this would do better as like, I wonder if this would do better as more of like a this type thing. Let's see. I love this track so much. This one isn't in the original Wonder Song one. It's the training mode thingy. This track is so good. Okay, so it's like boo doo. Okay, and then what happens? The aura needs to get like really wild now. Like it's really shooken up. Like it's all broken up now and shit. Yet it's still like trying to maintain some kind of form. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so it's like a. It needs to have like a yeah. It's clearly trying to stay a thing, but it's not having an easy time doing so. It's getting pushed. And I think there should be a little mini one here. Perhaps, perchance. Honestly, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. We're just playing by ear. We'll see what happens. That's a little too much. All the animation philosophy on this game is just, you know, cross fingers and hope for the best. Imagine trying to learn to be an animator back in the day. Like, when you had to bust out a video camera or something or whatever. You had to like take pictures of your shit real quick. I guess you could do the flip book back then, but some people probably got super good at flipping their shit. But that's like hard. There's a learning curve to flipping your shit. Oh, base, we got to the Wonderstone one, chip team. Reptrins are back. So, yeah, I think this might work. Might work. This may work. I think as long as it gives a feeling like the shit is being pushed, it should be okay.
The nice thing too is about any support spell, like a spell you use on yourself or a party member, that just inherently gets covered by the hair animation, the hair raise animation that I'm about to work on, that each character will have. So it's just, I'll just make a little bit of aura, and then that aura can just like change color every time for each type of different things. This is a bit music related, but how would you approach writing lyrics and have it be good? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm still trying to figure that out too, because it's like, you'll get lyrics written by non-composers, not like super infrequently. Like I know, like even like Ryukishi, he's written lyrics. Skaji has written lyrics. Like it happens, and like maybe it's because they hand it off to a composer who then like jannies it up or something. But yeah, it does happen. I tried writing lyrics once. Well, a couple times. Many years back. Yeah, like 4 years back or something, because I thought it might help with my ability to make melodies. It was a humbling experience, to say the least. I think like, well, I mean, obviously lyrics are linked to poetry. Obviously, it's effectively a form of poetry. So there's that. So anything that applies to poetry applies to lyrics. What the fucking? This is not it. It should not be done like this. Anything that applies to poetry would apply to lyrics. Such as you know, like word feel becomes really important. Obviously, like you choose, because like in prose you choose words based on like what word. Prose is super dictionary bias. Like you choose words most important. Like flow matters in prose, but nothing matters more than the actual meaning of the word, like the strict meaning of the words. Of course, unless it's like dialogue, then the characterization matters more. But it's linked. It's all linked. Whereas like obviously poetry introduces this concept of like, you know, words valued first and foremost for their like sound feel. So I don't know. That's a good fucking question. Maybe we'll try it again in the future. I have the Zundamon Neutrino installed on my computer. Maybe we could try to make a lyric song. A song, yeah. Maybe Castle can have a
a theme with lyrics for the credits or the opening or something. That shit is super impressive to me at any rate. It's always interesting too when you get like some composers who are just so good at writing lyrics and stuff, but it's not like they're like writers. They're just really good at fucking music and they've just thought about lyric writing a lot. Lyrics writing a lot. Some of them are just so good at it too, and like, some of the stuff you see on like Annie songs and stuff can be so impressive because they're so in tune with the character shit and stuff. They're so like in tune with, but they're not like writers themselves. They're just getting there by way of music. It's so cool. I guess it's just the equivalent of like when an artist characterizes a character super well through their art. I guess it's just a little bit easier to immediately comprehend. Ito Kaneko opening to own the Onimush. Yeah. That would be sick. Castle anime intro, 1 million stretch goal. Yeah. So honestly, I would like a song by You Know Me, and I would like a fucking music video. You know, like Needy Girl had. I want that music video. I want that. Tune in. You're talking about composer's base. Yeah. Welcome, Unim. I've seen a lot of VNs with lyrics or endings written by the writer. Yeah, it happens a lot. Oh, that was Romeo's lyric. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to hear about like what that process is like. Oh yeah, because that's right too. Because it even happened recently with FF7 Rebirth. Like Nojima wrote the lyrics for one of the songs that then got sung in English. I don't know if he wrote in English or. I guess that hints a little bit as to the process, because I assume he wrote in Japanese and then it got translated. So there was probably a whole bunch of hands it went through. I would take a stab at writing a game music track if you wanted. Pretty different than what I usually do, but could be fun. Yeah, man. Absolutely. I would love to see it. Oh, sick, yeah. I always like wish, because like Josh, Ongaku Concept Josh, he was the closest thing, but I always wish there was like a channel just totally dedicated to like Annie song analysis. That'd be so sick. Josh was kind of that for a period, but Josh, you know, he totally fell off the wagon as far as YouTube goes. He was always so high maintenance with it. Like, he had such like a specific vision for what he wanted his YouTube to be, and then he like wouldn't meet his vision of it, and then he would like get depressed and not want to make YouTube videos at all and shit. And Romeo wrote the last route and rewrites. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a thing. It's a thing. I'd like to know more about it. His Discord is still pretty active. Oh, sick. I forgot about his Discord. I should go back to it. Speaking of, we were talking about Atelier series. There's one dude in there that was like really intent on doing. I think it was like one of the Atelier composers that he really admired and was like trying to learn how to compose like him. That was pretty cool. That was a long time ago, so he's probably pretty good by now if he stuck with it. I actually almost remember his name. I think he went by Chris Senna or something. Maybe I'm thinking. Nah, I might be thinking someone else. I can't remember. Yeah, I'll have to go back again. With music, I finally feel like I'm out of like the real that real ugly rut of skill where you just really are fundamentally struggling with the act of doing it at all. Like you're still like, there's still like fundamental things you just like don't even really get exist and stuff. I feel like I'm finally like out of that now. So it's like a lot more fun to do now. I wish I could just do it all day, honestly, sometimes, because it's really enjoyable. But sadly, yeah, just the way things are, it's by far the thing I'm worst at. So, but maybe that can change one day.
Oh, you finished Rewrite. Sick. I still only did the beginning of it. I'm really pumped to play the whole thing. Because obviously Romeo's a fucking beast. I only play cross channel, but I know he's a beast. I also watched some whatchamacallit? Jintai. I watched some Jintai as well.
So yeah, I'm pumped. I'm pumped to play it. Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah, what I played at the common room was so good. Like I was saying, like if anyone like, as far as like mainline key game and it's not by Jun Maeda, it's like Romeo would absolutely be like my first thought. I hear Kai is doing some really good stuff though, like with Summer Pockets and stuff, and same team is gonna assemble for the new one, which I don't remember what it's called. It has the name of the person we call the crackhead on Twitter. That's all I remember. It's called like Anema Nami or whatever. Can't remember. Alright, let's load this in. See if this looks decent. Also, let's stretch the timing just a little bit. There's probably a faster way to stretch the timing than what I'm doing, but I don't know it. So.
Yeah, that's what I hear. That the character roots don't stay on the ball enough or focused enough. But
what the oh shit. Yeah, I hear some of the roots leave some shit to be desired, but otherwise the game as a whole is sick. It has an interesting take on climate politics. I'm interested to see that too, because I don't know anything about the topic. Is there any type of genre you want to make besides VNs and JRPGs? Yeah, actually, I was actually thinking yesterday about how one of my favorite genres ever in games was always like just the classic PS1 style survival horror. You know, like Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and shit like Galerians and stuff. There's a ton of them I didn't play, but I really liked them. Clock Tower basically became that, starting with like 3, maybe 2. I'm not familiar with Clock Tower. 3 is the only one I played. 3 was very like kind of conventional survival horror, except for the fact that most of it is just being chased by a single enemy. But yeah, that was a cool game, and I just really like the genre a lot. And yeah, non-binary as fuck. I feel like a non-binary monarch when I play survival horror. Yeah, I always wanted to make a game in that genre really, really, really badly. But there's some cool stuff happening in indie games with it, I noticed. Like there's that one game, I forgot what it was called. That looked pretty interesting. It did some stuff I didn't think looked appealing at all. And shit like that. But the general yeah, there's some problems with this animation right now. It's not quite reading right, but let's just keep rolling. We'll figure it out. The nice thing about animation is that it's not super hard to nudge something from not working into working. So let's just keep rolling. Yes. After Kami-sama, yep, he because I still didn't watch the whole thing, but apparently it was a repeat of Charlotte's and Angel Beats, where the ending was not good. Because he just can't. He just couldn't do endings. He got cursed. He got cursed starting with Angel Beats, so he just couldn't do endings. Or, maybe, who knows why. I have theories on why, going off of, like, Headbond and stuff. I have theories on why, but at any rate, yeah, and that was, like, a big, thing. That was a big dumpster fire thing, and that he got really upset and shit. And yeah, it's funny, because people felt like he was recycling, because he made that project with the idea of like, oh, I've been trying to do new shit with like Angel Beats and Charlotte, and it like didn't live up to what people wanted. So the whole was the whole Genten concept. It was like Genten ni Kaeru or something, was like the concept of the whole project and stuff. And like, yeah, that was just like, I didn't like that concept. I didn't like that he was, it felt like it was on bad footing, because what was good about Angel Beats and Charlotte was just so good, and I wanted to see him just go into more of that. The thing is that, Kami-sama, I've seen like 3 episodes now. I still have not brought myself to have, actually watch the rest. It was so fucking good. I mean, he's like, even in his anime, his 3 anime, which he considers failures, his anime originals, even though he considers them failures, when they're good and what's good about them, he was just kind of better than ever in them. And Angel Beats is probably my favorite work from him ever as a result. The last 2 eps, even despite that. That's what was so great about Headbond, because Headbond, with Heaven Burns Red now, he is totally embracing this kind of like new way of doing things. Like, he's very Headbond is like very kind of new for him, but it has some of his older traits to it. It even has stuff like, it's just a mix of a lot of things, and he's just absolutely like better than ever now, and it's just insane. Well, he actually said he did a little training arc before it, which I think definitely shows. And yeah, it's just insane. It's insane now. But yeah, no, what I saw of comics, I absolutely loved. I can forgive a shit ending. Like, I don't care. Charlotte was harder to forgive, just because Charlotte was working off of so much build up that him like not delivering on it was much more painful, I think. Kami-sama, though, already like read the interview talking about his improvement in Heaven Burns. No, is that a recent one? I haven't looked at any recent stuff, because I have only I've been off the Headbond wagon for a little bit, and I only just came back to play the recent Angel Beats event because it was limited time. But I'm gonna get back on pretty soon. But I'm interested if that's a newer one, or if you're referencing an older one. But yeah, at any rate, yeah. No, it's funny because he's that's just like his thing. That's just his personality. He's permanently an emotional wreck. And that's just his personality. That's it's probably linked to why he's so good at writing, because that's just how he is. He's just a nut. Because even during Headbond, he made a new Twitter. And during Headbond, during Headbond's first 2 years, he was posting on Twitter, and he was kind of being like a high maintenance psycho for a little bit, but he got really manic when it was doing well. He got super excited and manic that it was like a successful launch and shit. But then one of the events he wrote had just a few people on Twitter saying that like it wasn't good and they didn't like it. And he had like he started having like a mini meltdown about it. And I think Key told him to delete his Twitter because then he immediately deleted the Twitter. I got the feeling it was because it was bad. It was like bad PR for him to be like apologizing to people and having like another meltdown. So sadly, he deleted his Twitter after that, and he's never come back again. The closest thing we have is just the She Is Legend account. But yeah, that event was just insane. It was fire. It was so good. I mean, he can't miss now. He's just insane. And that event was just insanely good. And Hebon went way up in the sales rankings during that event anyway. So it wasn't a financial failure or anything. So Schizo Kids. So yeah, that was kind of that. I wish he was back on Twitter. It was so fun and encouraging to see him post on Twitter, but that's just how it is, I guess. I saved most of his tweets before he deleted it. Some of them got lost, but I think I got most of the most interesting ones. Him and KU, I didn't realize KU was having meltdowns. Oh, wait, no, yeah. KU is actually known for some meltdowns, now that you mention it. Because even recently, he had a little bit of a meltdown. Yeah, I don't know, man. Making shit can make you kind of psycho, I guess. I guess that's just how it is. These industries are like no joke. If you wanna like, you know, participate in this shit, then like, I feel like a lot of creators I feel like every creator who's being competitive, at least in some form, is experiencing some form of insanity and madness, and they just show it in different ways. Some are really good at hiding it, or maybe making it appear funny or charming, perhaps. Yeah, oh, for sure, Unim, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's like, I myself would never be like that, just because, like, for so long now, I've had principles about, like, being sensitive and shit, like, because I got serious into, like, trying to write shit so long ago now that I had enough time to, like, not, like, to decide exactly how I want to treat feedback and stuff, and failures and shit, my bad. Failures and setbacks and shit, like I have really hard principles. Like, for example, like, if I write something, and I get terrible feedback for it, like, which can happen even after you've, like, because, like, recently I was, during my period where I was, moving from writing, like, I decided I don't want to write in English anymore. I started sort of, like, mixing up the way I was doing things a little bit and trying new shit, and trying to, like, plan ahead of time, like, what writing in Japanese, like, might look or feel like. And I showed some people some shit from that period, and yeah, the feedback was, like, terrible. Like it's funny because, like, 1 minute you can show people shit and they're like, oh yeah, man, this is such great shit. And then, yeah, and then you can try to mix your shit up and do something new, and it can just be a fucking disaster. Even if it's, like, emotionally painful, I'm very strict with myself about not being, like, ashamed or regretting anything, because, like, as long as you're trying to do a thing to the best of your ability, I believe there's just nothing to regret.
and shit. It's kind of, anyway, that's how I feel. So I think it's important to like be really, always try to make your shit good, obviously, but I don't think there's anything to regret if you're, Apparently, when he was asked to take head the narrative for Heaven Burns Red, he pretty much told them to scrap everything they had already done. Yeah, I heard he gave the designers hell, which is crazy. It's for the best. I mean, look at how good it's turning out. So, exactly. Yeah, that's really true, Unum. It's very true. That is very true. Because it's like, as far as like feedback goes too, it's like there's always different goals when doing something. And I think it's just, it all depends on I guess your general goals and perspective on things. Because like I've talked to my brother about this, who just does art stuff. He doesn't write or anything, but he said when it comes to art, like, he does often just, like, feel disownment towards shit he wish he did better and shit. And, that's more in, like, the Jun Maeda philosophy, but, which I respect, but for me, I'm very big. I'm very, very big on just like ultimately not giving a shit, because it's like at the end of the day, it's like I'm only making shit because I want to make shit. And like I would never apologize for any part of the process or feel ashamed of any part of that process. So that's kind of like my perspective, but when I'm doing my new music stuff, I strive for something between 40, 60, 60-40 in terms of love-hate audience. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense a lot, yeah. Because I feel like more than 60% of the audience like it. I haven't gone far enough in making something new and experiment. Yeah, no. That makes a lot of sense. Goal is to try to make something new in a way that I can uniquely add to the scene's discourse. But for instance, games, music, dance, the goals would be very exactly. That's kind of like I was talking earlier about how like as I'm finding myself like writing the story for the game, for example, I'm very, very conscious about only doing stuff that I know I've done before and I know works. I know I've already gotten good feedback for like the approach that I'm going to be using. I'm very much thinking about, is this entertaining? Is this interesting? At least to people who like the genre. Is this interesting to people who like this genre? Is this what people, but I was saying how like at the same time, I'm also working on like a novel in Japanese. And that's where I'm putting more of the like trying to step outside of what I'm used to a little more and shit. And I'm still being careful about it. Like I want it to work and be good. But yeah, if it's like detestable to some people, that's probably good, because probably means that like probably means that I genuinely stepped into, a new thing, new territory. But at any rate, yeah. But yeah, as far as the game, obviously, I want people to like the game as much as humanly possible, so. I'm trying to make it the sum of like just everything I've learned, basically. It's funny because I did show
some of my early stuff of the novel I'm working on to someone, actually, recently. And he actually did give me extremely negative feedback. He's like, what the fuck is this? Why are they just talking so much immediately? It was Strib, if anyone's wondering, if you know Strib. See, this is so ridiculous. You can't do this. And I'm like, all right, fine. So I reworked it to make it more accessible while still like keeping what I wanted as much as possible. Keeping all the functional stuff, making sure it's still the same story and all that shit, and nothing essential has changed. And yeah, he liked that one a lot. Sometimes you just, I'm so used to that type of thing at this point that it's fun and interesting to think about what someone else wants to see from a thing. Obviously, what's most important is that your shit's good, obviously. Like that's always the most important thing, that you know what you're doing. Yes, it's going to be like an LN. I don't know if I'll draw any pictures for it or stuff. Maybe I'll ask my brother to draw some shit, but yeah, it's just going to be a basic LN type thing, and it should be cool. It's I'm doing something kind of quirky with the plot that I've never done before. It's meta in a way that I don't usually go for, but I wanted to learn more about like that type of thing. So the we'll have to see if that like goes over. I'll have to see after I finish the draft and read it back if like I was successful there or not. But genre-wise too, it's a little bit. I think it's pretty normal. Like there's stuff that I've read that's similar. Plenty of stuff that's similar. But basically, it's just supposed to be about like a witch committee, like like in classic Oda fashion, like cute witches, and it's gonna turn into a little like kind of what do you call it? Like, I guess sort of Umineko-ian. It's going to be a little Ryukishian. People already said that. I already told my concept to some people, and they're like, nice, you ripped off Umineko. It's very different from Umineko, but it's not going to be Umineko at home. It will distinguish itself. Anyway, I'll talk more about it as I have more shows. I should be posting the first chapter pretty soon. The first chapter is almost done. I'm just a little tiptoey with it because I don't have a ton of time to work on it. And I'm writing in Japanese, straight to Japanese, so there's a lot of learning to do. But it's coming out well, and Japanese people have been saying it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I'm probably going to put it on Naro show sets. Very likely. Alright, I don't think this is a good idea as far as these particles. I think this is a bad idea. Yeah, this might be fine. This kind of ripple effect, perhaps, perchance. The specific complaint I got was that I broke into was that the opening scene kind of ruthlessly breaks into almost like CG DCT, like Yonkoma Slice of Life type mind's eye antics, like too quickly for him to get his bearings, especially considering it's supposed to be a story that gets like more heavy and serious and shit.
the dude I showed it to did not like that. He was like, "You gotta change this." So I'm like, "All right, whatever." So I kept all that shit, but I let it introduce a more like reflective, slightly serious, kind of reflective, slightly ominous mood from the start real quick, so that like you can get a little bit more sense of setting and shit and like what you might expect. And it's probably just better. It's probably just better that way. But the thing is, I get really stubborn when I'm writing novels and shit because of the thing we were just saying. Like, I like thinking of novels as like my personal time, my personal expression. It's not like making a game where it's like the point is to please people. Well, the point is to do what you want, but it's to find the fusion between pleasing people and doing what you want. But yeah, it probably just made it better. All right, this is probably wrong, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Busy spring with gigs, but much chiller summer, so I was starting to get back into daily Japanese reading. Nice. Sanada. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Oh, interesting. This looks cute as fuck. It looks like kind of reminds me of Aoki Ume's style. I've never heard of this, but I'll put this. I will put this on the list. Oh, it's short. Yeah. Yeah, let me know what you think when you're done with it. Gonna write a Toku-inspired piece for a Japanese baritone. Is that bird? I don't know. I can't read. Baritone opera singer next year, and I want to write the lyrics in Japanese. Oh, yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Absolutely. That would be epic. Oh, it's a Necosoft classic. Yeah, I figured Frag would not. I was saying the other day how like I'm probably not gonna get that many VNs in this year because of how much work I have to do, and also the fact that I want to be a little bit more light novel focused right now. But let's see. Oh, it literally is Aoki Ume. Oh, that's crazy. You should go back to rants now that it broke strip base. That's true. Well, I did play a minute of Kichikuo, non-binary monarch rant yesterday. I'm really liking Kichiku so far, so we're gonna finish it. Maybe the momentum of Kichiku will probably make me want to play some of the others, but I might be a heretic and play the games in the order I feel like playing. So we can own the frags and the strips at the same time. There's actually a ball clip I am gonna pull up from Kami to Kami. Dragon Ball. How do I get to this fucking
movie. Where is this shit? I bet if I just typed in YouTube, like... Nah, it probably would not be a good idea. Oh, I think it's under... It's under Battle of the Gods, okay. Let's see. Surprisingly few clips. Okay. Alright, well, it's mostly just about making it pulse. That really is the most important part with the beams, is just that they pulse properly. So, well, whatever. Should work out. If it's messed up, I can always just fix it. Kichiku O rants. It's like the 5th rants game, I want to say. It's like a map painter strategy type thing. As long as you take... Okay, so you have to play 10 last. Alright. Did I redo a healer? No. I did see, like, some of the first episode, though. It seemed really funny. I will probably watch it at some point. Kaifu Kujutsu Shino Yanashi. Yeah, no, I did not, but I will probably watch it at some point because it definitely seemed funny. Fumomo. Welcome. Yes. Kichiku is the final one in the original set before before modern rants. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Yeah, I only wanted to pulse like once, and then I wanted to do the thing where it just kind of dissipates. Okay. All right. I think I got a vision here. The original rants ever, actually. It's kind of a hot take, but that's actually one of my favorite games ever. I honestly think it's a masterpiece. That's why the remake filtered me. I absolutely fucking love that game, though. It's super fucking impressive, too, for, like, its time and shit. Yeah, I like the original one, like not even the remake. I tried playing the remake, but I couldn't really get through it because I like the original too much, and I don't agree with some of the decisions of the of the remake. But no, I fucking love that game. I really genuinely love that game. Alright, as far as this ripple thing, like typically you wanna, if you wanna show speed, I show speed. You really need this like this wipe effect. So I wonder if like ripple into wipe is valid. Maybe if you just do it like this. I was thinking of just skipping 1 and 2 in both continuity and just picking back up with the 3 remake. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're missing much. I mean, if you like retro games, I highly recommend the original, if that's your thing. But otherwise, I mean, it's not, I don't think there's some kind of, I didn't play 2, but while I compliment the original for its storytelling in that context, it's not some riveting narrative that you need to experience. I mean, there's certainly better things I can think of doing with your time than playing either the original Rants or the remake. As much as I think the remake is, you know, definitely a good game, and as much as I personally love the original, I don't think it's like, even if you want to play the other ones, I don't think that like that's a must do. Other 80s eroge, I want to say Rants is the only one I even played as far as 80s eroge goes. I think Rants is the only one. Oh well, I watched through the entire playing of Little Princess, which is basically just proto Rants. That shit was really silly, but very, very soulful. Yes, there are very few games, including VNs maybe for the 90s, that are worth playing. However, I do like the Famicom a lot. I like Famicom games a lot. A lot of Famicom games are from the 80s, and I like Famicom a lot. But it's not for everyone. It is not for everyone. Yeah, most people, I forgot his name. I'll look up his name real quick so I don't just refer. There's a few names that were like big during the 90s, and like their shit's worth playing for sure. He's like the Dragon Knight guy. His shit, I didn't like play all his shit yet, but yes. Kano Hiroyuki. His shit, definitely worth it, from the 90s. And then there's like a few others and stuff. You can also see like, yeah, shit like Jun Maeda's like early days, like with Moon and 1 and stuff, which if you like his shit, definitely worth it because it's interesting. Moon's not like great or anything, but it's interesting for sure. It's interesting to see that early stuff. But in general, most people agree that the shit is just not worth it. It's like a niche interest. Like you got to be like into retro shit, and like speaking of Jun Maeda, he himself said like, oh, eroge only got particularly interesting at the, you know, second half of the 90s. Was when it was getting interesting. So you're not missing anything integral to actual eroge itself.
Yeah, about the first half of the 90s, I haven't found anything that I'm interested in between DQC and ETH. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense for sure. I like retro games a lot, so like just seeing what was made is interesting to me. I would love to buy a machine like a PC-98 and shit at some point. But no, you're definitely not like actually missing anything integral. I'm wondering if there should be like some kind of thing here, some kind of, maybe not. Alright, I hate that I have to keep exporting this after every like little simple frame, but it's just because I have no idea what I'm doing. I just gotta like make sure it's going the way I pictured. Also gotta take a piss in 2 seconds. All right, I think it's actually shockingly working. I think some of the sizes are off, some things are a little not right, but I think we're getting something.
Something is happening.
I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'll show you real quick. There's not like much to see yet because it's like this one's not gonna look like much until it's done, but it is a thing. It is becoming some kind of thing. I'll give it a proper review when it's done. It's becoming something. This one I want to be pretty snappy, but we'll figure out the exact timings and clean up whatever needs to be cleaned up after. We gotta skip this track because it's annoying. Yeah, so we're gonna pulsate it. Hold on, I gotta look at some reference for a sec. Oh, I just realized the current task still says copy warm-ups. Quick warm-up. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so with the pulsing shit, it's like... It looks like it does... It does 2 frames of shrink, and then 1 frame where it snaps back cyclically. So this would be the snapback, and then from here we'd want 2 frames of shrink. Frames of shrink. I only want it to pulse once. After it pulses once, I then want it to do this cool little dissipate thing. There's actually the animation I'm actually going to be referencing for its dissipation is actually not like real animation. I always found the beam animation in the Pokemon trading card game for the GB, for the Game Boy. I always found that really satisfying, the way it like dissipates. I was gonna kind of give it that feel. So I just want it to pulsate once and then dissipate like that. Oh, that's the Riviera soundtrack. Let's get some Mario Golf back, some Goose, our White Goose vibes. Perchance. Okay. I haven't heard that name in years. Yeah. Sadly, he fell off, man. He fell the fuck off. He's so washed. He has become a stereotypical boomer. I hate to say it. It's like he looks like a boomer too now. Like he looks very old. He aged not gracefully. I miss his prime. So I miss his good old streams and shit. Yeah, he's so funny. He in my opinion is the single most talented entertainer of all time. That's my opinion. I think he's the absolute best. He's the pinnacle. It's such a shame too, because like his vision, he had this vision for speedrunning as this funny, he almost wanted to turn it into this dramatic almost I don't know. He wanted it to be funny and dramatic and entertaining and shit, but no one let him cook. So it's sad. It's tragic. The one I need to see is actually this one. I'm gonna take that. I'm just gonna. I normally supposed to use the onion a certain way for this, but oh no, we're just gonna dupe. Gonna dupe this shit. Call this 10. No, 10. We're gonna plop it here. Think I'm gonna have to do a trace on Perfector face angle because I'm not getting much results from doing yeah, that's always good. When you get stuck, just trace that shit. Do you think instances where you can't properly draw something no matter how many times you attempt it is a knowledge-based issue rather than skill? Yeah, typically. Typically, it's because something's just not clicking. Like you keep overlooking something integral, or you keep misinterpreting something. So it's usually going to be much more on the cold knowledge, as I call it, rather than the hot knowledge. Lack of cold knowledge can turn an amazing artist into let's just put it this way, it can humble anyone of any skill level. When someone does something that they don't know all the info about, it can, their shit can look silly no matter how good they are. Some people just know fucking everything, but it's rare. Okay, yeah. So we want it to kind of fatten. I want it to have a fattening feeling. Alright, let's try this. Let's see how this looks. God, it's crazy how time consuming this shit is. Just a simple beam takes. I mean, normally it would be fast, but I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so. Yeah, it's kind of working. There's a lot of things that I think have to change, but it's kind of doing what I wanted it to do. I'm gonna have to change some of the effects here and stuff, and after this point I think it can just start dissipating and I think it'll be fine. So let's give it a shot. pull up. Pokemon trading card game. Game Boy. Sprites. Shit. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so it's actually this beam animation is really satisfying. The fuck. Boom, boom. I'll think about if I want to utilize like extra colors or whatever after. I'll probably do something with that. Shit. Okay, so we want to give it like a dissipating kind of thing. Yeah, so I think basically what it just needs to it needs to have like a like this type of thing. Or it looks like it's kind of shredding apart. Yeah, because it's funny, because like one of the reasons Saito is able to be so in depth with his corrections when he corrects shit that people send in is because he's such like a knowledge powerhouse. Like he knows so much shit. Like versatility wise, he has so much versatility and stuff, and like really cold knowledge about shit. However, even with him, you'll see sometimes when correcting shit, like, he has to kind of just nudge the thing he's doing into the way he would do it. Because, like, everyone is like that. Like, everyone has they have, like, their limits of what they know. And, you know, that's just, you go outside what you know, you know. It's just, like, job class trained shit, like. Shit's gonna humble you. Alright, so we want like a... just kind of like a... Alright, the question is what exactly should it look like?
I almost feel like there should be a second color here, but we'll start without any other color. We'll just use like lines to define it for now. I'm trying to think what exactly it should. Maybe I do have to look at some like real animation for this because I have no idea what the fuck this would even be. Maybe it should just be like yeah, I mean maybe literally this type of thing is fine for now. Oh, I know, yeah, it should definitely have a an alternative color though, like towards the side. It should have something to like trap it in more for sure. That's sometimes why the best artists aren't always the best teachers. Also, too locked into their own practice. Yeah, absolutely true. The most famous successful composition teacher would just tell you how he would do it. Yeah, it's exactly true. Yeah, so it's extremely true. Because like if you take between like Saito and Kakage, like who's more powerful like in terms of skill, it's Kakage, but like when he corrects it, he just shows you how he would do it. He doesn't have that ridiculously versatile system that Saito has. By the way, there's a video where they both do like gesture drawing together. As almost kind of, they have like almost like a gesture drawing race. That video is insanely funny. Because Kakage keeps like jump starting before the timer. He keeps like taking a lead. And Saito doesn't want to like tell him to stop doing that. He doesn't want to tell him to stop jumping the gun. He's getting kind of like, he's getting A-mogged a little bit. Which is very funny. It's funny too, because Saito's usually pretty like good about shit like that. He usually doesn't let people like fuck with him like that, but it's really, really funny. Yeah, I'll try to find it for sure. Meant the most famous composition teacher. Oh, I've had. Oh, I see. Yeah, so you have first-hand experience. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is really funny. Let's see. Will the chat block my links? Does that show up for anyone? Nice. Nice. Okay, I think I see it. The way it has to be done is it has to appear as if the white is sort of like the I'll clean this shit up later once I know that the motion's working, but it has to be as if the white is like as if it's like light pulsing through. But yeah, let's just make sure that the motion works first, and then I'll make sense out of this whole fucking thing. Okay, so boom. Yeah, they probably don't want you to leave the site exactly. That's probably how it is. Okay, so now it's going to be like pretty shredded away. Oh, wait. We want the contour to stay kind of strict. I forgot, because you don't want the actual contour to shred, or it loses its, it loses what makes this animation charming. You just want the inside to shred away. Gonna head to get things ready for out of town performance this week. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no problem. You know, I'll be streaming a lot more frequently now, so whenever. Take it easy. Best of luck with all your music ventures. I'm still not sure where exactly each color should specifically go and shit, but whatever, we'll just see how it looks after. I should have a pretty good idea of what to do with it. I don't think I want blue shit in the middle. I think I want white shit. This is probably not quite the right idea, but I think this should be stricter, more strictly defined. Yeah, I think... Yeah, you can't have too much like stretched between it, because then it doesn't look like it's actually separating. It needs to look like it's like, yeah, firmly dissipating. I don't know if should have shit like that or not. Probably not. This top should probably be more defined. I gotta plug my phone in. Okay. Yeah, so this shit does that, and then, yeah, there would just be one more final one, or one final one. Where it would be, yeah, okay, so now even this would, the contour would even be dissipated. Fumofu. Would you ever be interested in living in Japan and working on Japanese otaku media, or are you trying to stick to the Western Ota stuff? I would very much like to. One of my, like... Okay, well, first off, I'm actually very strongly considering, straight up, working on anime a little bit remotely. Now that I'm getting into kind of some animation shit. Like, I have a... Here, let me pull it up real quick. I actually have a little, like, animation. A little character animation I'm even... working on. Just here and there, just as, like, some fan art. Because I do want to get into the animation stuff. Where are we at? Oh, wait, I don't have to pull it up. I can just show you by... Hold on. I just gotta pull up Share X. Well, basically, at any rate, yeah. I would like to work on, you know, just basic, like, grunt, like, secondary key work would be cool. Whatever it is, Doga work. Would be cool to do. Just to, you know, get some experience with that. But as far as more bigger aspirations, if I can become like a respected, effectively Japanese writer, like I myself am not obviously racially Japanese, but like to be a writer who can write in Japanese and you know, be respected for that and stuff, I would like to get into you know, maybe stuff like writing anime originals and shit. If I could like get enough kone in the industry and get respected and all that shit, that would be sick. You know, so who knows? Like, I would be down for working on anything, as long as it has people that I like working on it. Like, it's, you know, I would do anything, as long as it's with people I would want to work with. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I'm just roughing it out right now. But here's like the first frame. I was gonna time a little bit of this to a voice in the first Neptune game. It's going to be timed to an actual voice line, the animation. Here's a little bit of rough motion testing stuff. And yeah, I'll finish this at some point. And yeah, I want to get some animator gigs. That would be, because you can do that remotely now. You can just, right from America, you can pick up some gigs and stuff. So I only plan on considering moving to Japan once I financially stay the plot and when I have at least 5 to 10. Yeah, no, that's a good idea, Fuzzy. I think if I think the best way to go to Japan is always like, you know, you saw that the Japanese language, and yeah, exactly, like you're already like good at the stuff you want to be good at and stuff. Like I think Japan treats you, you know, your experience there would always be a lot better with those circumstances. There are people who you know, kind of start a new life there sometimes, and it works out very well. But I don't think it's the norm. I think typically the people who have the best time there are the people who have already... Oh, I just realized you can't... Oh, I just showed people nothing. What the fuck? The people who have the best time there... tend to be people who already have like a strong career and all that shit, and they're just transferring, you know, and again, they're good at Japanese, and they're just kind of transferring their whole... I posted this on the server. This is just, yeah, what I was saying. It's just, here's the first frame. It's going to be timed to a voice line. Here's me testing out some motion stuff, and this will all get properly redrawn once all the motion's right and everything, and there'll be much more frames to everything, but just testing shit out and roughing shit out. Yeah, exactly, flat face. Yep, there's a lot of foreigners giving it a bad name like Johnny. That's actually what's funny about Johnny, is that I used to joke, I'm like, nah, he's our guy because he's letting Japan know how he's red pilling Japan on how dangerous foreigners are. But yeah, for sure, like the more you can already have like a good thing going, that you're just sort of moving over to Japan, the better. The less you have to like start your life over in Japan, the better. Those are the people who I think always do the best. Even though there are some people who can pull it off, but typically, yeah, it's the more you can just move something that's already going good there, that tends to be the best. Like like Gams, if anyone knows Gams I think moved recently, and he's got a really good job and shit, and he's got that solid Japanese foundation and stuff, and I think he's having a very good time. So he actually was in like Korea for a little bit, I think, and stuff, and no, I already said it, but I plan on going crazy this summer. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Fumofu, what got you into studying Japanese in the first place? Well, the short answer is just being into, just being general, like into general weeb shit. Like, you play a lot of Japanese games, you like anime. As far as what actually got me able to start properly really learning it, it was finding AJAT, Katsumoto AJAT, in like
It was 2013 when I found him, which is unfortunate because I wish I found him sooner. Because I had been trying to learn for even years prior, but it just wasn't working because nothing works if you don't know the proper way to do it. Yeah, cats like completely saved my neck there. So, yeah. So it was yeah. So it was cats was the one that got me properly doing it. But it was something I had wanted to do since I was literally like 9 years old. I had wanted to learn Japanese and stuff. Just gotta be able to draw a four-loner. I think I know what you mean, but yeah. That might be using some slang, I don't know. Alright, let's see. Oh, for longer? Yeah. It's endurance. That just builds up for sure. Also, what you're doing, the specific thing. There's general drawing endurance, but then there's like subject endurance. Like, if you're really used to drawing faces, especially from certain angles, you're just going to use less. You're going to consume less mana to draw that face and angle again. You know, so there's stuff like that. All right. There are problems. There are many problems. There are many problems, but I know how to fix them. Okay, first of all, it can't turn into this fucking cylinder at the end. That's dumb. So I think we'll fix that first. And then I want to fix up the timings because everything is going too fast. So let's just fix that first. One thing at a time. For me personally, from my very humble opinion on music, I would say no question. The most important thing in music is like, I don't know. I don't want to be too biased, but I honestly just think it's just melody plus rhythm. I think if the melody is really strong and the rhythmic shit of it is really strong, like the both the literal percussions and the actual, because every sound has some kind of percussive quality to it. So like, especially like sharper sounds, like piano notes have some properties of drums inherently in them and stuff. So like the rhythmic / percussive quality plus the general balance of the melody, in my opinion, in the structure, and then the overall structure, because they're pretty linked. In my opinion, that is key. Because honestly, I think it's similar to drawing. Because it's like, with drawing, what's arguably like the most fundamental quality? Like, what's the thing you can't be without? Gesture. You cannot be without gesture. Like, you need... Gesture is the thing that, like, determines everything after. So I think it's kind of like that. Like, you need that good gesture, or you have nothing. Even a drawing with like things mucked up and stuff, like, it's gonna retain its integrity a lot longer and a lot better the stronger that like fundamental gesture and articulation of the shapes, the gestural quality of the shapes is. So in my opinion, my very, very humble opinion on music, that is the most important thing, I think. Especially, too, because, like, you take a fantastic composition, like, you can put it in, like, a shit sound design context. And, like, you're not gonna stop noticing it's a good fucking composition. Like, you can play, like, the shittiest default MIDI sounds for like, I don't know, like the Kokiri Forest in OOT, and it's still gonna sound amazing because it's just such a good composition. So that is my opinion. Some may disagree. Yeah, it's so true. Flat face, like the flat expression, like the there's so, like, I feel like Mahler, what's his name? You know, Mahler. I forget his first name, but I feel like he just poisoned the well of Gustav. Yeah, Gustav Mahler. Like, I feel like he just represents everything wrong with like the mentality from which Western music started getting approached. The 1456 can go. Yeah. Is that? I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, that's like the movie one, right? Yeah, like I feel like that philosophy of like you said, like overly orchestral snooze fest shit. Yeah, like that's such like an issue. Because I remember Josh talking about Ongaku Concept. Josh, he was talking about how movie pop, maybe, exactly. Yeah, that's what I figured. He was talking about how like Japanese music tends to always just be like literally just have way literal more going on. Like the melodies tend to be just more complex and last like literally just balance more, like do more shit within them. And there tends to just be like more tracks at once that like make up a song and shit. And you can definitely like really hear it a lot. Like it's not like that's always gonna be the case or that's always better, but like yeah, that's, I mean, play some American pop, you know, for 20 minutes and then switch to like, you know, some really good fucking Annie songs or something. The difference is shocking. But yeah, maybe when the demo is close to coming out, we'll have like a nice little music arc where I'll try to get my music as listenable as possible, and we'll just focus on music for a little bit and try to polish the soundtrack a little bit for the demo. That should be interesting and fun. Some people can maybe help me a little bit. It's the only part of this project that's like not just like routine in the bag shit. It's the one part of this project where I'm like sort of leaping off the cliff. And it's really just for the demo, because after the demo I should have money to hire a composer and all that shit. But just that first demo, that's the issue. But it should be fun. I mean, I've already started, and I think, in my opinion, it's going well, so. I am improving, too, because, like, I do keep up with, like, my ear training reps and shit. And I do periodically, you know, work on my shit a little bit and stuff, my musical shit, my musical chops, but. Which composers do you consider to be the best reflection of Oda culture? That and just God tier. I would say, like, in general, like when you get dudes like okay, well, you got like Manyo, right? Who's just kind of like, I don't know if anyone else would call him this, but he's sort of just like the king of like VN music. And he's just obviously godly. He's been handling like all the Hebon arrangement stuff and all that shit. He just has so many credits and shit, and his shit is just always like fire. There's a real, the thing that I think makes you immediately go, oh, there's like an Ota quality to the sound versus, you know, there's not, you know, maybe it's just general, you know, coming from a more general musical place versus like a more specific like Ota quality. It's really when it's hitting those moods that are very like specific to what because there's a whole host of moods and types of expression and stuff that are kind of just unique to otaku culture and like Ota works and stuff. Like so many, I mean, I could probably list them off all day, like what kind of moods are unique to Ota works, and I think anyone can easily think of many. Certain types of drama, certain types of non-drama, even just certain types of like, especially when it comes to like more like kind of Nichijou driven stuff, and all that shit. Like there's so many unique moods to Ota shit, and when music really specifically goes for that, capturing those moods, you know, that's when you can tell whoever is doing it like is very familiar with those specific moods and is, you know, obviously steeped in some kind of you know, Ota culture, has EXP with that whole thing. So yeah, so definitely him for sure. He's like clearly one of the goats. Under 17, did he compose for that? I haven't played a single Uchikoshi or whatever. Oh, wait, I'm thinking of fucking Ever 17. No, Ever 17 is... Yeah, that's right, Under 17. Have I heard any of their shit? I do remember the name, but yeah. They were a singer duo, yeah. Let's see, did I play? Oh, okay, so they did Popotan. That's probably the only thing I would even be familiar with that they did. Yeah, Akiba K band. Yeah, because like that's why you're able to get such kind of like Akiba K type bands in the first place, because of the specific like what type of like obviously like, especially when it comes to like idol shit and stuff, like, you know, everyone knows that there's specific expressions of like fucking, you know, cuteness and shit that are just so specific to Ota shit and stuff, that it just, you know, that's like, you know, that's just like a no-brainer as far as, you know, like a lot of you know, like you hear like what's his name? He doesn't do much these days, I don't think, but you know, like what's his name? KZ. Drawing a mental block. Yeah, live too. KZ live too. Like the way he composes, you know, it's like it's going heavily off of that specifically like a specific like cute aesthetic that like only exists in Ota shit. It's not even just like a generic like cute thing. It's like it's a very specific type. I have a list of songs that I like for different reasons and try to study them and break down each element. Yeah, I've been doing that. I've been slacking off with that lately, but I was doing that for several years and stuff. And well, no, I've been doing it. I've been doing it lately. I was looking at a couple tracks like the other day. In fact, when I got back into music, I was really looking at closely at the Umare Ochiru Sekai track, the track that plays when you first boot up Little Busters and shit. It's such a good track. It's really looking at that closely and stuff. I started transcribing one of the tracks. I like. It's a very like simple track. It kind of sounds like Breezy from FF8, but like simpler at home. From Dark Blue, I love that track. Stream Side. I was like making a Famicom version of it. It's like almost done. Do I have it on this computer? No, I think it's on my other computer. Yeah, it's so cool to analyze music and shit because it's just like, for me, it's been several years since I got into music. It's been several years since like I started taking it like kind of seriously. But it still feels like very like new to me. Everything still feels like really new to me, so it's always like so. There's that excitement. I still have that kind of like, I guess you could say like honeymoon effect excitement when it comes to music. I think like writing and even art have gotten so routine to me that I don't get that like real like kind of thrill out of analyzing either one so much anymore. It's more like a sense of duty to improve and stuff. But all right, we're getting closer, but the way the particles separate looks really silly at the end. We need to fix that up. Also, there needs to be... I'll figure it out. I knew this one would take a character songs. Yeah, character songs are such a cool thing. There's a couple ones that I absolutely love. I'm trying to think of which ones. I love all the index ones a lot. Especially I love the Misaka Sisters ones and Last Orders. It's such a good character song. Yeah, those are so cool. It's a lot of good ones. Yeah, because it's such an interesting concept, because it's like... It's, because it's not like it's based... the technically closest thing is like... like theater type things, but it's not like they're based in the show tunes music tradition at all. They're just totally their own type of thing, based more in the general overarching, pop, J-pop, jazz, whatever type tradition. Okay, so the issue is that I think if we make like little particles stand out, like scraps, like dissipated scraps, I think it'll work. I think this will work.
But yeah, like because like a lot of too like obviously a lot of like internet born producers and stuff are obviously like that was what's so interesting about like the whole yeah, I should use Ace, right? I really should. Next time we'll do it. We'll do it for sure. Oh, Aspire. That's not A Sprite. That's a different thing. Unless that's a typo. I assume you meant A Sprite. Yeah, typo. Yeah. I looked at Aspire is a thing. It's like some business thing. No, I really should. I'll switch. I'll switch. No question. But yeah, like the whole like internet-born producer thing is interesting because it's you know it's a lot like how when the Illustrator boom happened, you know, because of the internet platform and shit, and that shit's funny because obviously a lot of it gave birth to the whole like music video thing, the like Oda culture related / like you know the sort of Illustrator music video or sometimes normal anime music video type thing, you know, heavily pioneered by like Vocaloid shit and stuff, which is just such a cool thing that exists. And I would seriously love to get one like Needy Girl got to promote the game, but I'm gonna need a fuck ton of money for that. But we'll see, because I really, really would like to get that. Just finished the trace and the copy I did. But yeah. Epic. Yeah, it's nice because you can just target what you're not getting and just weed it out. Yes. Trace on. Alright, let's see how we're doing now. Okay. Alright, I'm getting much happier with it. The issue now is the particles disperse in a very ugly random way, and also the sides should be much more defined. Sure enough. We need some kind of definition here. So it looks silly without that. You need something to give a sense that the shit is enclosed. Only began to understand the Oda media when I realized the importance of Arrow. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense because it's so steeped in it, and it's we were kind of talking about it earlier how like the approach, what is unique to Oda culture, and the way that they approach art and shit, it imbues Arrow shit with like meaning that doesn't exist without, you know, their specific approach. Because it's like, you have all this design work that has like inherent properties to it, specific focuses, specific goals, specific moods and stuff, specific aesthetics it's trying to convey. And then good writers take that and they extrapolate like concepts and ideas that are, you know, deep and meaningful, that take into account things such as like the level of like sexual appeal slash just general attractiveness. Okay, well that helped a little bit. General attractiveness of the characters and stuff like that. You know, like again, just take like Index or something. Would Index be Index if Index wasn't, you know, a cute semi-loli with like all the properties that goes into that art and shit? Like, would the very concept of the story be born in the first place? Definitely not. No, like you can't derive that concept from just only having like humanism to work with. Would you say that the approach to improving in music is similar to improving art, such as making copies? Yeah, I would say for sure, because like, again, just going off of Josh, Ongaku Concept Josh, he always swore by transcription. I think the difference is that music has some elements of let's ignore this shit for now. There's some other stuff I want. Actually, you know what? Let's change the timing up. Let's add some space. Let's add a little space to that first. Yeah, because like he was a big transcription believer. He would talk about how important it was. Obviously, not just to I think that one of the differences between art and music is that art is like very, very physical. Have the most physical face. Like, art is very, very physical, and analysis always kind of like, how would I describe it? It kind of like, okay. All right, now I know what we're doing. All right. We're actually going to change up. We're going to change the approach rule. Analysis kind of naturally follows muscle memory in art. You still need to analyze and think in art at a point, but it kind of like comes to you a little bit more straightforwardly than it will with like literature and music, which is why I think like, I mean, that's why people develop such complex like you know, music theory things and stuff with music in the first place, to just help them organize things, because it's like it's so complicated. There's so much to organize, and some of these ideas get very abstract and stuff in such a way that you know, like art is just inherently a little bit more intuitive. So that's why, like, yeah, like really thinking, like actually really, really carefully thinking about every little thing, and like seeing the type of more like, I guess, like complex analysis shit is, I think, like uniquely helpful with, because I know for me especially, like I would you know, again, just with my my humble endeavors into music, like I would always notice every time I would learn like a new theoretical concept, like a new aspect of some music theory shit or something. All right, this is actually a terrible idea. We're gonna do this. I'm probably just gonna put this aside in a sec because I don't have the best ideas for it. Yeah. Let's reverse this. The white should go down the center. This should go. Yeah. Now we're cooking. Theory concepts would always immediately unlock new abilities and the ability to learn faster and stuff. And anytime I would notice something fundamental new in like literature, for example, it would always just immediately result in like faster learning and better observation skills. Whereas with art, I feel like anytime there's a higher, more abstract concept, you also need like the I just realized you can't see what the fuck I'm doing. You also need the you need like a lot of physical experience before the concept even makes too much sense in the first place. And
It's like in ball, how you need a high enough parallel.
Yeah.
Or you can go Super Saiyan.
Yeah, it's like needing a high enough power level to go Super Saiyan in ball. Whereas I feel like there's definitely that kind of shit with music and writing, but they're much more. I think they're just basically. I think they're much more analysis sensitive. TLDR. But yeah, otherwise I would say yeah. I think improvement's just the same with everything. Like whether it's, you want to get better at writing, read other people's shit, analyze it, try to do stuff similar to what they did. Break down you can't. There's no copying in writing because you can't copy because it doesn't work that way. There's nothing to decipher because the words are right there for you. However, there is equivalence. Like, if there's like a conversation between characters or something, create your own conversation with that same rhythm, or something in common. There's that type of thing, and that really is just like that is absolutely the core of improvement with everything. I mean, without a doubt. Okay, this should help a lot. Yeah, what we're gonna do, we're not gonna do this crap. This is retarded. This is our new 12.
Music has like obviously the very physical component of music is like obviously your ear, how trained your ear is, and writing has an equivalent. It's like how trained you are towards it's like your tonal sensitivity, like how much can you immediately identify like changes in moods, how much can you identify like passing of tension and stuff just like instantly like that and stuff. And so all three of them have their physical aspect. I just think that without question art is the most physical one.
Have I ever been to Japan? Nah, sadly I haven't. There's just never been the opportunity for it. It's not like I have like a lot of spending money set aside also. So I wouldn't be able to enjoy, even if I was to go right now, I wouldn't be able to enjoy it as much as I would like to. But I am very excited for when I eventually can go. There's just a ton of shit I want to buy too that I don't feel like proxy shipping, because proxy shipping's so expensive. Like shit like harder to get like books and stuff, and like animation materials and stuff, like sete and shit. Stuff like that. Although I'll probably end up like proxy importing some of that shit once I get like a little bit more ahead financially and shit.
Actually, here, let's pull back up this. Wait, no, not this one. Yeah, no, I would love to actually see Comic-Con. Sadly, I heard it got a little bit little bit debuffed after the whole COVID stuff, but I think it's you know, I imagine there's no way it's not going to get back on track at some point. So I would really, really love to see it. All right, there's that. Okay. Okay, I think I got this. Okay. Is there a procedure doing originals? Hello, Will. Like first gesture, then shapes or something. Yeah. It's always gesture first, no question. So I mean, some people are like weird, but typically, if you're not doing gesture first, then it's not going to happen. Typically, so like, I have made like some if you have no layers, just go really light. Go really light. Like just make your shit like so light that you can like barely like fucking see it. I mean be able to see it, but just go super light. Then with each pass, increase the hardness a little bit, you know, until eventually it's like boom. That's the best way to do that. Yeah, Fuzzy. It's like you can also put in stuff though, like for example, like when you're roughing in gesture, some people do. You'll see this especially with like sometimes really good people. Sometimes they'll be doing a gesture, and there'll be something like a piece of clothing or something. Sometimes they'll just put that in immediately, like right from the gestural stage. Like if someone has like the character has like a collar or something. You'll see people sometimes just like put that in like immediately and shit like that. Like if it's a dude in like a suit or something. But typically, yeah, because the most important thing is just establishing your directions, and you know directions always come in that. Like X and then Y, and if you have a line, you always want to counter. You want to keep in line. It's inverse always. Stuff like that. I do wish the composer reacts to insert Japanese inspired song here. It produced many. Yeah, I've seen so much junk from that. Some serious coal, no question. Also, Will, if you haven't seen Hyde, as in like Hide, if you have not seen Hyde channel do gestures, definitely check that out. Because that shit is excellent. And just lots of EXP following along with what he's doing and stuff. Alright, let's see. These might be superfluous, but... And then we don't want any of this shit.
Actually, yeah, let's just kill this off altogether. We'll switch it to a dupe of this. Oh yeah, Fumofu. Yeah, those would definitely apply to music as well. No question. No question. I mean, I try to talk pretty universally. So yeah. I mean, there's so many parallels between the three things. Actually, that would be a good video talking about parallels between the three, since I do have enough EXP in all three where I could talk pretty extensively about that. Like, what's the equivalent of what where? That's a music topic I would actually not be afraid to talk about.
Are careful copies less useful to begin than rough copies? The former always takes multiple hours. All right, well, first of all, yes, it is very normal for a careful copy, if you're a beginner, to take several hours. Sometimes, even when you're good, it can take a long time because you're trying to get something very specific out of it. So that is normal. It is not, in fact, weird. You're not doing something wrong if a careful copy is taking you a long-ass time. It's the same way, like, if you're trying to learn something new by doing an original illustration, that can sometimes go on for, like, even 100 hours sometimes, because you're just trying to learn something new from it. That is very normal. As far as which one's more useful, gesture focus is gonna make... If you want your drawings to look like better drawings sooner, then focus more on gesture. However, at some point, you need to also do lots of careful copies. So it's kind of just up to you which one you want to put your time into first. I would recommend just doing which one interests you more, because that's the one you're going to do more of and get improvements in faster. So if, like, you really want to do careful copies a lot, that's typically fine, but you can't neglect gesture, and then vice versa. Like, if you're doing lots of more gestural stuff, at some point you have to do more careful copies. But yeah, it's about doing a thing and then immediately trying to, like, apply what you learned. So if you do lots of gesture stuff, then try to, like, do, whip out originals that are similar. And if you're doing lots of careful copies, try to do a more careful drawing, shortly after. That's typically that's typically just the main way to do it. Because it's like, art is really just a collection of sub-skills, which I actually did make a clinic on this. It's just a collection of sub-skills, and the sub-skill gets better when you do that sub-skill, so. It gets very routine and scientific as you get better. So, I was about to do another set of set copies, but I realized I'll coldie this face angle based. Yes, and then if I'm working on if I just did an original piece studying what I learned. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what the fuck just happened here? Oh, I see. I was correcting this on the... Alright, well, this is our new 12 then. Yeah, because, like, one of the things I wasted a lot of brain power thinking about art in, like, needlessly complex ways. Because, there was, like, when I first got into it, there was so much, like, bad info, misinfo, and just weird ways of thinking. Very dogmatic ways of teaching rather than practical. That got me just, like, very confused about how to get better at certain things and stuff. And
Yeah, it's very, very input outputs. It's like it's not that different from learning a language. It's like if you study lots of gestures, you're gonna get better at gesture, and whatever poses you did the most of, those are your poses that are gonna be when you do originals poses similar to the poses you practice the most of. That's what's gonna be better. It's very, very input output. The type of thing you practice is the type of thing you're going to see improve. And yeah, I wasted a lot of brain cells, like, not realizing that. All right.
I think I'll do a character illustration when I sketch base.
Yeah, no, that's always good motivation. Like, especially like if you're writing. The nice thing about drawing off of your own writing is that like the vision is often very specific in that case, which gives a lot of motivation and it gives direction.
Maybe an irrational feel, but when composing, I feel that I make a work that sounds... Yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe it sounds too similar, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. I feel like that's like a issue I feel like is unique to music. Because it's like, I feel like even stories are really easy to differentiate from each other, even if the plots are like somewhat similar. It's very, like, okay, I think with writing there are parallels where like no one wants to do like a shitty version of another story. Especially if you're not aware that story even existed. Like, let's say, okay, because, like, for example, there was, like, Shiro Nagasato, which is, like, a mystery story, like an indie game mystery story that a Japanese person did recently. And, like, it had, like, odd crossover. It had, like, odd similarities to, like, Umineko at times. But it's, like, infinitely worse. And some people were like, oh, did you play Umineko or whatever? And he was like, no, I don't know anything about Umineko and shit. In that case, he didn't care because it's like, it was a niche game and the people who liked it. But yeah, I feel like that's always kind of the fear with writing. But like music, that plagiarism thing is literally kind of scary with music because it's like,
music is so broad-grained. It's like a melody is like 4 notes in a row can make up like a whole, like if the melody's kind of slow, for example, that can be like 4 notes could be like a full second, 2 seconds maybe even. And it's like it's such a broad grain. You only have 12 notes in an octave, you only have like 7 in a key, so it's like I think it's really easy to get that fear uniquely with music, but not get that fear. I do get that fear sometimes when writing a piece of dialogue or something. Like, what if there's a character that said like this exact string of words? And I mean, simple things obviously do get repeated, just like with melodies. If it's a simple enough unit, it will get repeated in multiple things. But yeah, that is a real fear. That's like a weird one, and there's no like easy solution to that, I feel like. A 4-note melody from 12 notes only produces about 21,000 melodies. That's insane. Plus, you got to remove the objectively bad ones. Exactly.
It's crazy. There is sort of a limit, so to speak. I think lately I've been noticing just how like I guess like
just how much like space is in a song, though, so to speak. Like
just how much there is to like differentiate one song from another song. So I feel like I've been thinking about this a little less, but I feel like it's really easy. It's really easy when you analyze a song to be like, to get this feeling like it has to be like this. Like, how are you ever going to get something good unless it's literally these notes? Like, this is the cheat code. This is the good notes. I feel like it can be easy to get like that. Obviously, it can be easy to feel like that with plot as well sometimes, but not to the same extent. Seven melodies a day is only 2,555 melodies a year. So true. JB pilled. Do you ever test the poses in your drawing IRL to check if they're natural to the body? Yes, well, I used to do that a lot. I used to do that a ton when I started because everything is so new. Like, if you haven't stopped and thought about how the body works, like, at all, sometimes it can just feel like you're juggling water balloons without actually taking the time to... I was actually flipping through my old folder from, like, 2018. I even had, like, videos I recorded of myself even doing different poses and stuff. Because, yeah, like, you just want to get used to, like, physical empathy with what you're drawing because it helps a lot. Nowadays, I honestly don't care at all. I feel like I'm just not... Like, I'm not even really interested if my pose doesn't make make physical sense at this point. I'm just really purely worried about the shapes and stuff. Some people who are even insanely good never stop worrying about that. Sometimes even when people are insane, they still sometimes will test their own poses and stuff. So it's kind of just like up to you how much you care about that or not. I cared about it a lot when I was learning in the earlier stages, and I don't care about it now. But there's nothing wrong with caring about it at any level. Just don't do what Yamamoto did. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That shit's fucked, man. It's fucked up, too, because he has so many, like, bangers. But they're, like, fucking... They're, like, all... They're, like, all taken from other shit. It's so funny. Like, I personally like pretty, like, verbose melodies, too. Like, I just like more verbose melodies. And obviously, like, the more verbose a melody gets, like, the longer, like, the less, like, you know, how likely is, like, a melody that kind of, like, that's maybe, like, in AB, AC kind of format, and has, like, I don't know, just a lot of notes in it. Like, how likely is that to be, like, close enough to be called plagiarism to another melody? Like, obviously not very likely, but... Let's get rid of this. Yeah, I love 8-Bit Music Theory. He was sort of my... I think he's a little soy, but he is... His videos are so good, most of them. So he's got some Polish videos that are kind of just filler, but... he's what got me into music theory. Like, thinking, and he kind of, like... He's what, like, gave me direction when I was, like, first trying to learn and shit. He had just started his channel as I was getting into trying to learn about music shit. And, Yeah, it was insanely helpful. Like, Josh was helpful too, but he was really, really helpful. I feel like he's a lot more beginner friendly than Josh, and he elaborates more and shit. And I feel like Josh is more about just kind of saying what's on his mind. I used to get so excited for new 8-bit music theory vids, and now I haven't like watched a new one in a while. I'll have to watch like the backlog at some point, but because they're just not nearly as helpful as they used to be. Because I'm not really like, I'm more concerned with like practical type stuff with music at this point. And not to say like the theory's not practical, but like I mean like I'm more concerned with like field experience. I'm more concerned with like if I'm gonna put time into music, I'm probably gonna be trying to actually compose something rather than, you know, watching a video on it. But yeah, I love his videos. Always loved his videos. We're gonna change the color on this. Alright, let's see what happens now. This better be decent.
Do I ever draw angry or deranged looking female characters? Yeah, definitely. I don't usually show people. I usually just do it for fun sometimes. Also testing things that I know will have to show up in like shit I write. Like the game will definitely feature that. I just don't usually show it to people though, because it's like usually like when I draw, I'm usually drawing to go into my happy place. I'd rather draw a character that either looks happy or if they're having a bad time, I'd rather they're having a bad time in a funny way. A funny or cute way than like genuinely like some Higurashi shit. But yeah, sometimes it's enjoyable to. Those are my favorite though. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And if you are interested in expressions and stuff a lot, you'll get good at them, and they can be a really good way to train gesture and stuff too, because there's a lot of gesture in expressions. Expressions can help you learn how the face works and stuff. So yeah, absolutely. Like if you really like expressions, very expressive characters can do really well sometimes. Also, when getting like attention, and not that that's important. I don't like to encourage social media brain, but okay. We just want to change the last cell a little bit, but I'm pretty happy with this. And then I got to clean up some stuff from the middle of this. But yeah, like if you want to draw characters being very expressive and shit, like you'll learn a lot about emoting and stuff, which is really good. It's good knowledge. It's good stuff. But yeah, I draw specifically. The big appeal of art to me is to get away from stressful shit that I have to think about when I write stories. So that's why I typically like I typically just want to draw shit being cute and funny. But I will have to draw a lot of very complex expressions and shit for the game, so. Oh shit. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. What the fuck is this thing's problem? Eclipsio's animation thing is so confused. Oh, it wants a layer named 15. Okay, I see. I see. Like, there's a lot of stuff about the face I didn't really fully understand until looking at like more complex expressions, like ways the eyes move and stuff. Like, for example, like the nose, like will like pinch here with characters if they're like really like angry and shit, and the eye will like sometimes like crease here and stuff. And if someone's like got like a really evil smirk, you'll get like little like shadows that appear at the edge and stuff, and maybe a kind of crease there and stuff, and you know, more learning a lot about how like lips work and shit. It's very interesting stuff, and it will teach you a lot. You know, shit like that. It's very interesting, and it's worth looking at. Oh, I highly recommend cute and funny cunny supremacy. Exactly. Exactly. I highly recommend hold on. Usually I don't give people like very specific stuff I suggest that they draw. But I highly suggest drawing fucking Zod. Specifically Naoyuki Honda's Zod. From Berserk. I highly recommend drawing these. Because it's like a verbose amount of line work, but it's like insanely essential and universal. There's so much like universal like shit to learn from this that will just make you better. So highly recommend that. But yeah, like no, exactly. Like it's like oh my god, this fucking jump scare. Mario Golf jump scare. But yeah, the yeah, it's probably because I see like as far as like creation has always like, I don't know, there's so many components that go into creation. One of them is like communicative intent or like expressive intent and shit, stuff like that. I think for me, like all communicative and expressive intent and shit, all that shit for me is just purely entirely in like writing shit. And the art is way more just about like, you know, enjoying cute and funny shit and stuff. Stuff like that. You know, just wanting to draw something because it's cool. Stuff like that. So it's a very different mindset for me. Because it's not like my thing, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, I think that's why it's very easy to detach from
not see yourself much in the subject you're doing. Although that's not to say everyone who wants to draw characters being highly expressive is necessarily that. Maybe they just enjoy drawing that. I don't know. I don't know if everyone who like prefers to draw expressive character like for example, like animators. Like, do animators on average like want to draw storytelling because they are more expressive than illustrators illustrators have to draw storytelling shit too, but they don't do it as much. Like, it's not like they're drawing characters being characters or being like actually moving a story forward nearly as much as animators do. So I don't know. It'd be interesting. Be an interesting thing to interview people and find out about. Alright, we should just get rid of this. Some of these should just kind of like... Alright, this is going to be pretty awkward if it's just going up like that, so... Should go way up. This should just like dissipate altogether. This should break into... Okay, let's kill this one. Alright, I think we should be good now. Let's take a look at what happens now. Oh, I put it on 2s at the end. If it's too slow, I'll just move it back to 1s. Where the fuck are we? Wait. Let's see how we're doing. Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm pretty happy with it, but like, I don't know if this is exactly what I want at the end. Maybe on 1s would be better, but the end feels too slow to me. Let's switch it to 1s at the end. See what happens. Yeah. Wait, what the fuck happened? Oh, the last frame is like hanging around because I forgot the... Okay. Alright, I didn't do that right. Also, I gotta stand for a sec because my legs are getting fucking toast. It's definitely too fast, though. It definitely should not be all on 1. Some of those should be held on to just a little bit longer. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, it's just too quick at the end. But maybe not. No, I don't think it's that it's too quick. I think it's just that I don't like the look of the last cell quite right. Some of these I do want to put a little more time on as well. Like this one or this one. Yeah, no, this one I definitely want to last a second longer. This one maybe. Probably not though. And then I just want to change this last one because I don't like what's really happening with it. I don't like it. I feel like okay. I see the problem. Yeah, it's too much. Like it's just like we want like a flattening out effect where it feels like these things like kind of caught up with themselves, so to speak. The light particles kind of like caught up and are dispersing like sort of more horizontally. That should help. Oh, shit. Yeah, let's do like that. A lot of the best artists have a very distinct style, not just a slightly different from another. How can that be accomplished if you learn from imitation? Well, it's basically because every style is linked in Japanese art, basically. And from like an expert's perspective, none of them are actually all that different in terms of like the essential stuff that goes into one. So it's like if you know any really good style, like any fully developed style, if you know it like inside out, let's do Mario. If you know it, hold on, sorry, that might have jump scared you. If you know any sophisticated style inside out, you can jump onto anyone after, and like you'll learn it like in not that long of time. If you want to develop a style from scratch, then you should know several styles. You should be very versed in several styles. And exactly, an animator needs to be able to imitate. Yes, yeah. That's exactly, because the thing is like, what Saito's getting at with that analogy is that no matter how unique you might think an artist is, 99% of what is making that artist so appealing is shit that everyone who's sick has. Is something that it just their specific way of doing it. Exactly, DeVirus, yes. There's a family tree. Every style is born of other styles. It's a big evolution tree. And sometimes they converge, sometimes they separate. So that's what you want to aim to understand. You want to aim to understand specific style inside and out, because that is what's going to make you understand that 99% that's common to everything. If you understand a lot of different styles very well, you'll be able to start making your own decisions, and they will actually work. You'll actually be able to invent your own ideas. But until you really, really understand what makes the existing stuff works, you won't know what the hell you're doing. It's not exactly a know the rules so you can break them, but it's kind of that. Because it's not like you're breaking the rules.
Well, honestly, it's more like know the rules so you don't break them, if anything. So yeah, that's kind of the long answer for that. Just everything is very, very connected. Everything feels so different the earlier you are in. Like, I remember back in the day, because I was super into Index at the time, and I still am, obviously, still love Index. But Kiyotaka Himura, I remember, he has a very, very distinct way of doing things. He really, really stood out to me. He has such a unique look. You can spot him from like if you put all the Dengeki Bunko illustrators together, his style is gonna stand out almost like first a lot of the time because it has such a poignant, unique look to it. When I look at his art now, I don't first notice what's unique about it. I just kind of notice what's universal about it. Like, I don't look at Himura anymore and go, oh, this guy's like so unique. It doesn't feel that unique to me anymore, even though it like is very unique in impression. Just because like all good art is built on the same shit. So absolutely, yeah. Like Devire says, you naturally diverge. Like, your natural shit just comes out. And you can choose to foster it, you can choose to fight it, you can do whatever you want with it. But the more you understand other people's shit, the more you'll understand your own shit. Alright. We should be good now. I mean, even if this isn't good, I don't care, because I'm not working on this anymore. I'm just going to correct one other thing I know needs to be corrected, and then we're going to move on. Westoy makes bad art. It's just my style. Yeah, my style is obviously classic. Yeah, I mean, I'm this is fine. This is fine. This will do. The only thing I want to change is the one part where the ripple shit comes out. Also, I want to lean on. I want one of these to last a little longer. I think this one I want to last slightly longer. My style. Yeah, it's where the my style shit came from was a couple things. I mean, one of it was just a fear of criticism, you know, so it's a, you know, how can you be critiqued if no one understands the basis on which they're supposed to critique you, you know? There's always that. So it's a self-protection mechanism, partially. But it's also because there was a lot of dumb ideas that flew around for a while in Western circles about how, like, you need, like, a gimmick to stand out. You need some kind of, like, thing that gimmickifies your shit, which is ironic because at the same time they would constantly say, like, fundies, but they're then kind of contradicted. That's what I was saying. Like, 2013 was a hilarious time for art, because for Western art, because it was nothing but weird contradictions and self-contradictions and cognitive dissonance and all sorts of madness. But yeah, long story short, what makes someone really fucking good is what makes another guy really fucking good. So understand the specifics of a person before you know, of existing good shit before you try to, you know, invent. Any thoughts on outsider art, like Yume Nikki? I've never heard the term outsider art, but I think Yume Nikki is cool. I think that was a good game, and it was impressive. It's kind of like it's like BPD
you know, like kind of core shit. But it's a very well made, cool, interesting game, and I liked it a lot. I didn't like play the whole thing myself because I got kind of bored getting stuck and not knowing what the fuck to do. But I did end up watching all of it after I got stuck, and I enjoyed it. Definitely a cool game. The soundtrack is funny because it's unironically a good soundtrack, even though it's just like fucking loops. But it's a legitimately good soundtrack.
Oh, interesting. I've never heard that term before. Yeah, I think stuff like Yumi Nikki, where he's kind of just, he's clearly not conventionally trained in the stuff he's doing, but it's working. That is often a roll of the dice. For most people, their natural tendencies are not that interesting until they're refined. Like for most people, their art is not going to be particularly charming or interesting until the skill is there. Same with their storytelling, same with their music. It depends. Some people are just gifted, and their ideas are just charming and interesting even from lower experience levels. And that is a roll of the dice. It has nothing to do with how interesting you are or how passionate you are or how interesting your work is going to be once it's skilled. It's just a roll of the dice completely. And some people are just lucky with that. Some people aren't. Yeah, no, that's the funny thing. Flat expression. The quest for uniqueness, irrational uniqueness, it just makes everyone the same. And also too, like, Westerners used to try to criticize anime by saying it's like all so similar, but it's like, nah, anime is obscenely versatile. And even styles that even look similar at a glance often are have highly distinct differences. Whereas the West ended up developing the exact opposite. They ended up at best just having gimmicks that distinguish themselves that like everyone ends up sharing anyway. So it's very ironic. Like I said, a lot of cognitive dissonance there. Yes, very true, DeVars. That's always really bad when some amateurs draw make their shit intentionally fucking fucked for no reason. That's always whack. That is always whack. Okay, all right. Well, that's it. I'm not gonna work on this any further. Let's get to the hair animation. I'm just gonna export this real quick. I'll probably want to fix some things with it later. Maybe add some colors, some color shit to it. Type of color shit to it. Other, as in other. I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah, it was funny because when I was drawing and I was like trying to get decent, yeah, it's a little off. Like the ripple effect is off. Like it's not supposed to be like that. And some of the timings I don't like, but I'll figure that out another time. For the most part, I think this idea is fine. I think I just need to polish some things, fix a few things, and I think this will work. So that's another attack down. Yeah, it's extremely true for Mofu. The very concept of making, cartooning in an appealing, attractive way was just not even really on the menu. That was not like the concept because it's just such a different way of thinking. Such a different way of thinking. Find a bunch of good stuff. How differ. This is by putting up his practice on page. Yeah, we will do that. We will do that, Fuzzy. We'll get a thing going with that.
No question. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna temporarily put this like. I wanted to make like I wanted to collab with my brother and make like some cool guides and shit. Interesting stuff. I do plan on, you know, obviously the game is sucking up a lot of time, but I do want to get the Illustrator hustle moving too. I did work on a lot of illustration yesterday, for example. We will try to get that hustle going. Yes. So, yes, well, yeah, realism can be achieved through. In fact, the best realism guys are Japanese animators. Those guys understand realism better than anyone. Like Japanese illustrators and animators, like the ones who specialize in realism, they know realism inside out because they have styles that are fundamentally built to interpret reality in a way that gives it good design. Because there's a type of artist, there's a type of realism artist that was traditionally kind of a more like fine art type thing, who's kind of like a slave to photos, and they can't jump off. They can only leap off and invoke reality so much without using some kind of prompt as a crutch. Whereas, yeah, the best Japanese artists are not like that. Like they can fully invoke whatever they need and extremely complex design work and all that stuff. My brother is like the main like realism, you know, guy between us. Like he's been studying like all that shit, like big time and stuff. Mostly like Naoyuki Honda and stuff, and he could say a lot more than I can on the topic. In short, yes. Is learning anime and Japanese art the best way to get good at realism? Yes. Literally, if you can do any Japanese illustrator style, like sophisticated illustrator style, you are a hop, skip, and a jump from doing really good realism. Seeing yourself motivates me because I got my ass whooped by my lack of quality knowledge for facing. yeah, no, totally, man. It's like sometimes it's just about like getting those anchors down, and when you can do that, you're like on your way to doing just really good shit. Don't think I'll bother with Hyde. I'll tell Hyde that. I'll tell Hyde that I surpassed him. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Yeah, there's still one more thing I'm gonna change. Nothing really changed. I'll go back to this another time. All right. So this is good. This is good. We should be all set. This is good. Your stream helps me to be productive. I try to draw along with it. That's epic because, yeah, that's like one of my that's like a big motivation of why I stream, because I think about how I think I say this like every stream, but fucking like Liam King's playing Mario, grinding Mario during his like hell period of like 2019, where he's just doing it all fucking day and shit. Like, that was such a motivator to grind and shit. Yeah, it's a big motivation to stream, because it's like, oh, if I stream, other people will be more motivated to do shit. So it's nice to know that, like, because like my vision of like 5 years from now is that there's like all these artists, you know, doing shit like us that like
you know, we have this collective motivating thing going on. Where the fuck is this file? Okay, I found it.
Do techniques like foreshortening and perspective stuff, would they benefit from special practice methods?
Yes, and that is
Doing copies and attempts at originals of foreshortening and perspective stuff. However, please turn your hair blue like ZHC when you get popular. We're gonna once we're on top, man. We're gonna be the non-binary monarch. I'm just kidding. Yes, well, there's two answers to that. Well, yeah, like one is that if you actually just look at what other artists are doing to do perspective and foreshortening shit, you'll learn a lot of it. However, there comes a time where you might want to formally study perspective. There is a best way to do that, and it's wireframe shapes in Blender. And there's a very systemized way of going about it. I feel like I did make an Ota clinic talking about this, but I might not have. I can't remember if I did or not. I might have. If I didn't, I could make one. But yeah, there is a systemized, formal way you can go about studying perspective. I don't recommend formally studying perspective at earlier levels because it's not going to make your drawings better, which can be demotivating. I think it's best to focus on gesture at low levels, like when you're just really, really starting out. I think gesture is the thing that helps you the most because that's what's going to make your shit look good. Then I would start studying formal perspective, like more down the road. But if you have a burning desire to do it, then definitely go ahead and do it. I mean, that's what I spent most of my first year drawing on, was like literally formal perspective studying. And it gave some of my old shit, like my old bad shit, a really weird, unique look where it was like very, very literal in space. While not being like well drawn for actual standard, higher standards or even normal standards. So that was pretty funny. But yeah, I like perspective a lot. I think it's really interesting. So I do think it's absolutely worth formally studying, but I just wouldn't do it at earlier levels. I will make a video on it. What was I using for... Oh, I had a couple references up for this. Yeah, I had a Princess Connect clip from the game, not from the show. Ah, fuck. I have to find it again. It was, what's her name? It was the, not even a Princess Connect character, it was the Grand Blue. Grand Blue Fantasy character. It was her animation. I have no idea where it is. This video is 30 minutes long. Oh, found it. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I found it. Nice. Okay, we got it. Here, by the way, this is what I'm looking at. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, the Ota clinics helped art for a lot. Like when I did the 6 like face videos I did, I actually ironed out. I would actually sometimes spend like an hour before those preparing, It might not look like it because I mumble. I mean, I ramble a lot in this, but I would sometimes spend even like an hour before those, very carefully like testing ideas and thinking about things and stuff. And absolutely, it's helped. It's helped a lot, no question. I notice I'm just more consistent. Wait. Okay. Let's get this. Let's do a folder. Nope. Don't do that. Nope, don't do that. Folder 3. It's probably going to be mostly on like 3s. So if it's going to take like, it's probably going to take like, to get to the top, it's probably going to take like 3 drawings? 3 drawings? Let me just take a look at this again real quick just to... It should happen quick. It doesn't take many drawings to get to the hair to its apex. It's supposed to have a little bit of a snappiness to it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, okay.
So this would probably be about like 12 in, maybe 15 in. We'll try 12 for now. Oh, yeah, it gets all blurry, I forgot.
And then there was one other reference as the opening of nope, not this. It was the opening of Shinmai Renkin Jutsushi, which we actually mentioned earlier. Yeah, this has a super cool part at the end. Yeah, here it is.
Where... Yeah, right here. Yeah, that shit is sick. It happened so fast, but... Yeah, that's fire.
Yeah, so I was looking at that as well. That one's not quite as immediately helpful, because it's not like exactly what I'm doing. But...
Okay, alright, let's do this.
Okay, so we want... You look back at the pre-con shit. We want... we want the hair to flicker a little bit at the apex for a sec, but I think it only needs to be... I think you can get away with doing just... yeah, alternate between 2 drawings with that. I gotta slow this thing down to nothing. I should probably just share X clip this. That way I can... Oh no, it's straight up. Okay, I see what it is.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna share X it real quick, just so I have it in video format. Didn't play back correctly. I think it stuttered for a sec. Okay, alright, we got it. I can just close eyes. Oh, there was also actually a Hiroto Nagata clip that was relevant as well. What's this one? Yeah. Okay. I want to throw some tendies in the oven in a sec. Okay, so pulling up all my shit. It's actually insane how much time just gets like ripped through when doing it, you know? Some of this animating crap. We got a whole spell in though.
Nice.
And I cleaned up the other one. Oh shit, what am I doing? Okay, so yeah, so I'm just looking at this real quick. Yeah, it's a yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, so it's a loop from here to there, and then it's actually similar to the rhythm at which the beam pulsates. Oh no, can't have this. Can't have this tune. Alright, let's go, let's just do each new sound plays. Let's push it. Let's push it forward a little bit. No, this is fine. We'll just let it play from here. Okay. Where are we at? Yeah, so it's kind of similar to the pulse animation. It's like you have the starting spot, and then it uses one and then another to get to the final spot, and then it loops back to its first spot. Do you think psychedelics are actually useful to creatives? I don't know. I mean, I've never done them, and I probably never will, because it's just not my thing. But I can't think of any case where I've seen proof that it's useful. It's not like it's going to give you skill, but I guess if you have trouble being creative, it might give you some decent ideas. But I've heard that they also fry your brain, so I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, he must have been high meme is really yeah. I think it's just because people who are good at creative shit like get, especially when the more good you are at a thing too, the more likely you are to like
see the world in a completely different way. You know, like if you're fucking sick at art, it's not like you're seeing visual info even remotely similar to the way someone who's not sick at art is. So it is kind of like you're on something from their perspective, which is probably where that comes from. I guess it's just kind of, yeah. I have never seen any evidence that psychedelics actually help. However, this is what I will say. I think for storytellers, I think if you want to be a really, really exceptional storyteller, I think you need to find ways to invoke some kind of altered state of mind, because seeing the world in like a very, very how should I say it? Like, literature is all about understanding a theme and pursuing a theme, and that can require exiting the way your brain is normally equipped to see the world sometimes. I don't think psychedelics are necessarily the answer to that, though. It could be anything. It could be starving yourself for a couple days. It could be just exercising really hard. It could be not sleeping for a while. Like, there's any number of things. You know, it could be getting in a fight with someone. Not that I would recommend that either, but, like, there's, you know, it could be eating until you almost puke, which I also don't recommend. But the point is that, or it could just be consuming really, really good media, which invokes a high unto itself. So yeah, there's any number of things. I don't necessarily think psychedelics are... I haven't seen any evidence that psychedelics are particularly useful, but maybe someone would prove me wrong. I'll worry about cleaning up everything after. I just want to make sure the motion's good first. Okay, the only sussy spot is here. I'm trying to think exactly how this should shift. Yeah, because it's like this lock is twisted. So I think it's best if this lock just sort of functions as that lock in a big bulk. It'll kind of be straightened out a little bit. I just need to come up with a good design for it. I think I almost want to. Yeah, I think it's bad if it's coming out too much like that. I think it should. I think it should retain a whippy. It should retain a curve to it a little bit.
Do Western anime conventions, IRL gatherings, have any value as is or potential utility? Yeah, I wonder. I've only been to one in my life because someone brought me to one. And I didn't see... I didn't really see much like potential in it, in the sense, because it to me, I mostly just saw that it was people with... What the fuck happened here? It was people with sort of existing cliques and stuff, kind of just having their friend groups out, but now in public, and maybe sometimes meeting a few new people or whatever. And I wasn't really interested in that because, you know, I'm not looking for friends or anything. I just, you know, and I didn't see anyone who was knowledgeable or something. The main thing I went for was because Trigger brought some people there. Trigger brought I forget his name, but he did an animation live. He was super good. He said some really cool shit too, so I was happy I went. He was talking about Ime Ishii, how Ime Ishii is so fucked up good. Oh fuck, why is the screen's still black? I've been talking. Holy shit. Thank you, Frank. Yeah. He was talking about how Ime Ishii is so fucked up good that he can never feel like he's actually good, even though this dude was like fucking sick. So that was pretty funny. That was really illuminating. And they had another panel where they talked about just some kind of like generic, like, here's what anime process is like stuff. That was pretty cool. It was kind of generic, but so yeah, when they feature like Japanese guests, that's cool, but no one else there had anything of value to offer. There was nothing of value otherwise, so maybe they can be turned into more valuable spaces in the future. Maybe there are ones that are better, perhaps. So I was about like that for 15 minutes. I've only been to Anime Expo, but it felt like it was mostly for corporate. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel from OFA. RPG, you have some interesting questions, Wilmot. At first I was asking myself if you were a bot. I think it's the capitalization, perhaps. Well, no, a couple people capitalize. I don't know. That's fucking funny. Yeah, I've spoken to Will a few times before. Off stream as well. He's been getting into drawing and shit. I like the process of asking. Yeah, same. I was always like a big like brain picker. Like I would always ask people a lot of shit. I still do sometimes, honestly.
But do you answer your own question?
That is the question. Let's see. Let's see.
Okay, so we just want to figure out a way to make the bangs flap a little bit now. Shit. Yeah, that's better.
I've scrapped some. Is it possible to become based in otaku without learning Japanese? Asking for a friend already learning base. Yeah, no, I mean for sure. It's like, I mean, you could not know a lick of Japanese, but your art is like totally legit. But the thing is, you're gonna have a hard time. And yeah, it's absolutely, yeah, no, RPG. It's like it just makes everything so much easier. And there's a lot of things that it completely locks. That are so much like locked behind it. It's what I would say is that it's like, yeah, temporarily do you have to be, you know, does everyone have to be like sick at it to you know, but if you want to become really high power level, yeah, at some point you have to know Japanese. There's just too much locked behind the language that, you know, you want to at least get that, you know, some kind of solid grasp. Yeah. That's exactly true, DeVires. There's a point where it's like, come on. You know, it's like there's a point where it's like, how are you not, you know? And yeah, exactly flag expression. It's like, can you get stronger without weightlifting? It's like, yeah, but like, is that how you want to do it? And like, there's gonna be kind of a limit, you know?
Oh shit, Mom calling again?
Yeah. Yeah, imagine if I didn't do exactly exactly. Yeah, because it's funny because there is so much translation that you may not read everything, but as one that went deep into the deep, even using MTL for reading web novels, you may get to a cat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because like I would say like more than I would say like if it was like 15 years ago, it'd be like, yeah, no question. Like, you gotta know Jack. Like, everything was just so hard-walled. Nowadays, the barrier is a little more open. So you don't need, like, you don't need, like, quite that same... it's not, like, there's not as much that's, like, gate-kept from you as there used to be. But it's still, like, for sure. There's still so much that goes into it. My parents speak Russian at home. I was at a kindergarten level, then almost completely forgot it. Yeah, I can't learn without active effort. Yeah, the thing is like, it's the biggest thing is always just like interest, because it's like, like if you really just like, it's like what Devirus was saying, like. If you just really like weeb shit, you're not gonna you're gonna have so much Japanese exposure to be had that it's just gonna naturally form. It's just gonna naturally form like a big part of your day. And that's how it's always been for me. Like it's just like I couldn't get away from Japanese if I tried. I'd actually have an easier time, despite. Not living in Japan, I'd have an easier time just cutting all English out of my day than I would Japanese. I could go Englishless relatively easily. I wouldn't be able to stream in English, but other than that, yeah, it'd be relatively trivial. And as I was saying earlier on stream, I have Japanese. You can't hear it, but I have voice lines from VNs looping right now in my head. What layer is fucking with me with this? What layer is? Ah, there it is. That's the nice thing about listening. You can listen while doing other shit, so it makes it really easy to keep up because you can always just listen to shit. I often go months at a time where other than Anki and stuff, like my main Japanese is just listening all the time. Do you practice speaking or writing by hand in Japanese at all? I was kind of saying how much I neglect writing by hand in Japanese. Like I can do like maybe a couple dozen kanji or whatever. I can do kana, but nah, I gotta learn how to write kanji properly at some point. Speaking also I do the writing output a lot, but I still just haven't taken the speaking pill because I just don't feel like it honestly at the moment. It's not going to benefit me in any way, and it is kind of a separate skill from writing output. But the thing is, the better you are at written output, the easier time you're going to have learning to speak. So it kind of feels like a waste of time. Like I'd rather just keep working on my writing and then work on my speaking more. So yeah, it's really true, Will. Yeah, kanji amnesia. It's similar to spelling. Like there's so many words I don't know how to spell in English. I just forget them. RPG, I learned English because the first door for content in the internet. Now I started to learn Japanese because the content's second because of mistranslations. Yeah, exactly, RPG. I feel like that's I feel like in the future, yeah, like so many. I feel like you're gonna see more people learning Japanese similar to the way people learn English. Like it's just gonna become kind of like a norm. It's just gonna be like, yeah, of course, I learned Japanese. You know, I feel like that's just gonna become more and more the norm. I'm trying to think if I should, how much forehead I should. We'll figure that out after. I'm not too worried about that right now. Learn the JP names of anatomical muscles faster than learning how to draw. Yeah, exactly. Because they keep actively repeating the word, whether yeah. Japanese muscle names are a lot easier to remember than the English ones because they're just more. You know, you have the kanji visualized, so it's like. What's it again? I say that while I can't remember because it's like biceps is like nitokin, two-headed muscle. Yeah, nitokin. Yeah, like that's like easy to remember. Salt Hokai, yeah. Of course, it will be faster to learn if you're Excel maxing like Matt versus Japan, but most of the time exactly, the virus. You have time, you know. You don't have to get good at Japanese overnight, you know. It's like every little bit counts. I push for AI translation as I don't like Western act. Yeah, I'm all for AI translation. It's probably just better at this point than what the actual localizers are doing. Will TV tropes users try writing? They often do so by putting tropes together like Legos. That's pretty fucking funny. Too much utility emphasis. Possibly, yeah. Possibly, because I've heard that TV tropes users don't... people who get too obsessed with that shit, I gotta turn the music down a little bit. It's too fucking loud. They get way too, I think, fixated on stories as like types of entertainment, and they're not thinking about it fundamentally enough. I think TV tropes is a great resource for people who are beginners at writing. At least way back, like many years ago, I found it a helpful resource just to organize thoughts and stuff. But like, you know, I quickly grew out of it. But yeah, if people get like too attached to it, like it's probably goes hand in hand with a bad mindset. Definitely could easily be like over utility brained, no question. Could easily be one of the symptoms. Even without political influence, you'll be missing out on a ton of true meanings if you can't understand. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Fuzzy apparently knows what they're like too. I never used the site enough to actually get to like know the users. For me, it was always just like I pop in. I find out that people noticed that a certain pattern repeats. I maybe get like an anime rec off of it or something. I watch the anime and then I move on with my life. It was not much. And then eventually I became very savvy myself to like genres and tropes and subgenres and stuff that I didn't need it anymore. I was perfectly capable of organizing shit myself, so... Oh, yeah, I thought so.
I keep doing this. I keep fucking up. What the fuck is wrong with me? Keep doing retarded layer shit. I don't know what it is about pixel art, but it always makes it harder to get your layers right. Okay, alright, we can move on now. Let's get some, let's get the bangs flickering.
TV tropes is now paused. The people use it to mock bad tropes. Yeah, that sounds very, very paused. Also, they got rid of the gushing over magical girls entry for promoting a P word, yet they allow cuties. That's fucking bizarre. Bizarre as fuck. Yeah. Fuck them. TV tropes is good as an entry for beginner into much more complex story. But you may get stuck at this level, which is normies by watching only Netflix. Yeah, that makes sense, RPG. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, exactly. Yup. Yup. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but I mean, we're in like a real like war with that shit right now. I'll do whatever I can to fight against it. Obviously, arguing is not the answer. All we can do is gain territory, BTFO them. Okay, so anything that was up goes down. Something's crisscrossed, though. Absolutely. Just ignoring it is for the best. Ignore it. Take up, you know. Just let anime and Ota shit just keep taking up more space as it is. As it already is. And
gain skills.
Gain skills, too, yes. The more you know, the more you're good at shit. The more you can, you know, displace the people who aren't.
Gain skills take up space.
Yeah, gain skills take space. Disregard. Disregard normies. Take space. Achieve space. Achieve territory. Alright, I don't like what's happening with this log. Needs to have a sharper edge. Yeah, that's better.
It's like playing Go, yeah. First they said anime was misogynistic, now they fall on the P word. Yeah, accusations, exactly. The antis are losing ground, exactly. RPG, I may do a video about this topic because it's starting to annoy me how much they try to go their hands into my hobbies. Yeah, I think having some people perhaps making videos can be a good thing for sure. Just like, absolutely. If you ever do that, yeah, let me know. Let me know.
It's fucked up for sure. Absolutely. So huge reason I want to, you know, huge reason I want to be successful with game dev and shit. Just help push against all that crap. Bit cooked right now, but after taking a break and eating, I feel right based. Food is like, for me, always like, some people say that they don't like eating at all while drawing, but for me, food helps me draw a lot. Unironically. The normalization of Lowly and West have pros and cons. The cons of the cunning culture is getting a bit annoying with yeah. Yeah. Well, there's like a couple people who do that I fucking despise. like with every fiber of my being. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't think they're like. I don't think they're proactively. I don't think they're proactively influential or anything, but yeah, there are some people like that that are incredibly fucking obnoxious. But in general, yeah, I think anything that's a sign that like you know, we're taking territory and whatever, always good. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. All right, now let's do the next one. Finally. Yeah, I am fine with this.
Is it twos that I want this on? Yeah, it's twos. Because it's like one. This is the first, and yeah. One. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
I'm just gonna call this 1, 2. Where we at?
Was literally filled with whoa, terrible look. Did I check the DNDB while I had Nico? Yeah, that is a bad look. What the fuck? I thought VN readers were better than that. That's not a good look. That's irony pilled as fuck. Yeah, RPG, if you do a series on it, that could be good for sure. Fuzzy time boxing. Yeah, no, that's good. That's Cat's core.
Yeah, that's good shit.
Yeah, time boxing is good. My brother swears by time boxing. Cats was always big on it. I could never really figure it out.
Yeah, the reason why I can work for like 13 hours now, it's essentially just me working at 30 minutes a pop, up over time.
Yes.
No, that's time boxing. It's insanely powerful.
13 hours is just 30 minutes, 26 times.
Exactly.
Otaku media treats taboos less seriously than Western media does. Oh, yeah, in terms of how do you think the heading of taboo subject difference? Yeah, such as incest. I do have an interesting thing to say about that in a sec. We are in the culture and we're able to differentiate. Yeah. Well, yeah, see, that's funny. It's funny, RPG, yeah, because it's like, that's what's actually fun. I mentioned that a lot, how it's just like, the whole point of Ota shit is that it's, because that's the thing about Ota shit. It's like no two creators will like perfectly agree with each other, or probably even agree that much on like anything. Because the whole point of Ota culture is that it is like, it's fundamentally, it's kind of individualistic at a fundamental level, in the sense that it's people with strong ideas about shit coming together who want to protect those strong ideas and like get those strong ideas through and shit. And yeah, that literally means that there is quite literally like a natural diversity to it, like an organic
actual diverse, which is funny because it's always like one of the things it's criticized for, like, oh, the styles are all similar and shit. It's actually not. It's funny because it's just people talking right out their ass. But yeah, no, absolutely true. And yeah, stuff like taboos, they don't take those seriously or even actively want to break them because it's an expression of personal, like, self-actualization, to not give a shit like what's taboo and what's not, to just be like Sigma about shit and just not give a fuck. And on top of it, there's a lot of interesting stuff to be explored in that. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to find out. There's a lot to be found in crossing lines and shit. And, yeah, not being bound to, you know, what people tell you has to be.
Half the English readers of VNs are really a bad brand of irony weeb.
Yeah, who, like, think they, like, grew out of anime and light novels. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I hate that type so much. It's disgusting. It is disgusting. It's sad too because it's got. I mean, you've talked about this too. It's like as far as like consumers of the shit for like social reasons and stuff too. It's always like so fucking gross. But yeah.
Yeah, expecting like some kind of inclusivity out of Japan is unreasonable. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's like what do you mean? Like, what do you mean these people have to conform to your thing? Just, you know, if you really want a thing, just do your own thing. All right. Let me take another look at this again. Okay, interesting. So some of it whips up and then down.
So we'd be like, so we get here, and then as this one goes down, you could get a situation where okay. Alright, I think I see what's going on. This will probably involve a little bit of trial and error, but we'll just try to get them knocked out as quickly as possible. Gonna hide this for now. Yeah, Fuzzy. Yeah, if you solve time boxing, then that's sick. That's big. Like I said, I could never really figure it out, so I just kind of developed my own strategies. But if you can figure out time boxing, man, that's powerful shit. I think I know what you mean, RPG. Yeah, you're effectively saying that the thing that I say a lot, which is that stories are about exploring a thing. Stories are not about like hammering or not about like moral preaching and shit, but rather a fundamental exploration of something is what I assume you're talking about. And yeah, that's something I talk about that all the time. Like how like it's just there's this like reductionist sort of mind virus brainworm thing that has gotten for decades now of viewing media as a essentially reducing it to what is just supposed to be nothing more than like a what do you call it? Like an Aesop fable, effectively.
I'm taking 20-minute breaks between every drawing session, starting again. Each time I draw, I time myself and recording my process. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's always exciting. I love the doc process thing.
Like being able to look back on like, oh shit, here's a record of what I just did. It's very satisfying. Okay, the question is, do we want... Oh, no, we don't want that, That's not what we want. Or is it? Is that what we want? Is that what we want? This is very complicated. No, we do want that, We do want that.
In Mao's Red Book, he says all art must showcase the character.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, a lot of times, strong political movements and literature tend to not mix well. That tends to always be the case. They tend to... I can't blame them entirely. Like, literature can be a little too hot and heavy for sometimes a culture to handle at a certain time. If you really want people to value a certain thing, and then a story is, and then you got writers doing, very like asking some very tough, experimental questions and shit, maybe that's not the best thing for your culture at that moment, but that kind of just further emphasizes what I'm saying about otaku culture. It's really at its core, it's a culture of leaders. It's a gathering of leaders. It's not a gathering of people who need anyone else to tell them what to think or what to value, and that's why that's why they're winning with their media. That's why they're able to go so deep into their shit. Because, they're beyond that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, RPG, all for it. Will, do I think Catcher in the Rye is overrated? I think, I actually don't know how it was never taught to us in school. I just read it on my own. I don't know exactly how well it's regarded in the literary canon. It's not a masterpiece by any means. It's not a bad book, but if it's considered a masterpiece, then it's overrated because it's not a masterpiece. Like, in terms of if it was a VN, for example, or a light novel or something, I would just consider it okay, very, very middle of the road. It's not bad. It's not particularly good. The acceptance of degeneracy, we accept our difference and not hypocritical about that. Exactly. That is exactly it, RPG. That is exactly true.
Okay, so we want the hair to flap up.
I'd like a direct adaptation of Lord of the Rings into a VN. So, it's literally the raw text, but now it's, VNified. I always thought that would be cool to, VNify books and stuff. Holy fuck, I would be pumped to see, all of Index VNified or something. That would be interesting, and it would probably get me to read it. I don't know if I'll ever read it, but that would certainly be interesting. Yeah, and that's exactly what I mean.
when I say it's like a will or not will RPG. That's exactly what I mean. When I say it's like, yeah, it's like a culture of leaders. You know, it's a culture of strong-mindedness. You know, being self-actualized and whatnot, whatever the hell you want to call it. Not requiring that. Not requiring that like hand to move you everywhere and control you and tell you what's good and what's bad and what's allowed and what's not.
I could. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, if I'll look for a good translation at some point. That would be interesting. I would be interested in reading in Japanese. It would probably be really interesting to read in Japanese too, because a lot of Japanese writers probably read it. So you'd be reading the version that maybe some people who I like, you know, would, you know. That would be interesting. I'm not afraid of Western influence on Otaku media. Yeah, neither am I. Because, like, I just... There was a time where I was, and I realized that it was unfounded fears. Because it's just like... If... I think anyone who thinks that there's an active, like, threat there just doesn't understand enough about how much like shit is whatever. At the same time, yeah, like they're still making efforts to make things worse. They're still making efforts to take territory, to spread it, to stop its spread, to stop its development, etc. So it's like, while the actual culture and media and stuff itself is safe, I think like as far as like the goal of wanting to expand and acquire territory and stuff, that's what I think like is the real threat, so to speak. Exactly, RPG. It won't touch the root. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely, Fumofu. It's unkillable. Absolutely. It's utterly unkillable. This is the thing anyway. It's like there's only so many people who are willing to go along with bullshit. If you're a creator in the culture, like you're not going to do someone's bidding just because they like maybe hand out a fatter check. You know, it's just not how it works. That's not how 90% of these people work. So it's really just not. It's not what it's not what a lot of people like think. It's not. It's exactly. It's everything like after the actual core of it that they can affect. Like yeah, they can try to stigmatize it. They can try to turn people away from it. Shit like that. It's everything like after the fact. They can misrepresent it with localization and stuff like that. It's just that type of thing. I wonder if this should actually... Yeah, this should probably actually go the other way. Yeah. Or even stay, yeah, kind of stylish. Fan subs. Yeah, I imagine fan subs, because I imagine if you're going to be the type of person who does fan subs these days, you'll probably try to do a better job. I mean, traditionally fan subs have always been preferred for a reason. They almost always try to do a better job.
and usually do. Not always, but for sure more often. No question. I heard people saying like, "Oh, fan subs are really dying and shit." I don't know. I don't keep up with what's happening there, so I don't know if they are or not.
Won't give them money because we know in quality products they may try to cut way to buy products like right. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, it's like that's what's crazy. They're making bigger moves like, oh, you can't use our finance systems and shit, which is fucked, and it's a real problem. But it's like, it's definitely a problem people will adapt to, like for sure, and find ways to. But yeah, the more we can put pressure back on them to not be able to do that shit, the better, of course, naturally. I talked to this Japanese guy who said everything after 2008 sucks. Something about marketing commercialization. Yeah, what happened is that 2008 is probably the year he stopped being happy. Everyone has a year after which everything got bad, and it's the year they stopped being happy in life. Probably the year they either, maybe it was one of their years in either high school, college, or when they started working. Those are the most common ones. It doesn't make sense. It's just insane. It's not like creators just upped and said one day we're not going to make shit good anymore. It doesn't make sense. Oh, okay. If he's talking about culture, if he's talking about IRL culture like Akiba, then he's right, because IRL Akiba was like no longer a cultural center, like a real proper cultural center past a certain point. However, Nico Doga for a while served as like the equivalent. So there still was an equivalent anyway. But yes, there were very bad things that were happening during that period to shit like Akiba and stuff. Okay, so I want the shit that's already up is supposed to be just going down. Yeah, but with like a swoop. Steam selling 18 plus products is the best move for the culture as it makes so much money. And yeah. I really hope that Steam keeps, making that an option. I want to get what I'm making on Steam. Steam is it's a really good platform, and it's still even a private company and shit, from what I understand. It's not a public company or anything, which is, that's big, so. No, that's not right. That's not right. Yeah, chilling effect. I don't think I've ever heard the term chilling effect, but yeah, Steam does. Yeah, there is a thing where Steam has, because like Steam does a lot of like bullshit, which could in fact encourage self-censoring. Yeah, which it has in some cases. which is not the end of the world because you know that you can always patch shit and stuff. Yeah, yep, flat face. I have heard that flat expression. I have heard that. There's plenty of cases. It's kind of a meme. Their inconsistency is kind of a meme. How ridiculously inconsistent. There's no rhyme or reason to when they ban shit and when they don't. It's purely up to the whim of the whoever their reviewer in question is. So yeah, I hope I can just do everything to get past that. I'll do whatever I can to try to break through. Helldiver 2 shitstorm. I don't think I heard about that. I don't think I heard what happened with Helldiver 2. I actually don't know. I heard the Helldiver 2 thing a couple times, but I didn't actually look into it. Holy crap, I didn't hear about that, Will. No, I did not hear about Skullgirls censoring itself recently. That's crazy. That's fucked up. Was there a specific platform that pressured them? Or was that like a voluntary thing of themselves? It was internal. Wow. That's insane. That's fucking bizarre. Can't say I'm surprised, but... Oh, yeah. I forgot that they fucking kicked Mike Z out. Yeah, because they were fucking with Mike Z really bad. Yeah, it's the classic kick the founder out. Destroy the whole thing pattern. Yeah, that's fucked. Feel bad for him, kind of. I guess that's what happens when you are dealing with those types. Helldiver 2 is basically enforcing having a PSN. Oh. Wow, that's insane. That's insane. He was kicked out by another founder, the female artist who drew lewd stuff in the beginning. Wow. No, now Mike Z's at another company. That's insane. Sony is really trying to do the is really like you will own nothing and you will be happy pilled these days. It's insane. They really don't want you. They're really trying to just go fucking nuts with that. How we doing here? Okay, now we just gotta move this one. I'm actually not gonna touch the back of the hair at all. I just wanna worry about the bangs looking good first. The song goes over.
Something has to be done about this area because it's kind of awkward. I gotta fuck with it in a sec. I'll put the tone back in.
PS5 will have no games, and you will buy the console that has no games. Mariel Cartwright got Mike Z kicked. She's half Asian. She got paused over. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's sad to see the decline. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people change for sure. Especially types when they get a lot of success. You never know what's going to happen to them sometimes. Like, this, they can easily start valuing, being a sycophant over, because they have nothing really to protect anymore because they're not trying to climb up. They're just trying to, I'm going to go grab some water and shit. All linked with U.S. American way of thinking and much unbased. Otaku. Yes, very true. Very not based. Somewhere along the line, Westerns got twisted that anime was being made for them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very true. Yeah, RPG, yeah. There's like that entitlement thing, for sure. It's wild because it's crazy because sometimes you'll see people who like
the thought like doesn't even occur to them that like they don't have a right to like police something. Like it's like a shock. Like it's literally like a shock to them to suggest like they can't be like fucking policing shit. Crazy shit. Okay, in this case, we want to... let's see. Shit out. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Where are we at?
I've heard the theory that My Little Pony got so popular because it was the West's closest thing to the CG DCT slice of life stuff. Do you think that makes sense? Yeah, I mean it definitely holds some ground, but like it would just be like one aspect of it. It would be like the perhaps like the comfort aspect or whatever, shit like that. I would say like in aspects for sure. Like majority. Do I think that was like kind of like the majority reason of it? Like probably not, but because they're like obviously still ultimately very dissimilar, but like yeah, I think that there was definitely some crossover for sure, which is kind of funny to think about because it's just like okay, I guess that's the West. Yeah, we have CG DCT at home. The fuck? Oh, I see. It's just like highlight shit from leftover. Digibrony, yeah, that's how exactly that's how he started. Bronies were our otaku. I think they don't understand the outside world and our cultures how to respect them. And centric theme in U.S. thinking how to the imposter. There is a very strong concept. As an American, you are taught that you are supposed to like always project whatever sort of morality you are taught on things. That is definitely very true. And it's definitely something that is like kind of globally accepted now as well. They did lots of from what I understand, they had like some kind of thriving fan content community. I heard they're separate from furries, but I don't know. They all look like furries to me. A lot of furries get shit done. Like there's still a lot of competent furries. I don't know about like still, but at a time, yeah. As far as like making like fan content and shit. There's even like I saw this like one furry that could like he was literally like a gay furry, and he was really good at composing. Like he was one of the most impressive like Zune imitators I've seen. It was really impressive. He's even like decent at drawing. He drew really fucked up shit though. Not Toby, yeah, exactly. Furs are way too far gone. Yeah. I don't know anything about them, but I imagine that in today's culture they're probably yeah, not the type of person you want to have too much to do with. Just trying to avoid that kind of like pure rectangular shape. It makes sense why bronies and furries came to be. I feel like American cartoons have put way more eroticism into animals than the human subject. So true, so true. Because like a lot of the cartooning in the first place was pioneered by like furries and shit. Like you choose a human or orc or elf. Wait, shouldn't be allowed near animals at least. Yeah. I want to delve into the fact that gamer and fantasy gamer know about the fact that human is the unique race, while American content and social media use the word race to talk about ethnicity. Like you choose it. Interesting concept. I don't know exactly what you mean, but yeah, I would like to see a video on this concept. Sounds interesting. While Japan focuses on all the human subject and has all animals, it's just mass. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, furry is like a very like niche thing in Japan. It's like, and like I find even when you do get furries in Japan, they're rarely like just furries. Like they'll usually do a lot of like normal shit first, like, or not first rather, like at the same time. RPG about to drop the massive thesis. I gotta see this. Because there's like one dude, I think it's like Haruhito Azuma Haruhito, whatever. He was literally like a Japanese like fucking brony. Like he literally did like some brony dojin shit. But he also just draws like totally normal like shit as well. He draws totally normal like Bishoujo shit as well. So I feel like that's one of the differences with the Japanese furries, is that they're also just kind of more normal. Bobby VG, welcome. I remember you. Yes. The battle system is kind of mostly honestly inspired by the original. Yes. Yes, those were big ones. Yes. Those are the big ones I mentioned in the log, yeah. I didn't mention it, but also Gen 1 of Pokemon and Heaven Burns Red. Heaven Burns Red is a big one. And yes, the original Gen 1 of Pokemon. But yeah, those are some of the biggest three games on my mind as I'm working. Peppa Mari, Sweet Home, Riviera. I want my mental image of the dungeons is that it feels like if you fused those three games together. And connected them with like a VN narrative. That's kind of the vision
That's the vision we're working with. As far as strictly battle system, I am going quite heavily off of wait, what the fuck? What fucking layer was that? Oh, that's part of the why did that? I am going very heavily off of the original gen of Pokemon. Specifically, like, the meta of it. Like Gen 1 OU. What the fuck, Linus? Where are these contours coming from?
Can't wait to see how barrier works. Yes, that's what my next video is going to be on. It's going to be very exciting. And you'll be able to play it too. Or at least see it being played. Which is going to be very exciting. I'm very, very excited. Gonna Tauros body slam into Hyper Beam my way through Castle. So base, man. Gen 1. Non-binary Monarch style. Is there anything special about the Gen 1 battle system? Yeah, there's like a million things. I'm going to go over them all in a video. I'll list off a few right now, just to give you an idea in 2 seconds. When I was in high school, they explained the difference between race and ethnicity, but maybe that is a new thing from Mofu. They did not have that concept, I think, when we were in school. But maybe they did and I just wasn't paying attention. If you watch a comment or video on social media you see a U.S. American, they will use the word race to define other people. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I will. I was thinking on what you said earlier in a video about how Western artists say they always need to do things their way before trying to draw anime style. Yeah. It's a silly trick where it's like, oh, you have to draw, don't draw anime until you can draw Western style. That's just a basic way of saying just don't draw anime at all. Because it's like, it's not like the people saying that are good at drawing anime, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not like they've practiced it. It's not like they know anything about it. They're just telling you they do. It's crazy. Yes, Bobby. I am pumped to show you. I think pretty soon, like, we have like a lot of animations done now and stuff, like, it's not like too much more work to get this, to get this thing going. This is an animation we just did today, real quick. I gotta clean some shit up, but this is gonna be cool. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be very fun. Oh, okay. So as far as what I like about Gen 1, I'm making a whole video about it, and it's not just limited to the battle system. I was gonna talk about like a bunch of philosophy stuff, or a bunch of game design philosophies I like about it. But I actually talked about it earlier in stream today a little bit. There's a sneak peek of what I'm cooking. I don't even know where to begin. There's so much to go over. I'll go over it in the video, but I'll just say that the biggest thing about it is that I like how dramatic it is. Like, crit rates are based on speed, for example. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to have that mechanic. But, like, I really like stuff how dramatic it is. Like, for example, your special stat is your special attack and special defense, which is literally a more dramatic mechanism because it means when your special stat changes, more is changing. The tug of war of the battle is getting more dramatically affected by one change. Stuff like that. Like, it's very high commitment. It's very dramatic in that sense. And what I'm looking for in the battle system is drama. I want the battles to be feel like high tension and dangerous and stuff. And I know that Pokemon has other gens that are very high tension and dangerous. Like I know Gen 5 is infamous, or you know, some people really like Gen 5, but like, I know Gen 5 is known for like how like high octane dangerous the battle system is, and that's cool too. But like there's a very specific way Gen 1 makes it feel. I'll talk about it. When you know this, you start to instantly see someone in is U.S. American in the comment section. Yeah, that's funny. Gen 1 is my favorite meta, but Gen 1 is the game I replayed the most due to how to the point. Yeah, exactly. I hear you, man. What is your favorite meta, by the way? Is it Gen 3? Is it ADV? OU? Like Jimothy? Any thoughts on rotoscoping? No, I think rotoscoping is cool when it's well done, for sure, though. Like, really high-quality rotoscopes can look... They have a really interesting character to them. Low-quality rotoscope is crap. I really, really detest low-quality rotoscope. But when it's really, really high quality, like you properly redrew everything into a style, it can be really, really interesting and really cool. Ping Pong. It looks funny, but the writing is phenomenal, especially at only 11 eps. Yeah, Ping Pong's a really good show. Ping Pong is very good. I especially love the first 4 episodes of Ping Pong. Ping Pong is good stuff. Definitely one of the best sports things. It's like that and like Initial D season 1. Specific just season 1, because season 1 was not like a slave to the manga, and it made the material super, super good. The rest are kind of just the manga, and the manga's kind of like poop. But the first season is killer. Yeah, rotoscoping. Exactly. Aku no Hana's rotoscoping. That's not like very technical rotoscoping. It was very, very just, you know, posterize the people type shit. Faith I did not see, but yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying, RPG. Yeah. I don't exactly. You like everyone wants to feel like by playing the system, you want to feel like there's something to improve at. You want to feel like, you know, you're latching on to things that you know, help you, like there's always a new thing to latch on to, you know, that Sakurai talks about like player stress and shit, and how you can like try to like measure player stress and shit, and like making a player feel like they have a way to get better and like feel like they're constantly learning new shit in a way that's like thrilling and exciting and like produces an interesting reward is always like obviously really important, because that's what creates that satisfaction. I'll probably have to change shit on this after, but for now, let's just roll. I just gotta make sure the motion's good first. Oh, I see one thing that needs to change. It shouldn't be like that. Okay, much better, much better. Yeah, Akunohana's manga looks great, which makes it even worse. Yeah, that's whack. Thoughts on shonen anime lately? I don't like the new style of fight animation where everyone... Oh, yeah, explain. Yeah, Fumofu, that's what I often call like the Korean glide, and it's like a flashy type of making characters move that a lot of people are very sick of, and there's a lot of like gaijin animators that kind of tackily do it, not very well. There are Japanese animators who do it and do it extremely well and are extremely good. But yeah, it's like, I don't have a strong opinion on it. I'm just like, if it's good, I like it. If it's, you know, not so good, I don't really care for it.
So I don't really have a strong opinion on it. It's just like good art. I like good art. I'm very, very not. I've become very trope indifferent with time, I guess. Like I'm very, very much just like what's good, you know, like who did a good job. I have my genres I love and shit when it comes to like stories and stuff like that, but like in general I've become very non like, you know, opinionated on shit like that. But yeah, I am aware that the Korean glide is very annoying to see spammed, over spammed, and mediocre examples of it are particularly fatiguing for sure. No one wants to see mediocre Korean glide.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely RPG, yeah. It's not the tools, it's how it's used, yeah. And rotoscoping can be good or bad. Gen 6. No perma-weather fairy type is added right before the mechanical bloat junk. Like, yeah. Interesting. But only before the... Yes. Yeah. But only before the shadow tag ban. Yeah. Interesting. That's one of the metas I'm least familiar with, but I have seen some stuff from it. It definitely looks interesting. I think the concept of fairy type coming in and being like blatantly the best type was actually one of the more interesting design choices in general. They need to let the dev cook more instead of wanting to release a game each few years. Oh, yeah. They're rushing them out, yeah. Fumo, everything is so good and nothing is so good. Tropes used to bother me when I was younger, and they still can, but now I do like seeing what different Yeah, like I have like a hierarchy of tropes. I have tropes that like I have an easy time enjoying. I have tropes that have to work a little harder to win me over, for sure. In general, though, I'm so light with that now, as far as that goes. I used to have much stronger ideas, but... I don't know what I'm doing with this bang. This looks retarded. This is dumb as fuck. Because this is supposed to be the equivalent of that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is fine. We'll worry about it after. If it looks awkward when it's moving, I'll change it. My music stopped. Where are we? They don't stop, base fuzzing. The grind doesn't stop. Gen 6 was when the Route 1 bird was good because it's a bit... Oh, yeah. Priority on 120 Brave Bird. That's insane, yeah. Yeah, Brave Bird was a funny move because... It's so funny because there was like... What I would have loved to see was like somehow making Sky Attack interesting. Because I didn't realize like Sky Attack was the original like chuny fucking moment in Pokemon. Because it was literally called God Bird in Japanese. And that's why its animation looks so epic in Stadium. I always like wanted to see like a meta where like fucking Sky Attack is useful. But then like Brave Bird happened, and there'd be no reason for Sky Attack to ever have a chance to be interesting. Yes, Shimofu, that's very true. A lot shonen battle manga and stuff, that's kind of its own culture. Like, there's a gray zone, there's a crossover, but Jump is very, very much its own culture. Like, Jump culture is a thing. It's sort of like a weird bastard child culture, where it's like half a product of otaku culture and half a product of normie culture. It's very strange. It's very, very weird. And it's definitely one of the things that makes it more accessible to normies, so absolutely. Absolutely. So, new animers like seeing Yutaka Nakamura impact frames, so they just make everything in it. Yeah, that is a common thing. Yes, the Yutaka Nakamura like kind of inspired like
Spam is definitely a real thing. Okay, yeah, let's move on to the next frame. Wait.
I literally forgot what I was doing first. Oh, fuck, no. Bring that up. Yeah, okay. Korean manhwa problem is because it kind of, the boom of webtoon, web novel, you have a lot of mid and low overused tropes and tied to the over-competitive nature of Korean side. Yeah, I hear that they're very, very, like, status max and kind of all that shit. Yeah, definitely. I would love to, there's Power Herb Disguise, that's right, but that's it. Yep, that's right. There's one Korean comic I like, webcomics Vigilante. It's about how awful Korean culture is. That sounds very funny.
Yeah, from what I understand, Korea has so many cultural problems and stuff, economic problems, the whole nine. It's nice to see. It's nice to see Koreans who can like kind of triumph over, you know, the odds and make like really, really like good shit. But it's still not like the norm. They still have like, they have a they're still like, their struggle is still very much similar to the West in that regard. They're farther along than the West as far as like adopting a good creator culture, but there's still many problems that need to get worked out. Still a lot of problems.
Watch your friend recommend a generic power fantasy manhwa and say it's not like other manhwa.
That's funny as fuck. Yeah, you can't. You'd have a very hard time convincing me to look at any manhwa. There was one manhwa that I think is technically a manhwa that I read like a few dozen panels of, just because it had a really funny name or something, and it was put on like a manga site. Like my brother clicked on it. It was called like "What Did the Teenage Boys Do?" or something. It was like so fucking stupid, but it was like dumb funny. It was just basically like a Yonkoma manhwa thing, and it was just like silly funny. That's like that's the extent of like my manhwa experience.
Yeah, that was the peak.
That was the peak of manhwa right there. That was the crowned achievement. Okay, so now the hair is supposed to really flip up. Alright, well, hopefully this works. Hopefully I'm not doing something retarded. I probably should have roughed out and tested the animation, tested the motion first, but whatever. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing anyway, but just kind of more slowly. I like to be careful with things when I don't know what I'm doing as much sometimes, because it gives me more feedback of what went right and wrong than if I was messy about it. So hopefully this is fine. Wait a minute. I just realized. Yeah, no, this is fine. This is fine. Or no, do I want this to actually jut back? Because I think with these, I want these ones to actually jut back a little bit.
Because it's only the bangs that are supposed to flip back and forth, and the other hair is just supposed to kind of rock a little bit. Yeah, because in the cunning case, it's like... Yeah, it goes up, and then... Yeah.
Yeah, anything that moves that's not like an actual bang is supposed to kind of rock back. Okay, so I did this wrong. Okay, so this goes down, but then we want it to like rock back slightly.
Solo leveling. Reference Saitama workout. Go to Isekai World. Integrate into mainstream society. You don't see a lot of Korean manhwa go against it, but the one that are able to do that and up being quite good. What Korean are good at is game system regression stuff included in martial art webtoon.
Yeah, I actually have heard that because I do know someone who does like some of them. That's what I've heard. Still won't get me to read it, but if they are doing some interesting stuff, then that's good.
Arlando. We are listening to the East New Sound playlist. Mostly Toho remixes. Korea's never grabbed me in terms of media. The food is good, but I haven't seen any good one. Okay, yeah, same. That's how I feel. Oh, you are half Korean? It's like Liam. My favorite half Korean, Liam. Liam Kings. Yeah, because like there's some Korean artists that are sick and like, you know, they draw just like Japanese people and they're sick as fuck. And apparently, I forgot. Like, I gotta play Blue Archive because Blue Archive was written by a Korean dude, and apparently it's fucking good. Skaji said it's fire, so I'm excited to play that. So, Blue Archive will be the first piece of Korean written media that I will get into because lots of trustworthy people recommended it. There are like half Koreans who are half Japanese, half Korean shit who are really good. Like Nor the composer who actually works on Blue Archive. He does absolutely insanely good music. So shit like that. But as far as like country Korea produced media, yeah, none of it's for me. Except for, yeah, maybe Blue Archive when I play that. But Korea has some good movies, but they're distinctly un-Korean. Interesting. Right. Yeah, that's hilarious. The virus. People who launched hate campaign on SAR and now the solo leveling simps. That's fucking hilarious. How would you go about making sure your work is authentic to JP culture? For example, if you want to make a... Yeah, that is an interesting question, Flat Expression. It's...
one of the many reasons why I'm doing like JRPG style fantasy shit, because it's like I don't need to reference like Japanese culture directly or anything. I mean, there is a point where like you spend enough time with JP Media and you spend enough time as like a weeb and shit, you can almost feel like you grew up in Japan because you just know like everything. Like you know every little minutia about like Japanese school life. You know every little like cultural thing. You know all like the nursery rhymes they learned. Like you know what their parents tend to like, different types of parent archetypes that exist, and it's like you almost can like feel like, but it's still superficial. Like you still didn't actually experience it. So I think it's hard to want to up and be like, I'm going to make a Japanese novel that takes place in Japanese high school. I would like to do that in the future, like for sure, but like I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it right now. By any means. So that's one of the many reasons I'm doing like JRPG style fantasy, which is like the anything goes fantasy. It's like fantasy that can mix in sci-fi, parodies of reality, etc. I love that. I just love that. I love that JRPG, like fantasy based on reality shit. Yeah, well, Yondev gives no fucks. I mean, Yondev is just an irony weave. I almost said a word I wasn't supposed to say. Yondev is he's a thing you don't want to be. Going to Japan can really help if you aren't. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just to understand that Japanese vibe. Exactly. You know the basic stuff. The problem is you may fail. Exactly. When it comes to the details. Exactly, RPG. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have not been to Japan yet. Nah. Hopefully in the near future. Castle will have a Wafu character though. There will be like a Wafu character in Castle, because every Japanese fantasy work needs its like not Japan country. It's Jipang. They always need that. So there will be the Wafu character. Oh shit. Okay. Walking around the town, the Lucky Star Shrine was my greatest otaku limit experience. Yeah, that's sick, man. I would love to do that. There's so many places I would love to go. So much like Seichi Junrei shit. Like going to places like VNs and anime are based on and shit. I really would love to go to the Iroseka town. And shit. Okay, maybe that's too much. I have no idea if this is gonna even work or not. What I'm doing right now. No, that's just too much. It can't go that high. Undo. It should be more like that. I think, just with a better shape. Alright, well first off, this lock needs to... I'm just gonna get rid of this lock. I'm actually gonna kill this slayer for a minute. Fuck, sure enough, I always do this. What the fuck? I don't know why I keep doing that. Oh, come on. What the fuck layer is this? Okay. I don't know how that happened, but whatever.
Next to Comic of course, yes. Oh, there were Lucky Star posters in the shop windows. That's sick. Yes, I can confirm Akiba is kind of lame these days. Yeah, that's what I hear. I hear there's good shit in it if you like literally know ahead of time exactly where you're going, and you already are familiar. You have like inside info. But otherwise, it's not great. It's all come to core memory. Like, you may have memory of your classroom and stupid details, even colors, but you won't have that with Japanese stuff if you don't do a lot. Exactly. And that can make a big difference. That can change the comfort level when writing significantly. Exactly, yeah, RPG. Like, there's idiosyncrasy and stuff is so... What the fuck is this? Idiosyncrasy and shit is so important to writers. You know, like nuance and all that shit. That it's very, very hard to want to depict reality, a very specific type aspect of reality without having that that experience ahead of time. No. This is dumb. My aunt actually traveled to Yokohama back in the 90s. Oh, that's crazy. I wonder what that was like. I saw footage of, film footage of 90s Japan recently. It was really interesting. Like, Dragon Ball's, like, everywhere, because it's, like, kids were drawing, like, Dragon Ball on the chalkboard because it was, like, still ongoing as a thing and shit. It's really funny. Just everything is like so different. I mean, it's similar. It's like still Japan, but yeah, it's different. No. It should not be doing this. It should not be turning. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. There's a lot of old rare stuff at Mandarake and Naki. Yeah. There's a lot of shit I would want to buy there. Like, as I was saying earlier, like some like, especially if I didn't have to like proxy ship off of like shit like Surugaya and shit. Like, holy shit, there's so much shit I would buy. And yeah, like being able to find like old rare shit, like that's really gonna be the most valuable thing. Been looking at some Heisei era and it looked max comfy. Yeah, no, it does. I hear Heisei was comfy. Although maybe not at the end. Maybe not so much toward the end. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? It's hard to keep track of all the fucking contours. I know I fucked like a million things up. There's no point in being that careful about this. Nah, it's just... I'm just gonna fucking grab this. There, much better.
Okay. Japanese Normies love Oshinoko and K-pop. Yeah, that was like, it was so funny. Like, I heard absolutely everyone was singing Idol after it dropped. Like, literally everyone. Which, I'm happy about, because Oshinoko is genuinely good. And what's his name? Akasaka. Akasaka comes from like a legit like Oda, very core Oda background and shit. Like he literally helped do graphic work in VNs and shit. Like a graphic, or like the people who assist with the painting and shit. And yeah, I respect his storytelling and shit. So it is nice to see someone like that, hit the big wave over someone else. Over like Jump is mainstream just because it's Jump, shit like that. Yeah, YOASOBI is fucking ridiculous right now. Yeah, they're absolutely insane. They just hit like an absolute obscene wave. Marvel and DC Panda. And other Western IPs have a problem with having multiple breaking character values and Pierce Foundation because they self-insert too much in their own feeling, which is not a problem. It's often one main creator. Yeah. Like, I think I know what you mean, but basically, like they're not writing mind. Absolutely not. Like any of the that whole scene, that whole comic scene and movie, whatever scene. Yeah, absolutely not writing minded at all. I have no idea if this is gonna work or not. Just gotta pray. For a while now, especially, yeah, it's like movies and shit have been going super hard with like just trying to be like the whole point is just to establish an echo chamber and keep the echo chamber going. That's absolutely like their purpose. One of my favorite Westwood moral dilemmas was Made in Abyss because it's so blatantly we showed a cone, but it's so good, so they couldn't stop watching. That's funny as fuck. That's so funny, yeah. Abyss is funny too because it has elements of like it has a lot of like shonen battle elements in it too and stuff, which is like very accessible, obviously, because that's what like normies are used to and stuff. Making it, probably adding to that, so that's really funny. I'm not into it, but it's a great filter. Yes, very true. I don't consider myself a lowly cone per se, but I obviously love lolies. Most other people consider me a lowly cone, but I don't consider myself a holy cone. I just really like holy. It also doesn't excuse itself by talking about controversial topics, according to Western culture. I think I know what you mean, but yeah, for sure. They will not, like, if you did a what do they call it? If you did a I don't know, like a yikesy thing or whatever, no, they will be MK Ultra triggered. At this point, I'm just trying to get something out so I can just test this movement real quick. Okay, let's get this bang right, finally. It's supposed to be, like, way flipped up like this. Yes, like that. More or less. I like the color palette you went for with this character. Good character design. Thank you, Bobby. I put a lot of effort into the character designs because it was my first like serious time trying to design characters and shit. And yeah, it's always nice when people think like if people like pick one of them and think it looks good. I'm always very happy about that. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, we're back. Fumofu, this character is definitely my favorite out of them so far. Loli Meganeko. Yeah, that's very good to hear because she's gonna be pretty important to the story. So it's kind of it's good if people like her. So there's a lot of Neptune from Neptune, Choji Gen game Neptune. There's a lot of Neptune in her. A couple other characters. Would you say Western Hollywood media tends to be tonally homogenous? People complain about tonal whiplash. Yeah, absolutely. Well, like there's a much broader. That's kind of what I was saying earlier about like music and stuff. There's a much bigger palette of moods and stuff that go into Ota media and stuff. It's very shrunken in outside of it. There's a lot of just moods and stuff that people are just not exposed to like at all if you go outside of Ota shit. So yeah, absolutely. And yeah, normies love to project, absolutely. Yeah, RPG, yeah, there's no end to cases of people criticizing Ota shit, which never has cases of, you know, like people actually getting in trouble for dicey shit, and then before you know it, that, you know, some dude's getting arrested for, you know, being an actual predator right after he said anime watchers or creators are. Alright, this lock is fucked. This lock should not be. This lock should not be like this.
What we should have is
something like this, maybe. I don't know. I'll take a look in a minute. I don't even know if this motion is correct or not, so I gotta at least just test the motion.
yeah, absolutely. I will. I know a lot of people hate that Berserk goes from low to high fantasy, but I think it's kind of cool. I thought the concept was cool, but sadly, we have no idea why it even did that. Because, or maybe we do now finally, but Berserk was really like silly like that in the last like several arcs. Like it would do things and you have no idea like what the point was. I did find the concept interesting though. I always like Berserk even when it's being kind of like aimless, but. Reset the clock, except for the no, yeah, I forgot. There's the one arc I really do not like, which is the the Holy Knight Tower arc. That arc is it's no good, but the other arcs I like. Reset the clock. Our archive is growing for a reason. What is the reset the clock? Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Could AI be useful to artists? Or is any intersection between art and AI the devil? I have like ideas that I think would make AI art or AI useful towards art as a tool, like as an actual tool, not just pretending it's a tool. But I don't think it'll ever get made. Like it's not the direction AI is being developed. People are very dead set on AI just being a imitator, like it's a collage tool. Like they can't think of anything to do with AI other than just make it a thing that essentially pastes images together, which is not useful. You can't do anything with that. People can do that by hand. Like the minute Photoshop was invented, an artist could just take a bunch of images and paste them together, and it would take longer than the AI to do it, but on the flip side, you can get exactly what you want out of it. And there's a word for that, and it's called fucking plagiarism. It's retarded. It's like that's all they want to do with AI. It's never going to be useful. But if they want to do more interesting, useful things with it, for example, it can be faithful to a background painting style, but increase the level of detail properly. That could be good. If it could, like, I don't know, just stuff like that. But that's not the direction they're training it in, so. There is instance of actual predator bullying otaku for liking anime girl and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Those were actually filed. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, well, exactly, Fumofu. The problem with it is that at the moment it's just being used as a collage tool. It's just making really complex collages, and most of the time, the better a single AI image looks, like the better an AI image looks, in all likelihood, the more it's imitating a single drawing. Like it's 80% based on a single drawing. And yeah, it's just not useful. And yeah, absolutely. AI has a weird feel to it that people were very quick to catch on to. People's eyes just adjusted really quickly. They can tell when it's doing what it's doing. Yes, you can use AI as reference. Absolutely. I do think that AI is nice as a kind of like prompt. Like it can give you basic, like rather than having to comb through a million images, you can have an AI kind of like quickly feed you concepts really quickly, which is useful for sure. It's not incredibly useful, but it's definitely a use. Otherwise it's not really doing much because people are not trying to use it in
a way that is, they're not trying to train it to do the things that would make it like genuinely really useful. So at the moment, yeah, it's kind of just like, yeah, maybe you can use this as like, maybe you can use this as like reference type thing. Oh, I see. I should probably switch this contour to be more like the, have a more turned thing to it. Yeah. That'll probably be the better choice. Like you could generate a lot of an image and come up with your own mind image of what you want. Your brain is still faster and design was good. Yeah, very, very true. Yeah. Yeah. Very true. How about chat AI for story writing, bounce ideas? Yeah, actually, I do actually. It does have some applications. You can absolutely like. I find that the chat like writing in Japanese, because I'm not used to it yet. Sometimes I will have the AI like some shit back at me, but it's not that useful. But it is something. It has its uses. Also, I asked it to correct my grammar, which kind of streamlined me out of the beginner input phase. Because like normally I would have kept asking natives to correct my basic grammar, but the AI was good enough where it could just correct my basic grammar. So I kind of speed ran out of the beginner stage with output because of it, which was really nice. So that's one good use of it. I hate the COPA, but what if we use it to help the artists? Exactly, yeah. Who said we should be using it? Exactly, yeah. Exactly, it's like no one asked for, like, there's no problem that needs to be solved with AI. It's like, it's not like, okay, there are like a few very specific problems I could think of that AI could potentially help with if it was being developed in a completely different way than the way it is. And it's stuff like dealing with like, for example, like really, like if it could have ways to bypass like really low skilled, like fill-in animators who do very bad fill-ins. Like if AI could take their place or something, that'd be good, but it's not going to happen. We're not even close to that happening. We're not developing AI in such a way that it will ever be able to do that at the track it's on. So shit like that. But yeah, I mean, chat GPT, it has its uses. Even generating an AI image, you know, has some utility. But in general, yeah, it's just like, come on, like what, you know. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Will, because like as someone who does do coding shit, it's extremely satisfying to just like see what a computer can do. That's absolutely satisfying for its own sense. Yeah, and for references, absolutely. It's way better to use an actual artist. Like if you're doing serious reference, like if it's not like just a super like, it's kind of like, I don't know, using an AI image for reference is kind of like if you're hungry and you stop for fast food. It's like you shouldn't really be doing that, but maybe there's times where it makes sense to do that.
I can't imagine anyone who's like high level would have use for it.
No one high level would have any use for it. Absolutely not. Yeah.
Because like I mean, it's just I can't fucking imagine imagine what possible use you could have.
Exactly, yeah. Because when you're high level, like you want the specifics, like you want like the real meat of what makes art, and
because it's like, pull me up like clan ad, but it's got some DBZ mixed in.
yeah, exactly, exactly, yeah. It's like
and like some other shit.
Exactly, because that's essentially what it is. It's essentially saying, "Hey, I need this type of reference. Can you grab that for me real quick?" And it goes, "Sure, I'll grab that for you." It's going to be in this really weird form where it has a million other things mixed in, and it's slightly mutilated. Hope that helps.
Yeah, it's I don't know if that makes it sound as fucking retarded as it is. That's good enough to paint a picture. But yeah, if you ask me, it's worthless. It has no uses.
Yeah, absolutely, DeVirus. I want to see AI translation. That's what I want to see. I want to see that get better than ever. I want to put these translators out of business. Do you think it will get into otaku media? I can imagine it use generic anime VN backgrounds. I don't. You're not legally supposed to do it. So if anyone tried to pull that, it would be an issue. I don't see it happening, honestly. I could see some people trying to sneak it here and there if they're really like strapped with time. I could see some instances, but I think people would always get flamed for it. Yeah, so AI will take the jobs from the CalArts tumble rights. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Flat expression, because Western art for the longest time, you know the job of concept artist, which was one of the jobs, the job concept artist in the West. You know what? For the longest time, they were like human AIs. They would just take photos and just mix them together. Very like not even incredibly like sophisticatedly for like a long time now. And it's kind of like a job that like wasn't even really like needed or like useful a lot of the time at this point. And like, yeah, AI is going to replace that, because that wasn't even really a useful job in the first place. But like, yeah, does anyone want to roll a gacha for an AI character? No one wants to do that. Does anyone want a light novel where the images are AI? Like, no, obviously not. I mean, Saito already said this. Saito kind of put it better than anyone. Put the simplest way to put it is it can't do anything that's actually, that anyone wants and is actually useful. So, I mean, I guess like the Coomers wanted it on DL site for a period. There's like a big Coomer boom with AI, like the real low level consumer Coomer, because they're brain dead. But that's about it. Yeah, on Steam you have to disclose if you use it. Yes, Will, my brother is probably more emotionally invested than I am in this because he is more the artist than me. Definitely a lot more the artist than I am. Also, I'm more familiar with I probably know better than he does that it's a nothing.
I don't think it's a something burger. I just think it's offensive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's not. It's just retarded. It's like exactly. It's kind of less important if it is a burger or not, so much as the fact that it's just not. The discourse around it gets really fucking retarded.
I want Coomer's money to go to good shit.
Yeah, exactly. Coomers
good
should.
Arrow shit. It makes me sick when they actually spend it on fucking garbage.
Exactly. Like Coomers should be buying good shit.
Boomers are fucking animals.
Yeah, Coomers are animals. You can't expect you can't expect anything out of them. Yeah, RPG. I would love to see localization get taken over by robots. I'm all for that. My hope in generative AI is it being used to replace the laborious in between animations, but they just want to make full animations and sucking at it. Yeah, exactly, Devirus. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, there are potential uses, but that's just not what it's being used for. So it's ridiculous. And that's not what it's being developed for either. So, there's this one Western artist who does comic covers, and he recently got accused of eating eye. He didn't use it. His style is just this weird-looking style that will fail. Yes. Flat expression. You're gonna get a lot of that with the Western guys, because one of the main things that helps you see whether something is AI or not kind of doesn't even exist in a lot of Western styles, like stuff like compositional things, gestural things, line work things, painting technique things. A lot of the stuff that helps you spot whether something is AI in the first place kind of doesn't even exist in a lot of these Western artists. So it's like they're kind of fucked because it's kind of revealing that they've been human AI in a sense. But yeah. Even as a dev, you go to Google, and when you try to find a solution to the problem, if AI won't find the answer, but it won't do the full job. Well, exactly, RPG. Yeah, like the AI, because John Blow put it pretty well. Like the AI can remind you of what is already known, but it can't really do anything like new. There's a guy who just posts AI art on DeviantArt, and he became the top earner on the site. Wow, that is sad. That's sad. I thought it would be cool if an AI could make an accurate gesture from a complete image. I think I know what you mean. But yeah, if as far as like AI consistently being able to like not have fucked up shit in it, it's gonna have to be made differently than the way it's being made right now. Which there's no signs of that happening. Because the imitative shit has the purely imitative shit has a limit. And even with ChatGPT, like ChatGPT is funny because it's like, oh, we're on ChatGPT 4 and it's got so much time to cook and shit, but it's like there are literally things ChatGPT 4 is doing worse than when they first made ChatGPT public. I'm not even kidding. Because I've been using it the whole time, and I've seen it literally get worse because it's I don't know. There's all sorts of weird problems with it that are causing it to bottleneck in certain areas and self-cannibalize in others and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what the future has? But I'm not expecting much. Yeah, I would love to see the translation show. I would love to see translators not have that job anymore. That would be very nice. How do you feel about VTubing, especially Neurosama, the A1? I did see that. I don't know anything about it though. I just like clicked on it for 2 seconds. I mean, it seems like a funny concept. Like, I think that like there was that funny like AI Seinfeld that kept getting killed because these things always get killed because they end up doing like a no-no. Like they become like they do something like racist or make like a non-politically correct joke or something, which is funny as fuck. But I don't think it's like a big deal. I mean, if people, it's kind of like mind rot of the highest caliber at that point. But like, if that's what people want to waste their time on, then whatever. There's definitely worse things to waste your time on. But.
Tech fetishism is just too annoying. Yeah, I hear you, man.
It's the worst. Wait, is tech fetish, does that refer to like glorify tech? You get like all like solely annoying about tech kind of things? Is that thing?
Yeah, I repeat. Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, I've given my spiel about VTubers several times. We actually talked about them at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, basically, like, yeah, I think VTubers are a mixed bag, but ultimately a net positive, just because of like, first and foremost, more platform for illustrators and shit is always good. Stuff like that. But yeah, it's like, do I think that there's a lot of issues and shit? Yeah, absolutely. But in general, yeah, I'm happy it's a thing. Compared to if it wasn't, for sure. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's see if the bangs work properly. Let's see if this is loopable. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually kill off the first frame. Oh wait, no, I don't have to do that. We're just gonna take these, copy and paste them. Is that even a thing? No. I don't remember how to do any of this shit. Copy. Paste. Nice. Paste. 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 Alright, let's see what happens.
Hopefully this is not cancer. It shouldn't be that big of a deal to fix, even if it's a little bit fucked up. Save VXP. The only decent English VTuber is Fuamoko. Oh yeah. They're cool. I don't watch them, but I know that they come from like a pretty legitimate, like, they're pretty legitimately Ota pilled and shit, and shit like that.
Alright, so we want to go from... Oh, fuck. 13, 12. We want to go from 12 to 6, 7, 6. Oh, shit. I don't... Yeah, no. 6, 7, 47. The 47, baby! Oh, I just realized it's looping to begin with, so I didn't have to copy.
I didn't have to get. There's no point in me copy pasting that a million times. I mostly know from clips. Yeah. Common problem, most of the time humans, male, female working together. It often leads to problem if you ever work. Yeah, always drama. That's very true. Yeah, Hololive keeping the male contact minimal is definitely like a smart choice. Definitely a smart choice. Oh, Blizzard, yeah. I hear all sorts of bad crap goes down. Will, did you ever feel alienated from relatives due to media preferences like your parents? Well, that's the thing. I feel like it's so normal to feel alienated from your parents in the first place that I never gave it much thought, to be honest.
That was kind of my thought. Oh, all right. We're kind of working. I mean, there's some things that need to change. And obviously I need to do the back of the hair. The shadows need to be fixed, etc. But, I mean, it's doing its thing. I mean, it is definitely doing its thing. It's definitely whipping. This will work. This will do it. This will do the trick. I just gotta obviously fix everything and finish the back, but nah, this is a thing. Glad I trusted the plan. All right, well I'm gonna get off now because I actually have like a fucking splitting headache. I just really wanted to finish that. Oh, I just realized you can't fucking see it. Holy shit! All right, let's do that again. Yeah, oh shit! Bring me back my shit. Bring me back Clip Studio. What the fuck? Where is my? Okay, here it is. Yeah, I gotta clean up all the shit. I gotta do the back and everything. But it's a thing. I mean, it is a thing, and we have started. Yeah, so now it just needs a few more frames, and we're good to go. This is sick. I'm very excited. I was expecting a dumpster fire, but no, we got a thing to happen. Let's see. What did I miss? Yeah, you can't see it. Sorry. Coke respawn. Glad the game is made finally. Kyra 77. It's Coke. Yo, Coke. Henry Thurlow point was accurate. There are more of those types in the industry than you would imagine. Wonder if it will cause issues. Yes. It is causing issues. It is actively causing issues, but I think we can fix those issues. I think they can be fixed with time. So yeah, I guess that's it. I guess I'm gonna get off now. Welcome, Coke. Welcome back. I hope you're, doing whatever you wanted to be doing. I hope life is good. And yeah, I will be streaming more. And we're on a good roll. We're on a very good roll. The only, like I said, the only sussy thing is just like how good is the music gonna be, but once we get past the demo, everything is good. Oats. What's got it? Good tune, thank you. Great tune. Thank you, Fuzzy. Glad it helped people practice and focus. Yeah, that's why I like doing these. I like helping people focus. That's the magic of streams. See ya. Yes. Thank you, man. That is the plan, Coke. That is the plan. It's just right now we don't have a budget, so we got to get the demo out so we can secure a budget. Then we will do that. Absolutely. So look forward to that. And I will see you all hopefully tomorrow.